We live. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to earnings season. Last night, Tesla, TXN, they did good. A lot of focus on Tesla, and I'm telling you right now, the yen is getting clobbered. The yen and the yields are going the other way. You got data, but everybody is talking about what's going on in earnings. Now we're getting some positive ones, and you are starting to really just forget about everything that happened last week. So we got to recover a little bit, but don't get too ahead of yourself. I hope you guys realize it. It is all about earnings. We get the mega caps, Intel and Meta today, or Intel's on Thursday, at least Meta and IBM today. But here's the deal, man. Take a look. You got your little rally. We have these big earnings coming up. But don't forget, man, those bonds, we still got a little divergence. So I'm sure by the end of it, we're going to get a couple of answers there. So we'll find out. But Chad, I hope you're locked and loaded. A lot of activity, a lot more relief too. But let's see where it takes us. But Chad Adonia. Good morning. What's up, baby? What up, Rigo? Yeah, Jamar, Mark, Ray, baby, Enzo, Candy Upton, Nana Tardy, baby, Joey Cacamo, Luis, Jerry. Good morning, baby. What up, Caballero? What up, Troy? And then you got Snap EBT benefits for Walmart and DoorDash. Oh, my goodness. Kurt McGirt, Joshua King, Jesse Burke, Me Nacho, Christina, Marcus Hanlon, Chabel, baby, Riley, B. Dizzle, Wildstyle, Signing, Goofy, Cody Phillips, Samuel C., Ivan Hernandez, Faux Papers, El Coyote, baby. Good morning. What up, Andy Kim? What up, Matthew Warman? What up, Battleborn? How you living? Good morning. Dylan B, Mark J, Gunner, Theo Roberto, baby. What up, Shaq Trades, Trey Kush, Wookie, Open Face Sandwich, baby. Good morning, Kevin Rogers, Gary Avari, Permable, El Chapato, baby. Christian Striker, Kikana. Good morning, baby. Happy Wednesday. Oh, it's co-real estate day too, baby. TS, Underground, Jeff, Ken, Nope, Ken, Keith. Let's go, baby. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. It's middle of the week, and earnings are there, baby. Earnings are there. So we're going to have a little bit to react to. There's even going to be a couple of conference calls that start out, and then before you know it, by the end of the day, we're going to get ready for the big names. You might get a couple of war headlines. There were a couple of things about bombs from Israel to Lebanon and Lebanon to Israel. So we'll see how that all plays out. But Charadonia, here is your news. Shout out to Josh AI. So like the video, and I'll come back with plays, and then we'll go from there. Tech rally drives up stocks as earnings roll in. The rally in stocks continued on Wednesday with Facebook owner Meta Platforms Inc. due to report as the earnings season picked up pace and technology shares powered ahead. Tesla Inc. jumped more than 10% in pre-market trading after Elon Musk vowed to launch less expensive vehicles as soon as late this year. Chipmaker Nvidia Corporation and Meta were quoted about 2% higher. Boeing Company rose as much as 4.2% after posting a less dramatic cash burn than analysts expected. The yen weakened beyond 155 per dollar for the first time in more than 3 decades, fueling risk that the key level may prompt Japan's Ministry of Finance to step into the market. For now, earnings optimism is offsetting market concern the U.S. will keep rates higher for longer. Attention will be on Meta as the next of the so-called Magnificent Seven group of companies to update the market after a strong performance by U.S. tech giants on Tuesday. International Business Machines Corp is also due to release results. It is a big week for earnings. By the end of the week, we'll have seen around 40 to 45% of earnings in the U.S., and we will have some real test cases, said Nathan Thuft, Chief Investment Officer for Multi-Asset Solutions at Manulife Asset Management. In Europe, the Stocks Europe 600 briefly erased its advance as a surge in the shares of ASM International NV on better-than-expected orders was offset by declines for Lloyds Banking Group plc, which came in short of estimates for lending income. Luxury names also dropped as Kering SA tumbled after warning that profit will plunge on slowing sales at Gucci, its biggest brand. U.S. Treasuries paired gains seen on Tuesday after weakness in U.S. business data, revived forecasts for Federal Reserve policy easing this year. The 10-year yield ticked higher while a gauge of the dollar was steady. The U.S. will sell $70 billion of 5-year notes at 1 p.m. New York time, the largest amount ever offered for such a tenor. In other earnings and corporate news, Boeing Company burned through $3.93 billion in cash in the first quarter, a less dramatic drain than analysts had expected as the embattled plane maker continues to slow output to get a handle on its manufacturing issues. Biogen Inc. reported first quarter profit that beat Wall Street's expectations as the biotech giant cut costs and its new Alzheimer's drug, Leqembi, gained momentum. UBS Group AG Chairman Colm Kelleher said that the Swiss government's proposal to require the bank to hold substantially more capital is the wrong remedy to the failings that brought down Credit Suisse over a year ago. Evotec SE shares plummeted as much as 31% after the German pharmaceutical firm's full-year results showed weak guidance. Volvo Car AB tumbled as much as 8.8% after the Swedish car maker missed first-quarter earnings estimates. Elsewhere, the yen remained a whisker away from the key 155 level to the dollar, with a former top Japanese foreign exchange official warning the country is on the brink of currency intervention. Oil dipped before the release of weekly U.S. stockpile data. Gold ticked down ahead of U.S. data due later this week that may shed more light on the Fed's rate path. Tesla on a budget. Tesla's shares are up almost 11% in early New York trading, indicating the stock will recoup some of the 42% it has lost since the start of 2024. The company said it's accelerating the launch of cheaper cars, aiming to start production of new models by early 2025, if not before year-end, well ahead of the late 2025 timing it had previously pledged. The news was enough to offset Tesla's third quarter of worse than expected profit and revenue, and the team at Jefferies said CEO Elon Musk seems to be appeasing the market by accelerating new product launches. Oh, and Martin Viecha, Tesla's head of investor relations, announced his resignation at the end of yesterday's analyst call. Meta earnings. Meta Platforms, owner of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, headlines the earnings calendar today. The shares rose 3% on Tuesday amid a Magnificent Seven rally as expectations heat up before the release. Meta had already guided earlier this year that first quarter revenue would be as much as $37 billion, far higher than estimates at the time. Investors will be on the lookout for any other shareholder sweeteners after Meta expanded its buyback plans in February and announced its first ever dividend. Also reporting today are IBM, Boeing, Ford, and Chipotle. Record auctions. Treasury yields are a little higher across the curve after a solid session yesterday that saw most U.S. government debt advance. A hefty $69 billion sale of 2-year notes attracted strong demand, with one observer calling the auction impressive. The U.S. government is set to sell a record $70 billion of 5-year notes later today and $44 billion of 7-year notes on Thursday, testing buyer appetite and the market's ability to absorb supply. The slate of sales can also be an indication of whether rates have peaked. Some traders are positioning for the possibility of a deeper slump in treasuries after a sell-off sent yields on various maturities to 2024 highs this month. That includes those betting the Fed will refrain from cutting borrowing costs this year. Beyond Wall Street, shares of Gucci owner Kering have fallen to the lowest in more than 6 years in Paris, Congress after the group warned that profit will plunge in the first half of the year. European chip makers are getting a lift from an upbeat outlook by Texas Instruments, which is rising more than 7% in the U.S. pre-market. Chinese developer Country Garden, one of the symbols of the nation's broader property debt crisis, has staved off its first default in the local bond market for now. Indonesia's central bank surprised markets by lifting its benchmark interest rate to a record high of 6.25%. TikTok. The clock has started running for TikTok in its existential fight to avoid a U.S. ban. Legislation requiring the social media app's Chinese owners to divest sailed through Congress, capped by Senate passage as part of a larger foreign aid package. President Joe Biden plans to sign it today, beginning a 270-day countdown for a sale or a U.S. prohibition of the popular video sharing platform. TikTok and Beijing-based ByteDance have vowed to do all they can to stop the measure, arguing it infringes the free speech rights of the app's 170 million monthly U.S. users. Top overnight news: China's central bank has again reiterated its cautious approach to monetary easing, reinforcing views that it's unlikely to deliver a big liquidity boost via bond trading. Hoi, the United States has preliminarily discussed sanctions on some Chinese banks, but does not yet have a plan to implement such measures, a U.S. official told Reuters on Tuesday, as Washington seeks ways to curb Beijing's support for Russia. RTRS Australian CPI remains strong in the latest quarter, illustrating the challenge the country's central bank faces in bringing inflation back to target and adding uncertainty around the timing of interest rate cuts. CPI rose by 3.6% in the March quarter from a year earlier, meaning the annual inflation rate is now more than half of its peak at the end of 2022. Still, CPI rose by 1.0% on a quarterly basis, accelerating from the 0.6% increase recorded for the 3 months through December. That's CJ. Indonesia surprises markets with a rate hike. Most assumed policy would stay unchanged as the central bank looks to bolster the tumbling rupiah. West J, UBS chairman Colm Kelleher said the bank is seriously concerned about proposed Swiss capital reforms. Additional capital is the wrong remedy, he told the AGM. BBG, U.S. crude inventories fell by 3.23 million barrels last week. API data is said to show that would be the first drop in 5 weeks if confirmed by the EIA. Stockpiles at Cushing as well as gasoline supplies declined. BBG, the long-delayed $95 billion emergency aid package for Ukraine and other besieged allies, passed the Senate. It included tacked-on legislation requiring TikTok's Chinese owners to divest or face a U.S. ban. Joe Biden plans to sign the bill today, beginning a 270-day countdown for ByteDance and a hefty legal fight. BBG. Trump won the Pennsylvania primary, but Haley still captured the support of more than 155K voters despite being out of the race for more than a month, underscoring the existing rift within the GOP. NYT. Tesla plus 12% pre-market as investors cheered its pledge to speed up the launch of more affordable models to as soon as this year, even as profit and sales missed. Big tech focus now turns to Meta's earnings due after the bell. BBG. Oh, great way to end it. Great way to end it. There's still a little bit more, Chad. S&P futures are up by 0.3 Wednesday morning trading after U.S. equities finished higher for a second straight session on Tuesday, with the S&P putting its best performance in 2 months. Momentum and growth factors outperformed, with big tech a standout. Treasuries weaker, with some curves steepening after yields fell for a third consecutive session on Monday. Dollar is up by 0.2. Gold is down by 0.6. Bitcoin is up by 0.2, and WTI is off by 0.4. Upbeat earnings takeaways takeaways from the higher profile reporters after the close on Tuesday. Big story was that the market waits for more big tech names over the next few days. Recent bounce in equities driven by thoughts that 5.5% drive down was more technical than fundamental, less stretched positioning, lack of escalation in Middle East, softer flash PMI prints, rate stabilization, and volatility pullback. In addition, 24 consensus S&P 500 earnings estimates are holding up well, implying 10% year-over-year growth. Also, some discussion about more resilient corporate buybacks amid blackout period and better second half April seasonality. Tesla results better than feared while the company accelerating new product launches to second half 25. Visa helped by accelerating in U.S. volumes and unchanged full-year guidance. TXN guided out quarter revenue above street for the first time in 7 quarters, said bookings improved though quarter through quarter and highlighted some pockets of growth in industries. AT&T boosted by postpaid and broadband strength. Boeing beat and FCF declined better than feared. BSX organic growth ahead on strong cardiology and performance. GD weighed down by weak aerospace. Humana beat and raised individual M&A growth outlook. Mattel earnings beat with margins boosted by mix shift. March headline and core durable goods orders beat throughout February, revised down across the board, bigger focus on economic calendar, including tomorrow's first look at Q1 GDP, and more importantly, core PCE on Friday. Overnight architectural billings index showed 14th straight month of decline in billings in March, though inquiries remained in expansion. This afternoon brings in $70 billion auction of 5-year notes. After yesterday's strong 2-year auction on the global economic calendar, Australian CPI came in hotter than expected, and German business sentiment IFO improved for this 3rd straight month. PBOC pushed back on QE speculation, and Bank of Indonesia unexpectedly raised rates. Wow. There's still more, my brother. We still got more. So rate traders are betting on no Fed rate cut this year compared to swaps market pricing in 40 basis points of easing. Japan's verbal warnings on yen strengthen. Former FX head says intervention close if weakness continues. Prolonged yen weakness increasingly seen as economic headwind amid focus on import cost inflation. China corporate yields fall to record low as abundant liquidity fuels bond rally. Chinese speculators fueling gold's rally as bullish positions surge. Bank of Japan to discuss yen impact on inflation this week's meeting, but in no rush to hike again. ECB Nagel says not necessarily sees a series of rate cuts after June. PBOC pushes back against rally in long-end government bonds as yields continue to plumb to new lows. Indonesia's central bank unexpectedly raises rates. Tesla to roll out affordable EVs by end of 24 or early next year, sooner than late 25, timeline that was previously pledged. Tesla lays off 2,700 employees at Texas. Musk tells investors that Tesla is now an AI company. Generative AI is still unable to be fully explained by tech industry critics, saying it doesn't have much practical use yet. Analysts remain positive on Boeing shares given strong demand outlook and order book. Senate passes TikTok divestment or ban bill with Biden set to start countdown to 270-day deadline. Baltimore officials to open a deeper channel for commercial ships to access the city's port starting on Thursday. Australia Q1 inflation comes in hotter than expected. German IFO index continues to improve. Senate passes Ukraine-Israel funding bill sent into Biden for signature. New Labor Department rules extends overtime. 4 million salary workers earning below $1,128 a week. Federal Trade Commission to vote today on whether non-compete clauses should be banned. And then Israel readies for Rafah civilian evacuation ahead of promised assault. U.S.-China ties improving, but deep disagreements remain as Blinken starts visit in Shanghai. And tariffs unlikely to deter importers of Chinese goods attracted to cheap prices. Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot. So chatted, again, it's all relief in earnings if you haven't figured that out. Even though the bonds are still lagging, the bonds have not played around, but the last 3 days, you have came back up. We got a lot of pre-market movers. Most of them are earnings. So VRT up 17 off earnings. Tesla up 11.9. Biogen up 7.1. TXN up 6.8. WAB up 5.7. Hilton up 5.1. CSGP up 4.2. Boston Scientific up 4.1. AT&T up 4. SE up 4. Loop Capital upgrades to buy. A-Lab 3.9 nothing. Delta or Dell 3A nothing. APH 3.3 off earnings. Boeing 3.3. NVT 3.1 off nothing. Humana 3.0 off earnings. TTD 2.7. Meta 2.6 off nothing. Siri 2.5. Citi upgrades to neutral. Pivotal Research upgrades to buy. Palantir 2.5 nothing. Visa 2.4 earnings. MSCI up 2. Deutsche Bank upgrades to buy. Airbnb up 2. Mizuho upgrades to buy. PKG up 1.5. Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight. STX up 0.5 off earnings. RXRX up 8.2 off a Kramer mention. VFS 7.9 nothing. Sound 6.2. Hasbro 4.9 off earnings. Vert 4.9 earnings. BHVN 4.7 nothing. CLS 3.8 nothing. IonQ 3.6 nothing. Mod 3.4 nothing. Smar 3.1 nothing. Matt 3.28 off earnings. Riley up 30.1. Files 10K. Revised results completes audit committee investigation. AEYE up 25 off earnings. IMMP up 11.6. Preliminary top line results from TACTA 3 cohort B. SES up 9.3. Hyundai and Kia will build dedicated B sample cell development. ANNX up 8.1. TVTX up 7.5. Press release on previously disclosed EC approval of Phil Sparry. Serve up 5.7, INO up 3.5, PLCE up 3.4, B. Riley's upgrades to neutral, semis trading higher, Chinese ADRs trading higher, trading lower, TDY down 7.3 earnings, Enphase down 6.6, SYF down 4.8, BG down 3.9, UBS down 2.6, management concerned about discussions related to additional capital, E down 2.3 off earnings, ORAN down 2.3, TAP down 2.2, Citi downgrades to sell, AU down 2.1 off nothing, BKR down 1.8 earnings, PSX down 1.8, Illumina down 1.4, KDP down 1.3, Pinterest 1.3, Amgen 1.3, EXC down 1.2, KHC down 1.1, GD down 1.1, and CME down 0.1 off of earnings. Evo down 29 off earnings, EQX down 8.1, consolidates green gold mine ownership, term loan and bought debt financing. LAD down 6.2 off earnings, Lyft down 1.5 off Tesla sympathy, and then CSLR, NKGN, CVAC all trading lower. Wow. My goodness, that's a lot. That's a lot, babe. We still got a little bit of time, actually. I think we have great time. All right, we got a little bit. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram when I come back. I hope you got some plays, baby. Again, the market, it did come down a little bit. We slipped, but overall, I mean, this could be our third day of relief. A lot of news, buckaroo. A lot of news.
Past quarter, more than $2.5 billion in negative free cash flow. We've never seen that out of Tesla.
What did he have to say about his competitors?
It was interesting. He threw additional little dirt. You know, for the last few weeks, there's been so much questions about his strategy. He was critical of other automakers. He didn't name any in particular, but I have a feeling General Motors and Ford were on the tip of his tongue when he said, you know, that the industry is pivoting back from electric vehicles to hybrids. GM and Ford both have announced, changes just within the last few months to their product plans, you know, in light of the fact that the consumer hasn't really come along with, you know, the fully electric vehicles that they've brought to market. Elon said, you know, that is not the right strategy.
Well, one of them is going to have the proof in the pudding, isn't it? Because it's about the infrastructure for the EV relative to the acceptance that it takes time to change decades of traditional consumer behavior. Craig, thank you very much. Craig Trudell. Coming up on the show, your morning calls, and a little bit later we'll catch up with the senior advisor to the president, Gene Sperling, is in New York for a conversation. That on Bloomberg.
All right, we're there, baby. Good timing. It's great timing. We got time, baby. So, Chad Adonia, I got a couple plays for you. I'll give them to you in a little bit, but you're here right now. You heard the TV. You got all of the headlines, a wicked amount of headlines today, baby. And now it's Wednesday, almost end of the week, and big earnings on the way. But what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat, baby. Let's go. Spy calls, puts on Meta and Snap Ater, V calls, Broadcom calls, Tesla calls, SPY calls, Netflix calls, Amazon calls, puts on puts, war puts, Riot calls, Long CL, closing out Tesla calls, SPY calls, GM, Uber calls, SPCE, Riley calls, sell Tesla, good morning, Ford call, V, BCX, or BSX 75 calls, SPY puts, GM calls, Visa calls, CLSK, SoFi, all in Meta Law, prepare to short Tesla, sitting on my hands, XOM, Tesla spread, Tesla put, SoFi calls, EVTL, IBM calls, ARM puts, Easy, SPX 5010, closing AT&T, APD long term, SPY call, Palantir, closing Tesla, Dogecoin calls, medical property trust, NVIDIA, AMD, QQQ, Boeing long, and the final plays. Broadcom puts, SoFi calls, ES short at 5130, and Netflix puts. Wow. Wow. So, Chattadoni, I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like I saw a lot of calls. I feel like there's a lot of calls out there. So, it's okay. It was 2 days ago they were telling me they were selling their long terms. And now day 3 of relief, baby. I see a lot of calls in the morning, baby. So let's see where that takes us. But I have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Meta and Intel. Again, even IBM. Actually don't even have that on there, but those are going to be the big ones. And then Intel and some of the other ones that come the next day. Watching ARM and all the chip makers. Again, they are up there. Keep an eye on TXN as well. Then Humana, their call started a little bit ago. They're doing good. I made that average yesterday, so we'll see. Then keeping an eye on Boeing because those premiums were cheap and the stock moved a decent amount here to start off. And then Airbnb and any of the travel plays off of Hilton earnings. And then Myrna had some AI news. Apparently ChatGPT or OpenAI and Myrna are partnering up together. Wow. But Chattadonia, it's game time. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication. Whether you agreed with orders or not, man, the fact is y'all made a big sacrifice. And as a nation, we have really failed in terms of giving our love and appreciation day in, day out. So veterans, and I hope all of you know the least we could do is just give our shout outs. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it all happens. So thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Oh my goodness, Chattadonia. Amen, baby. It's gay time. Yeah, man, the coaches, you gotta show love to the coaches, you know? Somebody asked me when I had the chat meetup, they were asking me, they're like, Josh, why do you love the vets so much? And I was explaining some stories, and I was explaining where it all really started. But one of my stories, bro, one of my like first ever like basketball coaches too, he worked at the Pentagon. He was a military man, and I hated him at first, bro. But this dude, oh my gosh, the things he taught us, the way he showed us how to, I loved it, man. I'm telling you, he was a coach. He had a big impact. Big impact, man. Some of y'all coaches, y'all have big impacts. You'd be surprised. So shout out to vets, baby. But Chad, we got a minute, man. We got a minute. Okay, I don't know if like 10 years from now you're going to have a story about me. I'm like, yeah, my coach Josh, he was on there. He'd do the pledge, but I didn't like the video in the morning. He would do it every day, but it's okay. It's okay, you guys. You have 1 minute, and you need 300 likes, don't even worry about the likes. It's not like it's earnings season. You know what I'm saying? So, like, maybe like 3 weeks ago, it was more important, but I'm sure none of these plays are going to matter ever. You know what I'm saying? Because during earnings season, the plays aren't that important. You know, it's not like you could wait 3 months just for this week, but hey, it's cool. It's cool, baby. So we need a couple more likes on there. I hope you guys are ready. Call out any plays. You have 40 seconds. You have 40 seconds, man. Oh, my goodness. So let's get it. Let's get it popping. Call out anything, too. If you have any questions, again, there's going to be a 5-year bond auction. You already got your durable goods data, and that should be about it, man. So we'll be good to go. You need 100 likes in 20. All right, it's going to be 1,500 likes. I'm just saying. That's all. I let y'all slide on it yesterday, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So good morning, but 10 seconds. Locked in, loaded. Again, watch Tesla, too. Those contracts should have moved 2 standard deviations, but they were pricing in a lot. So we'll see what it gives us. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, y'all didn't hit it, man. Y'all didn't hit it. It's okay. It didn't. Like I said, it don't matter during earnings season. That's a good time to not show up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We out here, baby. Yeah, we're going to need 1,500 now. Okay, Intel's actually killing it. So, again, all the chip makers, TXN, and then Meta. I think Meta is, what's it called? The TikTok bill. Don't forget about that one. The dividend selling. Yeah, Dow is red and Russell. Again, travel. You had Hilton with good earnings. And then Airbnb. And then where's Humana? Okay, Humana, we're getting a little bit. What's the other one? Yeah, those TXNs, that sucks. TXN, again, that was the first guidance upgrade in 7 quarters for them. Yeah, the TXNs are already up. Let me check Netflix and the other one. Might have to come back. Amazon, big red. Netflix came back down. They got a red. IBM. Damn, did IBM bounce from yesterday? That's actually crazy. Israeli army raises alert level and closes streets and road adjacent to the border with Lebanon. See. And then TXN, I don't know. I'm tempted by TXN, but we'll see. Doesn't make any sense. These guys are scammers. Oh, the Visa call, I did not look yet. Let me double check. The Visa, where is it? TUV stayed the same price. So I actually had more gains there yesterday. That one might come up, though. Remember the GE, and then the GE gave up 100%. It was up 300%, but the GE kind of came out of nowhere, too. So we will find out. Tesla, short Tesla, are they coming down? GE's dropping. I mean, and the SPY, and then Dow. But, dude, Tesla's up 12. That could be a little bit of a reload there. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to skip that. I have one play I'm looking at. I can't get filled on it. I'm going to move VRT, Veritiv. They're going up. Again, Tesla is just giving up all of the candles. Honestly, some of the out-of-the-money Teslas, those didn't even go up. So you're actually kind of getting clapped on some of those. That's crazy. I forgot what's the next level over 160? 175, 180 is really not bad. But again, it is already 2 standard deviations. Yen's mad nutty. Again, lowest, I think, in 30 years. And there's SPY. What time is it? 4 minutes in. Alrighty. Yay since 1990. Yay or yen? Expiration this week. All right. All right. I made one play for now. So I went with the Tesla play, not a recommendation. I'll have more information on the watch list or when we reach 1,500. Thank you. Bob is up 2.2. The Boeing calls hit. Well, good. I'm glad. Like I said, it wasn't pricing in a lot, and then they actually found a way to move up there. So we'll see. And then Humana flipped down. And then the Visas didn't move. Where's Young Meta? Young Meta a little bit lower. Again, Meta, I do think some of the Snapchat stuff, or not Snapchat, the TikTok stuff, I think that played into it. Perfect. Perfect. AXP up 0.04. DJT pop. We don't have any data today. We already had the durable goods. You're going to get a 5-year bond auction, and one of actually the biggest on record, and then that will be it. Shizu halted. Yeah, AXP. Since that last earnings, I wonder if we held the other ones and then even rolled them over, you would have been killing it. Remember, we had a good play on AXP, and even on Friday, you had a little opportunity. All right, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made another play. This time I went for IBM. We'll talk about it when we get to the earnings or 1,500, whichever happens first. The Tesla shareholder meeting, I have no idea. I don't know. Even yesterday, man, I'm surprised it even played out how it did. Again, that car, the cheap car promise, that shit helped out a ton, and that's why I'm like, wow. And then the margin, considering, again, I don't think they've ever lost, $2.8 billion of free cash flow. I don't think that's ever happened to them. Somebody was saying that this morning. Shares of Uber and Lyft drop around 2 after Tesla talks up plans of robotaxi. 5088, damn, I didn't even realize, you guys. So do you guys realize you are above that level from yesterday we were talking about here? So we could still sell off, but in general now, 5100 is your next test, and then 5109, then 5117, then 5134, then we're going to go right back there again. Good morning. Intel's running up there too. First day I've actually had a gain on that. I'm still down on my shares, but this is the first day I didn't feel like I was getting murdered. So, yeah, a little bit off the bottom. That's 2%. Again, they're tomorrow earnings. And then where's Meta? Anything is possible. Macron gauging support for plan to install Draghi in top EU job. Is Macron French? But I put up Micron just in case. Boeing SPY's back up here to the highs again. Having a little bit of dance. We've only been here for a couple of minutes. And don't forget, there still is a little bit of that earnings. Humana flipped. Again, Humana was up 3 Sucks. Humana was up 6 at one point. So this is the price I bought them at yesterday. Pfizer, yeah, Pfizer's kind of getting murked right now. It's not like too bad, but just how it looks, that little pop and drop, 3 candles are the whole entire chart is booking on the high. Check Hilton again. They beat on earnings. I mean, even Airbnb is benefiting off of it too. Yeah, Tesla gave up half. So again, they have like another like 10, 20 minutes. If it don't bounce up again, you may not see a move towards the high till end of the day. But I made a play on it, so I hope we get more action sooner rather than later. Breaking, FTC has banned non-competes. Did they vote on it? I know the vote was going to happen today. Hertz on the high. DraftKings. Where's crypto? Coin. Baba's up 1-2. Baidu, same. Again, Pinduoduo was insane yesterday. Microsoft starting to break out here a little bit. So again, watch out for big tech. Yesterday, that had a big influence. Boeing and Netflix on the low right now. Netflix getting murked. So when everybody else gets the relief now, they're like, nah. Hasbro ripping. Yeah, good call out. That's earnings. Or no. Mattel had earnings. But Hasbro's up 13. That's actually insane. B. Riley says investigation found no involvement with Brian Kahn. IWM is green now. They were down about just under a quarter in the morning. Dow is still down 0.07, but it's starting to make progress. And then NASDAQ's the leader, 0.78. And your good old VIX, bro, is fighting the whole green, but hopefully you guys realize. Do you guys realize? I think this last 5 days on the VIX, this has been one of like the biggest VIX drops in like 3 or 4 years or something. Something kind of nuts there, but it's a very large drop. Again, you pretty much are having a little baby fear reset. And then SPY at the top. Yeah, B. Riley, again, they came out with that 10K update this morning and gave an update to the situation. Dollar moving down. It's crazy. Gold is down. Again, I guess gold break even. I want to make a play, but what I learned from last time is I want to get away from 23.40 because I don't know that. I thought that price was good to make some moves, but that price, it's either a really good break even or awful. So I don't know. Pretty much, I'm waiting for gold to make another $30 to $100 swing up or down. Am I still short? You're gonna have to refer to the watch list for that, sir. Why sell for the long term? No. To speculate, yes. But long term, I don't really have ETFs in the long term. I'm not against them, but on top of that, like if I was going to add an ETF, it would be SPY. It would be a Vanguard type beat, because you don't really want a currency in your long term. That's all it's money. So the value of money only goes up by that value. It's kind of weird how to, like what your growth prospects would be. Then again, the yen has a lot of upside, but still think it's a little weird. I think gold can move higher if there's more global tension. I think anything is possible with gold. That's what I was just saying. Like, again, it's, what was the word? Majestic. It's a very majestic currency or asset, but we also can't forget it's gold. It's gold. It has a great history. Like you could go back and look how gold has moved, and like, quite frankly, gold is up a shit ton this year. And I don't mean that compared to everything. I'm just like, the nature of a commodity and gold itself, it's already done something quite massive. So I think a lot of people get excited about it, but it's also like, you would wait years for what just happened in a couple of months here. So that's why it's difficult to tell whether or not it's already priced in. That's what I was saying from the beginning of the year. We have no idea whether it's lagging or leading, and sure enough, bond yields go down a ton, get rid of all the rate cuts, stocks even start making a move, and then sure enough, gold rips another $200. Literally, yeah, it started ripping when we thought rate cuts, and then when rate cuts went away, it went up another $100. GE, bro, that's crazy. We had 300% on those yesterday. They got clapped. But I'm sure, again, either next week or by the end of these other earnings. It's still only Wednesday. It's crazy. I thought yesterday was. Your value play is getting murked. It's because you got relief, baby. I love the market, man. I think it's hilarious. Because, like, I was telling you, man, a couple days ago, I had 3 days in a row of people telling me they're selling their long term. And then now we have 3 days of relief. And you see how good people feel. Again, when market's dumping, you guys are like, wow, my dividend plays are holding up. The minute you get a little bit of relief, they're like, well, dividend who? You meant NVIDIA end? So that's it. Just welcome, baby. Welcome. But that's unfortunately, I really don't like this. And what I mean by that, I don't like is like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. If you're just subscribed to the channel and you've listened to my annoying ass on the daily, you've probably heard me say this many times about the lag and bonds. But like, look what just happened here in the last like 10 days or so. Like, do you guys not realize it? So this little 3 days of relief, bonds did not agree with it one bit, even after getting favorable data yesterday. The bonds do not agree with this. So I was saying it the other day, unfortunately, I love how funny it is how quickly people go from pessimism to optimism. I mean, I'm sure you all could feel that on a day like today. But sadly, with the other earnings coming up and now the data, the bonds did not get relief. And we're middle of the week. We haven't seen this yet. That's why I'm bringing this up. Because last week, the delay wasn't more than a day. Stocks go up, bonds go down. Stocks go down, bonds go up. We did that like clockwork, 24-hour delay. This time around, tomorrow's about to be Thursday. So very interesting when it's all said and done. But clearly, you guys could see just how quickly that sentiment has changed. But what I'm trying to say is I would argue it's not permanent, unfortunately. Yeah, Netflix got dumped. Again, anything that was green the last couple days, probably red now if all those names that are red are going green. Welcome to the value. It's only been 15 minutes, baby. That's the crazy part. Let's see, we starting off good. 5 mil, not bad. Bro, bonds are getting murdered. Something's going to happen here. On these days, sometimes I feel like, or bonds are just going to go down 1.2% today. And then we might be knocking at 4.7. That's what I'm saying. That's the craziest part about this is that, yeah, your market just went up. But, like, what I'm trying to tell you is we're knocking on the door again to 4.7. And then if we do that, maybe the market still holds up. But the next set of bad news there, it's not going to be favorable if we're near 5 on the 10-year. Tesla was up because Elon pledged the cheap cars, and then their margin wasn't bad. Again, people were very bearish on the margin coming into it, and there was no sign of any weakness. And then that cheap car, and then Elon too. I said it on the watch list, but do you guys, like, literally analysts commented on it. Elon's tone on the conference call was upbeat. It was very, very weird. So people were saying if you like really listen to Elon, like if you listen to Elon on the conference call and compared him to the last couple of conference calls, they said he sounded way more upbeat versus recession and this and that and watch out. But yeah, he was very optimistic, and a lot of people noticed that. But realistically, the number one answer is cheap cars getting mass-produced very quickly. That's it. That was the pledge, moving up that guidance. And then SPY coming down, bond still at the low. He said they were an AI company. But when it's all said and done, fundamentally, I think the margin and that, pledge of a cheap car, those were the only drivers. Because that thing moved 2 standard deviations. That thing, until it sold off here in the morning. But, you had it. Oh, my bad. I meant to type it here. Oh, yeah, they're kind of coming back up, though. So not too bad. How many things has Elon promised and then he kept on? Well, I don't know, but I think he's late. That's all. The Cybertruck took 10 years. I have a child now. I didn't have planned to have kids, But waiting for my Cybertruck, it took so long. I have a kid now. So I don't know. He's 10 years old. He's 10 years old now. Today's his birthday. So that's it. But he delivers. I mean, I don't know. I just when it's all said and done, like Tesla's a good company. I'm not an owner, and I wouldn't buy it at these prices. But at the end of the day, I don't think Elon, like he's kind of a shit show, but he's definitely he's running this thing way better than anybody else. Or I guess maybe it's not him as much, but like go look at the GMs, the Ford. He talked about it too. He said all the legacy autos are pulling back heavy too. I'm still not getting the brain chip, though. Y'all got me messed up. All right, SPY still holding up. Tesla coming up. Visa gave back 2%. Again, it was up like 3.8. The BSX hit 300 from yesterday. Nice. GG, baby. 2 standard deviations. I'm telling you. I hope you do the work, and I hope you pay attention, because it will find you some moves, baby. It will find you some moves. All right, Tesla coming back up. Kind of crazy. AXP really does have the sauce. They've been doing good. Apple. Is that UNH or USM? Apple's popping right now. And then AMT on the high, XLY, SPY's going new high. Get ready. Anything above here, I mean, these are all breakout levels to 5,100. So 50.88, the high is 50.89. It's like 10 points. 10 points, and then now you're only 160 points from the high. Just a couple days ago, you were like, what? You were 260 points off? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Oil numbers. I want to play oil. I literally have that up on my other screen right now. But I would prefer lower 80s on that. XLY. Tessie's still going. All right, well, there's earnings. XOM and Datadog. Walmart on the high. Weren't they dead yesterday? And then RF. Where's TXN? So they gave it up. And then IBM, they gave it up too. Where's NVIDIA? And then SPY still hitting a new high. ARM back to the hundreds, so that's good. And then Intel and chips. Intel came down a little bit, still holding 2. I haven't heard banks, but JP Morgan is red coming up. And then booking, like I said, there's a little bit of travel demand here today. Booking just popped $20? Yeah, I don't think it's showing up there. Indo pop, Boeing on the low, AT&T on the low as well. GL's at 80. Nice. Yeah, they're at $80 right now. It's killing it. Oil's starting to pop again. You got oil data right around the corner. Equix pop, data center REIT. Still. What's that? IDF chief of staff Shin Bet director secretly visited Cairo today for talks with top Egyptian official about possible Rafah investigation. NVIDIA dumping. I just have it up. Yeah. And then Netflix, they've been selling off. Unity. Airbnb got an upgrade, surprisingly. I can't even remember last time they got like a good one. And it was by Mizuho. So again, I think it was a surprisingly good one considering they're at 155. Yeah. So they were raised from buy to neutral at Mizuho. And then Mizuho had a 150 target. And now Mizuho's at 200. So they raised it. That's why it had a little bit more impact, and then that price target. But I'm pretty sure Mizuho was bearish. Mizuho's a B word, because Mizuho, I remember them back in the day. They used to have high price targets on Airbnb, and then the minute it started dumping, they started lowering it a lot, and then went to neutral. So they haven't been back in a while, but they're kind of bandwagoners with it. But I swear they had like a 260 target at Airbnb at one point, or 280. AT&T red. That was crazy. That was up 3% too. So again, even like yesterday, there was a couple plays. They looked promising off of the earnings, but you've low-key been running right to the level and then selling off. Tesla, that went up 2 standard deviations, but you even sold off in the morning, and then now you're like stuck right there. NVIDIA is flushing. Literally almost the whole entire low ticker is NVIDIA right now. 3 big candles. It's down almost $10 in 3 minutes. It's literally dropped $8 in 3 minutes right there. My goodness. Dell on the low, weren't they? Were just up for no reason today. As part of the hype of their Apple's going high though, so watch out. Do not read too much into this. If you're getting so much push and pull right now. It looks like some chips are going down. Some of them are still holding up. It seems more so all of the chip makers are dropping, but then your other big tech and now banks are starting to come up. Amazon's still red. Oh, Boeing might be live right now, actually. You're right. Usually their conference call is there. Can't believe Tesla went off 2 standard deviations. I was surprised. I thought in the first part of it, the first half, I thought it was all about the margin, but I guess people really got hyped. But then it may not be permanent, but why does that make sense? Like, that news kind of makes sense if you really think about it. Like, why would that news be enough to bring it up like that? Or is there something you could remember? Boeing's at 630? It's not priced in. If it was priced in, it wouldn't have gone up like that. Think about Rivian the other day, a month ago. Bro, Rivian came out with they released the car from PUBG. They came out with the EV from PUBG and said we have a cheap car, and the stock ran up 20%. It ended up selling off, but again, people were kind of worried about Elon. They want that cheap car out there, and then Rivian comes in and is like, hey, we got this. So kind of left us in an interesting spot. But that's why I think people got hyped up on it. I kind of want to call Mizuho. I can't read the report, but I have a phone number. I want to call James Lee. I don't know if I disturb him. Be like, yo, you want to talk about Airbnb? Spy. Yeah, you did. Honestly, those 2 little candles, you just gave up 11 points in about 3 minutes, back to the low. And remember, you did not fill any gap from yesterday. So technically your gap fill, actually you didn't even fill this gap. So low key, your gap is almost, you have 100 points of gap that has not been filled. If you believe that all gaps must be filled, technically this one never filled, and then you still have that right there. But then we never filled that gap either. Good times. Tall on the high. Boeing still dropping. Again, their conference calls in 30 minutes. Banks started to wake up, and then chips. They were the ones getting murked right there. Airbnb. I know. They say every gap must be filled. It sounds like a lot of astrology. I don't get it. Either way, the stock market is good. Meta's going to be fireworks, bro. I'm so excited. It's big money, baby. But Meta has like a lot on there. Like there's a lot pricing it in. And it just, the fact it's $1 trillion company, pricing in 10%. Like, that's minimum $100 billion of value is going to move today. I know. You're watching the wrong stream. The fake news. Google, Alphabet, fake news media. They don't want you to see stock market live. YouTube.com/the stock market. It's a shame. Yeah, GE down 4. I know. Sad. UAL may be ready to gap down 13. Again, they were the best earnings so far. I don't think we've seen a company move like that. Yeah, Netflix will come up the minute we go red. Man, why am I on the chat? But, dude, that's crazy. All of we had 2 good option gains. They just got wiped from 30 minutes in the morning. Good morning. How are you? I know the Trump thing's doing good. Even my girlfriend was like, "Wow, it got better." So I'm excited. I didn't think I'd ever be able to do it, but here we are. Humana's dumping now. So now that average working against me a little bit. Yeah, Humana, that sucks. They had a guide up too. I know, you miss me on Twitch. But there's a lot of Democrats. They report me. They took me out. So I made my own YouTube social truth. We don't need to go back. If I do, it will be because I want to. Nothing else. But I thought we were a community. You know, the fake news media, they love to ban me. I know. Google, they wouldn't hesitate. But Twitch, how did that happen? I know, it was, sadly, a couple of bad actors. And some unpatriotic people. It's a shame. You gotta start coming up with funny insults. Oh, I wish. I'll work on it. I don't know. Nobody do it like Trump, though. You know that? The way Trump come up with nicknames for people? Because, like, some of them are hella corny, but the fact that he, like, stands by them sometimes, I'm like, damn. Nah, I can't do that. Like, he always just got a little nickname for somebody. But I've not really honed that skill of mine. And then SPY's still lower. Bonds, I want to say that's like the 6th green candle all day I've seen on a bond. Amazon flushing. And then again, Humana. Watch out. Humana 300. That will be the next level. Sava pop. Sava 0.8. TSLY. UNH on the high. Apple too all day. Every little bit of either going up or down. I've seen your boy Apple make a move. SPY fills the gap. What does that look like? The one on the upside or downside? So, like, right now, like I said, there's a gap 100 points lower and, like, 60 higher. Oh, Tesla! Yalla, habibi, yalla. Yeah, Tesla, that's good. And then Apple again, and then SPY just pinned right at open. You have 5 candles, a barcode going nowhere. Again, Apple. Where's G? That was GN, but let's see GD. And then Nikes. You don't understand. I think Tesla was just beaten down. I think everyone's getting hyped that it wasn't that bad. And they're finding whatever good thing to focus on. But like I told you guys the other day, it's only been twice in history where Tesla has dropped 7 days in a row. And then the last time, 2 times it did that, it was up 50 or 100%. But I think in general, people just got excited that it wasn't that bad. And now, you know, it's underperforming heavily. So Tesla, even while the S&P gave back, the S&P was up on the quarter. You know, that's insane. That's it. Considering Tesla was down 20% on the quarter. So if they're going up right now, I mean, just wasn't that bad of news. I thought it was awful earnings personally, but I'm, again, seeing how the market took it. That would be the only thing to explain it. The G-Wagon EV, like a while ago, unless they made like a new one. But too bad it doesn't have an engine. I think that's the only downside. Other than that, though, I was like, it's kind of cool. Let's see. No. Meta is expensive, but I think did we hit Meta last time? I think we did. We hit the post earnings, but I don't know if I think we had one pre-earnings too. I got to double check, but we hit a big one on Meta, and it was expensive. But the thing with Meta is that it's insane. Like, you have to realize that if they do find a way to beat, and then it moves like that 10%, it ends up going nuts. Yeah, we had the force. I remember they were expensive, and I just bought them early. Yeah, that's what happened. I bought them early, and then they ran up, and then we held them, and then they hit. And then I hit another 1,000%er on the post earnings too. So Meta's going to be good, I think, regardless, but yeah. And then hold on, I need to get rid of this. All right, did I sell one? All right. I sold one of my Teslas from the morning. I made them free. So I told you guys, the plays in the mornings on earnings aren't usually that important. My goodness. But yeah, so I grabbed Tesla calls in the morning. That was the first play of the day. They went up 100%. Now they're up 130. I bought 2 of them, so I sold them, and now we have free Tesla next week's. Yalla. Hey, loud and clear. I didn't say the play. I just said I grabbed Tesla plays. Y'all, I'll tell you at 1,500. But I said, come on, we need a. Y'all been sleeping in the morning, baby. Sleeping in the morning. Yeah, so I'm gonna ride them out for free. It's good. It's up 150% now, nonstop. And then bonds, bro. Remember I was telling you we might be down 1.2? Better watch out on that. That's the only, because if those bonds are nonstop and it's ahead of the 5-year auction, high ticker's still running though. If anything, this isn't going to hurt the market, but again, it is screaming. Yo, bonds are knocking on the 170. We got an IBM play in the morning too. I don't know if those went up. They went up at first. I was up 30% on them. No, we're still up on the IBMs. Damn, man, the spread is wide. I like Boeing. I like the post earnings, but I'm glad I didn't play it because it ended up cucking after it hit for a little bit. But I don't think it gave me any insight to their little shit show going on. So unfortunately, I think you'd have to wait a little bit more on that. And then again, Tesla got out of that, made them free. Pepsi on the high, CRM bonds, dude. Ugh. And then Humana dying too. That play's not working out. Bonds mad at Madashirot. It really be like that, man. It really be like that. I said about Tesla only 2 times. Pivotal research. It hit, man. It hit. Even then, though, that was we had good timing on those plays this morning too. I got quiet. I was focused. I got nervous for a little though. I thought Tesla was about to sell it, but that bounce there paid off. All right, man. Bond's still dying. I don't know how I feel about that, sir. Tesla free play locked in. That's good, man. Now we ride it till next week. If you want the money, it's still worth another $100, but other than that, you could ride that till the end of next week. It is far out the money, but if we get one more Tesla, it should be realistic, though. It might be out of the money, but if we do get a nice run, there should be some upside on it. But that being said, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Bonds at the low, SPY near the high. A lot going on and still in earnings mode. NASDAQ up 0.7, SPY up 0.3. Dow Jones just went green at 0.04. And Russell 2000 at 0.12, baby. So God bless you. Good morning, and I'll be right back.
And I think it only gets better over time.
So why the faith in a pure play standalone EV maker such as a Rivian versus one of the legacy automakers who also have very strong established businesses that they're now looking and focusing on EVs as well, such as a Ford, such as a GM?
Well, there's a couple of things there. Firstly, there's valuation and torque on the upside. You know, the standalone automakers have market caps that are consequential, and they have market caps relative to their business sizes that are consequential. So the torque on the upside isn't there. Secondarily, when you get disruptive technologies, it's really hard for the incumbents to keep their position. There's a tremendous advantage to an entity that is not encumbered by what they were doing yesterday and the day before. So, and we've seen that in technology revolutions, over the, time and again. So it's hard for the incumbents to bury their internal combustion business, to rework their labor force. It's easier once you get over the hump of having a startup go to a real business to build that and accelerate that when you don't have the distraction and the challenge of the legacy business.
Well, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on Rivian, down 62% year to date. So if there's upside.
What I think this market environment is providing us are a lot of companies that are going to be real, going to be survivors. But after the 2-year turmoil we've had in the market, that's been led, the bounce has been led by, half a dozen great global names. But there are a lot of other companies, one level down from those $1.5 trillion equity caps that are really super valued. And I think, and they've been left for dead by investors. And obviously, Rivian is left for dead.
So, Charles, you are a value manager, like you say. You also short companies as well, and I don't want to get into specific names here, but I found that really interesting because it feels like this is a market that's so hard to find short targets. It just feels like basically companies won't die. I mean, how do you think about that part of your portfolio, the short book?
We've had a lot of success in companies unwinding great stories over the past couple of years. And I think the thing we have going for us today is that there are a bunch of companies that have mediocre business prospects and are trading at 25 to 35 times earnings. And their basic business is challenged. They haven't had growth. And they're where they are because of some combination of investor doggedness to keep them high, and a sense that they used to be higher, so they're not that cheap yet. So I think there are a bunch of these names that unwind. And we've, in our short book of 15 names, we've had 2 companies bounce 20-25% because of the anticipation of a deal where someone's going to buy them. We don't think either of those companies will be bought because we don't think their businesses are worth today's share price, let alone a premium. So, these names are being held up, hoping yesterday's 1% interest rate environment comes back and you can finance purchases for, with really, really cheap money. But, The cost to buy a company today in terms of interest expense is real, as opposed to 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where you're issuing 1.5% convertible bonds and paying any old price.
Right. So some of those M&A targets, maybe think twice there. Charles, always great to speak with you. Really appreciate your time. Our thanks to Charles Lemonides. He is ValueWorks CIO and founder. And let's take a look underneath these markets right now and what's moving with Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz, top of the list.
Thank you. Thank you. I had the Netflix plays. I don't know. I have to go back to the watch list. I'll have to double check. The bonds are down, I think, just from the earlier pressure before we started getting relief. So, again, I think people are still worried about Powell, the data being hot. Again, everything overseas was hot. You even had a surprise rate hike by Indonesia today. So again, the yen and all the things overseas are still, and in terms of our policy, they're all still in play. And yeah, good earnings, hot economy. I think that's slowly starting to creep in, but that's it. It's just getting to that point, and that's what I was saying. We got relief the last couple of days, but the bonds are going again. We're knocking at 4.7, so you may be another 2% higher than that low you were just at, but. Once again, I mean, your yields are knocking at 4.7. I keep hearing that rates need to go much higher. What are your thoughts? I have no idea. And I mean that in the sense of it's just like, I don't think anybody knows. Like I said, I don't even think Powell knows. I think Powell is trying to raise it by one incline, every 1% on the 10-year. It's allowing us opportunity to see what we could handle. But I don't think anybody knows. I don't even think Powell knows. I think the idea is correct. You know what I'm saying? The idea of you should, like, it's there. It makes sense, but I just don't think it fully works. So, yeah, and I don't think there's that much panic in here. No. You should have seen the last couple of days. I had people telling me they're selling long. Today, everybody was hyped. No, I've noted. I'm telling you, the psychology of the market, I mean, I've seen it for over a decade, but it still never fails to amaze me. It's actually wild because I'm telling you, the amount of the amount of calmness that has been created out of the last couple of days of relief it's amazing, considering, you know, it's a stark contrast to exactly what was happening on the last Friday. Meta just went red. The gilt yield 10 basis point 4.34. So UK bonds are dying now too. Again, the gilt doesn't pose the same issue, but remember, anything higher starts to get a little weird there. Dead cat bounce was more euphoric than the bull trend. In a weird way, dude, like it's weird. It's just stark. What we had last week, I'm telling you, I wasn't even worried. I look at the long term and I was shocked because people randomly were just like, I'm selling my long term. I'm selling. I'm out. Oh, this is up. I'm out. I was selling it, and then literally just like 1 day of green, okay, then 2 days of green, you're like, all right, and then now after this morning, fucking 30 minutes, an hour, everybody was just, that's it. Then you had the upgrades from the banks, like, people are ready to go on it. So, but yeah, you didn't even feel any of this. Oh yeah, see, so long-term already bounced up. Like, that's what I'm saying, like, this was a month of going, like, you felt people wild, but then these, like, 3 days. But even without it, like, really giving up a lot, there was some movement just a week ago. But then again, it's not over, sadly. So, like, all of this is fake. And I don't mean that we shouldn't be up, but what I do mean is that, you know, this is so earnings data driven that, you know, we haven't had anything really bad yet, and then again, you are going to have other data to price in. The bonds strongly disagree with this, but then again, you'll know when they start hitting 4.7 again, 4.75, And someone asked, they said I thought 4-5 was the danger zone. It is. That's why now we're looking at the next level. So we're looking where things, and technically I'd say 5 is your real line in the sand where shit gets awful. But remember, ever since we went above 4.5, all of our problems started. Yeah, anything in the market, all of your problems were, you've really started, the equities finally gave in right when we got above 4.5. So now the other rate ranges, they could start to indicate more or less volatility. And that's why I'm saying, too, this week, it's crazy because I literally, I said we're going to bounce this week. But the funny part, we're bouncing without any bond relief. What it was happening, I kind of expected, but the details I was incorrect on, because I'm surprised the bonds didn't have some of that pullback off, and kind of dance a little bit around 4.5, and now we're already back to going near 4.7 because you got a good rally, but this time the yields, they didn't play along. But that's why I'm saying in the next couple of days here that might be something you want to keep watch of. Yeah, and I do think that's 1 point for earnings. I don't think anything happened to Amazon, but you do have earnings right around the corner. And Microsoft related to them, and then think anything that because remember, Amazon has cloud, a couple of things. Tesla shareholders asked judge to keep Musk pay fight in Delaware. Natural gas futures fall 5. SPY is going lower. Does it matter on the dance floor? Power. You're going to cut the rates and do it in June. 50.75. So still not bad, man, comparatively. We would be on 100 points every couple of days, up or down. Is the Twitch gone forever? No, I don't think so. But like I said, I mean, I think you've asked every day. I've given the answer, bro. I love you. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. But I'm banning Twitch now, so I don't know when I'll get back on it. We'll see. The cosmic atomic rhythm was disrupted, so we'll see how we get into it. But don't worry, we're still live. TJ, gonna buy that. Power gonna cut rates. GIS on the high. Damn, I still resub Twitch. You're a real one, man. God bless you. God bless you. You said 100 points up and down each week casually in 2018, 2019. People think you're crazy. Amen, bro. I'm glad that you even said that because it's facts. Literally 100 points every week. That's so casual, but not really. It wasn't always like that. I tell you, seriously. I mean it. Back in the day, the SPY would go 1 point. We would, you went $1 in the money. You'd split up you'd take an option. You'd split it amongst yourselves. It's good. You could trade with dignity. Back then, the option market maker, they charge you one penny. You want to play Netflix earnings? It costs you $0.25. I spend $0.25 on a Netflix option. Yeah, it's good. I'm telling you. It's just different now what they do. I don't know what they... Yeah, it's just it, man. Now 100 points every day? The fuck is wrong? You guys are... That's why I call them crackheads, man. Yeah, no, fucking Hunter... Yeah, how you do that is a lie. You gotta slow it down. I'm not serious, not hyperbole. I mean it. Yeah, you trade with dignity. DHS on the high. Comcast. You think the market is harder to play than usual? I think this market, and I don't know if you recall, I said this at the beginning of the year. I think this market is exactly the same as last year. Oh, and every year and every day. It doesn't matter. You get Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation, where's the horn? Stand up. Horner. Oh my goodness. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Are you kidding me? They scared the shit out of you. My bad. I was hyped. That's crazy. Yesterday I missed it, and then I saw, oh man, and now we talking years, and then sure enough, every day, baby. You ain't seen, man. That's amazing, man. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle, Peach Nation. We've been blessed. Wow, on a Wednesday, it's here, baby. I scared the shit out of you. My bad. That's crazy. I didn't mean to. I was just hyped. I didn't know y'all get frightened so easily. Peach-erific. We heard about Bradley Frizzle, the peach farmer. Total peaches delivered? Nah. I bet you Twitch would, but nah, YouTube don't. It usually says it, though. I'm surprised it doesn't say that. Like, because it'll say, like, if you do, like, 20 super chats, it'll be, like, 20th super chat, and it'll have that. But I think because he uses the sticker, they don't do that. Low-key, they playing him. Bleeding out the ears. Well, hey, you know what? I apologize, but you know what just happened is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is exactly why we give our warnings, you know? So dormant BBB is a serious issue. Everything else that we mentioned, you know? So I'm sorry that you're hurt, but this goes to show the brevity of the situation that we're dealing with. So amen, man. Amen. Am I still in my Tesla play? I made one of them free. From Mr. Frizzle. It's crazy. It's the real Mr. Frizzle. Y'all don't even know the legacy. It's bigger than rap. It's bigger than the Magic School Bus. It's bigger than Peaches that y'all don't understand. I can't explain it. Maybe on the watch list one day. Can I see your chat? It feels like I'm banned. No, I see you, bro. I don't know if there's a delay, but I read that pretty quick, man. DJ, we're going to turn this market upside down. 50-80, man. We're chilling. But at least, this is what I was telling you guys yesterday. Remember we were saying how yesterday was like completely different? So, it was different than the last couple days of rally because, like, you didn't have any dancing yesterday. Yesterday was gap and run. There was no, you didn't have to even question it. But once again, I mean, we've spent now almost an hour doing nothing. So again, are just like doing that little dance mode and then either break out or break down. So we'll see, and we'll see at Euro close. I don't know how Europe's doing. Bitcoin selling. FTSE 100 barely green. Europe didn't do good, and Asia didn't do good. Honestly, everywhere did bad. So maybe bond auction's going to be at 1 p.m. Market sentiment is very optimistic. I wouldn't say very optimistic, but, you know, like, I don't know. The market definitely thinks it's getting laid now. Yesterday, it thought it wouldn't even get a date. Now it's putting on cologne. It's taking mirror selfies. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really like after 3 days of relief, people are feeling good. Now, generally, like intraday right now, it's not like everyone's like the most optimistic, but I'm speaking very broadly. You know, but for now, the 3 days, Tesla earnings, TXN last night, other than the bonds, people are feeling generally good, and the data kind of supported it, but, you know, we're still kind of waiting in earnings mode. What an analogy. I don't know. I'm sorry. I hope it's not too aggressive. But I think because that's why I'm like, man, the confidence level, and the market really is. After 3 days, I just saw the market very, very depressed. It's good, man. It's good to see him back in his, Don't want to see him play himself. What length maturity for the bond auction today? 5-year. So pretty good. I mean, like kind of right in the middle of the curve. Yeah, bond rates gave up all the PMI gains. That's what I'm saying. The bonds and what's happened here the last couple days is, the market's like, look at me. But if you see what happened in the bond market, even after the data too, kind of wild because now they are not believing any of this. However, the bond market kind of has a reason not to believe it. So I guess we've talked about it here a little today, but why can the bond market be so detached right now? Like, why can the bond market be willing to not believe the market right now, aka sell off heavy while we're getting relief? What could be a possible reason? Let's say that was you, like your family feud. You answered, you did it, you got it. Hong Dong, you got it. Data, yeah, not the data. Like, we did have data we reacted to, but think about it. GDP and PCE data is big. So depending on, like, that could help close the gap or kind of, bring them together. So that could be why you're getting a little bit more weighting. His name was Hong Dong. I was just reading the name, bro. I want to say thank you for the education you gave me in the past year or two. Wouldn't be where I'm at in life without you. Thank you for the long term or not. Amen, baby. God bless you, nickel bag. And finger to the sky, man. And shout out to long term. I'm glad you did it, bro. I'm glad. XOM and oil ripping. Man, I said I wanted oil. Yeah, oil off like just under 83 to 83.21. Crude inventories negative 6.3 million. Estimate was increase of 2 million. Yo, that's kind of wild. So literally inventory 6.3 million negative. Estimate was 2 million positive. And then Cushing draw of 659,000 versus 33,000 positive. Gasoline inventories draw of 634,000 versus estimate of 1.4. So gasoline inventories were a little better. I don't know. Be careful. Sometimes you see numbers like that, and then you'll be like, wait a minute. Oil just went down. But first candle was a rip-off of that. XPO, is that oil related? All the oil numbers came out I'm seeing right now. Oil's back down. It came back right where it started. What was this? And then Tesla. No, that's an old Tesla headline. The Teslas came back down. So it was good. We got our little 100% on it. And then now it's still up 50, but that already moved around a decent amount. Google calls. It'll be interesting, but I mean, when it comes down to Google, those things are going to just move today off of Meta. So, unfortunately, if you want to play Google, now might be your final opportunity. DJ, we're going to turn it right there. XPO is not oil. XOP is. Oh, there you go. We gonna turn this house. I don't know why that song gets stuck in my head. SPY going lower. Hi. Oh, what the hell? Oh. Please pull up the Boeing call. I'm Boeing, back to Cali. Well, I will, but I made another play. Oh, that's what I was doing right there. I'll look at the Boeing. I'm going to see the likes. I don't want to see the likes, though. I feel like this is going to get... Yeah, we don't even have 1,500 likes. So, I'm sorry. Again, not a recommendation, but like the video. 10-year above 4.67. Yeah, we're knocking at the 4.7. What did you say, Boeing? SPY low of the day. It's a matter on the Boeing. But you better not drop the plane, Boeing. Y'all better make some new doors. I mean, they kind of went up. They were a lot cheaper. We could have bottom ticked the Boeings. None of them went up, though, honestly. So it was a cuck. Again, it was pricing in 5 and then only moved like 2 something. That's crazy. BA call happening? Oh, well, that's... Well, shit, the options are still cheap now. If they say anything good, I need to go to the bathroom. Where is it? Almost time for the SPY butterfly. Maybe, I mean, I'm glad we haven't done one since we last hit that one. You know what I'm saying? But, I mean, I've checked, but I haven't found one free. You know, like ever since that one butterfly, I've been looking every like couple of months, but like it's been hard to find one with a good price point that was free. So that's been the only issue with it. But I'm down with it. I think that's a play you just got to always look for. Continue without account. Okay, let me register. Josh and Swars. Email get a long-term at gmail.com. Company name. Long terms are us. Company role. Oh, it didn't. Yeah, wait. Okay, company role. Head long term. Register for this event.
During that time,
Fuck,
I've had the opportunity to speak to many of our
I
frontline
forgot
team
he
members,
still yells.
engineers and mechanics.
Y'all get mad at me. This
I
is the
continue
Boeing
to be
CEO.
amazed by the pride
Can't
they
even
take
make
in
a
their
plane
work.
that stay in the
Their
sky.
commitment to
and yell
getting
at
things
you.
done the right way, the safe way.
I forgot
Their
it was
willingness to
Boeing.
raise their hands and offer ideas for how to do things better.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee. We'll listen to it
With
for a
that,
little bit. But if
I'll
you
turn
want
it
to
over
look
to
at
Brian.
plays, I mean, honestly, if they say
Thanks, Dave,
anything,
and good morning, everyone.
this is your
Let's
last
start
shot.
with the total company financial performance for the quarter.
Wow!
Revenue was $16.6
I
billion.
forgot every one of their
down
conference
8%
calls. It's just,
versus last
they're
year,
so loud.
primarily reflecting lower 737 delivery volume. The core loss per share was $1.13, a slight improvement versus last year, also reflecting lower 737 deliveries. Free cash flow was a usage of $3.9 billion in the quarter, a higher usage than last year and in line with the expectations shared last month. Cash was impacted by lower commercial deliveries and unfavorable timing of receipts and expenditures. Turning to the next page, I'll cover Boeing commercial airplanes. BCA booked 125 net orders in the quarter, including 85 737-10s for American Airlines and 28 777Xs for customers including Ethiopian Airlines. The backlog grew to $448 billion and includes more than 5,600 airplanes. BCA delivered 83 airplanes in the quarter. Revenue was $4.7 billion and operating margin was minus 24.6%. These results were significantly lower than last year, primarily reflecting lower 737 deliveries and the 737-9 grounding impact for customer considerations of $443 million. Now I'll give more color on the key programs. On the 737, we delivered 67 airplanes in the first quarter as we deliberately slowed production below 38 per month to incorporate improvements to our quality and safety management systems, including reducing traveled work and addressing supplier nonconformances. These continued efforts will cause April deliveries to be more in line with February levels as we complete our work. Production will remain below 38 per month for the first half of the year and will be higher in the second half as we move back to 38 per month, with a timing of rates beyond 38 predicated on the work we're doing with the FAA. We've recently made adjustments to the master schedule and will continue to manage supplier by supplier based on inventory levels and rate ramp readiness. Our objective remains to keep the supply chain paced ahead of final assembly to support stability and minimize traveled work. The quarter ended with approximately 110 737-8s built prior to 2023. The vast majority for customers in China and India. This is down 30 airplanes from last quarter and in line with our plans. We still expect to deliver most of these inventoried airplanes by year end as we work towards shutting down the shadow factory. There were approximately 95 additional airplanes in inventory, about 35 of which were Dash 7 and Dash 10s, and the remaining are WIP airplanes impacted by factory and supply chain constraints. On the anti-icing, the timeline is unchanged and we're making good progress towards resolution. As it pertains to the certification of the Dash 7 and the Dash 10, we've coordinated with our customers and added more 8s and 9s into the skyline in the near term to mitigate impacts to their fleet needs and stabilize our production plans. And the program margin has been updated to reflect these impacts as well as the slower production ramp. On the 787, we delivered 13 airplanes in the quarter. We're slowing near-term production and plan to return to 5 per month later this year. We expect to achieve rate increases, including 10 per month by 2026. We ended the quarter with about 60 airplanes in inventory, about 40 of which require rework, which continues to progress steadily and in line with our expectations. We still expect to finish the rework airplanes and shut down the shadow factory by year end, with most of these airplanes delivering.
So you have filled the gap now, Spies Red, Dow, and Russell.
Finally,
NASDAQ
on
only thing holding up.
We continue to progress along the program timeline and still expect first delivery in 2025. We'll follow the lead of the FAA as we progress through the process, including working to obtain approval from the FAA to begin certification flight testing. Moving on to the next page, we'll go to Boeing Defense and Space. BDS booked $9 billion in orders during the quarter, including awards for 17 P-8 aircraft for the Royal Canadian Air Force and the German Navy, and securing the final F-18 new build production contract from the U.S. Navy. The backlog grew to $61 billion. Revenue was $7 billion, up 6% on improved volume, and BDS delivered 14 aircraft in the quarter. Operating margin was 2.2%, another quarter of sequential improvement, but still more work to do. First quarter results were impacted by losses on 2 fixed price development programs totaling $222 million, $128 million on the tanker and $94 million on the T7A. Our game plan to get BDS back to high single-digit margins by the 25-26 timeframe remains intact. We've made important progress in 1Q. Our core business, representing about 60% of our revenue, is seeing solid, consistent performance in the mid to high single-digit margin range, with strong demand across the board. On the 25% of the portfolio, primarily comprised of fighter and satellite programs, operational performance further stabilized in the quarter, which drove improved margin trends. We still expect to return to the strong historical performance levels as we roll into new contracts with tighter underwriting disciplines as we move into the 25-26 timeframe. Lastly, we have our fixed price development programs that represent the remaining 15% of revenue. Despite the relatively modest updates in the quarter,
they're going
we
towards
continue to
another
retire
low.
risks and remain focused on maturing these programs quarter in and quarter out. Importantly, on the MQ-25 program, the program was awarded a cost-type contract modification from the U.S. Navy that included 2 additional test aircraft, demonstrating our progress and our commitment to stronger underwriting disciplines in the area of the development program.
Nothing happened. Low key.
The program also
We're just
delivered
selling out.
the
This
first
is,
static
again,
test
after
article
the
of the
first
Navy,
hour.
and the airframe is ready to begin stress testing. And on the Starliner, the program continues to progress toward a May 6th crew flight test, as the spacecraft was recently integrated on top of its Atlas V rocket, and pre-launch testing is underway.
Hundreds on watch.
Lastly, the T7A test aircraft completed climate lab testing in February, and the program continues to progress with Air Force flight testing.
And then I made not a recommendation, you'll lose money. I made an Amazon
the defense portfolio is well positioned. As seen in the initial FY25 presidential budget, there's strong demand across the customer base. The products are performing in the field, and we're confident that our efforts to drive execution stability will return this business to performance levels that our investors recognize. Moving on to the next page, Boeing Global Services. BGS had another strong quarter. They received $5 billion in orders, and the backlog is at $20 billion. Revenue was $5 billion, up 7%, primarily on higher commercial volume and favorable mix. Operating margin was a strong 18.2%, an expansion of 30 basis points compared to last year. In the quarter, BGS opened a maintenance facility in Jacksonville, Florida, supporting our military customers, and the U.S. Navy exercised options on a P-8 sustainment modification
And phases
contract.
are kind of expensive still.
Turn to the next page,
dropped in
I'll
value,
cover cash
but you
and
don't-
debt.
Anything below 100 or at 100.
On cash and marketable securities,
Pretty
we ended
pricey.
the quarter at $7.5 billion.
But keep an eye on that. If
reflecting
phase
the debt
does fall,
repayment activity
that could go
and use
lower.
of free cash in the quarter.
General Dynamics,
the debt
that's
balance
another
decreased
earnings.
to $47.9 billion as we paid down $4.4 billion of the $5 billion of maturities due this year. We continue to maintain access to $10 billion of revolving credit facilities, all of which remain undrawn. While we're still not in a position to provide a more detailed 2024 outlook today, I want to provide some additional context on the path forward. The 2024 free cash flow outlook I shared last month is still expected to be a generation in the low single-digit billions. Cash flow should improve as we move through
Watch,
the year.
market might like
and be
or not
back-end
like this
loaded,
for Boeing.
driven by BCA deliveries and receipt timing, including an expected Lot 11 award on the tanker. Second quarter free cash flow is expected to improve sequentially, but be another sizable use of cash. We're committed to managing the balance sheet in a prudent manner with 2 main objectives. 1, prioritize the investment grade rating, and 2, allow the factory and supply chain to stabilize for a stronger trajectory as we exit this year. As we operate at these lower production rates, we're actively monitoring our liquidity levels and believe we have significant market access
Well, like,
and are
what I
continuously
mean, like,
monitoring
this is what
and evaluating opportunities
this part of the
should we
conference
decide
call
to supplement
is
our
where the
liquidity
stock
position.
moves. Them talking these numbers.
Longer
Especially
term,
in Boeing's
we remain
case.
confident in our ability to achieve $10 billion of free cash flow. However, given our continued focus on safety, quality, and stability, we continue to expect that this goal will take us longer than we originally planned and later in the 25-26 window, primarily tied to the 737 and 787 production delivery ramps of 50 per month and 10 per month, respectively. Moving on, discussions with Spirit are ongoing. As with any large and complex deal, there are a number of terms and issues we need to work through, including price,
AMD flushing.
financing, and other key items, and the best approach to handling and potentially divesting certain work that Spirit does for other customers. We believe in the strategic logic of a deal, but we'll take the time needed
Remember,
to get this
SPR
right
sold
before we
off on this
decide
the
to
other
enter
day.
into agreement. In the meantime, the focus is on factory stability
Those
in
weird
Wichita
chips, some
and
are
in
pulling
Renton.
up, some are pulling
And
lower.
as you saw yesterday, we agreed to advance Spirit $425 million, virtually all of which will be repaid in the
And
third
gold
quarter.
on the high.
This will be accounted for as investing cash. Looking forward to the balance of the year, we're taking the time now to ensure our BCA factories are stable and positioned to ramp production. We'll also continue to make progress on other important objectives, including shutting down the shadow factories, maturing and de-risking the defense fixed price development programs, and building on the continued strong results in services. Our backlog of nearly $530 billion speaks to the breadth of our portfolio, and this demand backdrop underpins our commitment to drive long-term results, all enabled by the everyday execution of 170,000 incredibly talented and dedicated team of Boeing employees. With that, why don't we turn it over to questions?
All right. Well, that was that little
Thank
segment.
You. And in order
the
that
financial
question
guidance, talking free
clearly
cash
heard,
flow,
we ask that
even
you not
saying they
use
still
your
they didn't
speakerphone,
change their
your
guidance
cell
even after
phone,
everything.
or headset. Please use your
Headset.
handset to ask a question. If you're on a speakerphone, please be sure to mute the mute function is switched off so your signal can reach our equipment. Again, if you have a question, please
And then
press
bonds, that was the
1
first 7
0.
minutes.
And as a reminder, in
going
interest
up.
of time, we are asking that you limit yourself to one single part question. And our first question
One
will come
single
from
part
the line
question,
of Miles
Chad, okay?
Walton with Wolf Research. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning.
We're going to start doing questions like
you
this
gave color
on the
the
stream.
April MAX deliveries.
I'm hiring that lady,
February,
and then
but
you guys
I'm
are
really
gonna
more
call in
interested
like
in the
that.
production output, how it's going
like
on the
one-part
line,
question, please.
where you are relative to where you were, when you started to give the no traveled work policy, how that's improving or not.
And then SPY just hit
and
a
what
new low on there.
specific
just
metrics
touched the previous low.
you're looking at to allow you to go higher over the next 6 months?
So why don't I start this off? It is going to stay sporadic through 2Q. The real pivot for us is the number of clean fuselages we get out of Spirit with the new inspection protocols. It started slow. In the meantime, we've been working on all the fuselages that were already trapped in the pipeline that did not go through that inspection process. So that's why it's slow and lumpy here in these couple of months. But we will be through that process within the next 60 days. And then we will just be dealing with clean fuselages out of Wichita. So far, we're quite encouraged at just how clean they are and how quickly they move through our production cycle. Substantially better, faster than before. So as we exit 2Q, we will know exactly what numbers are coming out of Wichita and what expectations are. We are not going to rush it. We're simply going to demand that they be clean. But I like all the signals. I was walking through the factory yesterday. When we get a clean one, it whistles through the factory, and that's the most important thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. The next question is from Doug Harned from Bernstein. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Hi, Doug.
Nope, you're still going lower.
when you look at production,
So first
on the
hour
737,
today, the relief,
when you
you
talk
get a
about going to
pullback. You
10
didn't have
billion
this the
in
last 2
free cash
days,
flow,
or I guess
maybe
yesterday.
by the,
But remember,
you
these
know,
are
into
all still the high end
2026.
where you spent
Even
many hours.
2027, this seems to be very much contingent on getting to this 50
And this is
a month
Boeing's
rate.
conference call.
But when you look at that process, if I go back even pre-grounding for the MAX,
You converted
you know,
long term.
Spirit had never
It defeats the purpose of the long term. I say, hey, man, number 4.
50 a month
We'll take it,
before.
number 4.
And given the restart mode that they're in right now, you know, how do you see the pathway to getting up from where they are today, getting through the quality issues, and getting to 50 a month there within 2 years?
We do. Spirit's committed to it. I think the acquisition of Spirit will factor in significantly into that prospect. Clean fuselages in Spirit and in Wichita, and the fix on all those non-conformances will reduce their cycle and improve their output. So there's a lot of things that contribute to it, Doug. If we get ourselves to 38, which is our first objective, and we do it in a steady fashion, moving up another 12, in my view, is doable in the window that we're talking about. So, you know, that's the bet we're making, and I'm confident we can get there. But job one is the 6 months that commenced post-Alaska, and the inspection protocols and the non-conformance fixes that are then embedded into the Wichita facility.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. The next question is from Cai von Rumohr from TD Cowen. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So as a result of the production slowdown, you've had some, presumably you'll have late deliveries to customers, and traditionally late deliveries require compensation. Could you give us some color in terms of what sort of a number we're going to look at, and basically where are we going to see it? Is that going to be front-loaded, back-loaded? How should we think about that?
Kyle, I'll take that one. Why don't we talk about it in the context of 737 overall margins? The program,
you guys remember 50, 66.
About 300 basis points
of
impact
high end
in the quarter.
No. That was 50,
and that was
56.
primarily driven by the delayed rate ramp that you're describing,
So like low key,
as well as mixing in more 8s to 9s for 10s in the near term so that we can support our customers in their fleet planning. Mm-hmm. So that will all roll through, and the timing will be expended over the next couple of years. What our expectation is that over time, that while these program margins won't get back to the 2018 levels, they will expand. And that will largely be driven by the rate ramps that Dave described. And the reason why they'll be different from where they were in 2018 is largely, as you know, is because of the customer mix and these delayed considerations. So all in all, when we step back and think about long-term, structurally, particularly on the cash margin front, not a lot has changed. We just have to work through getting from here to those higher levels, including the consideration that we've described that we booked in the quarter. Overall, long term, we still think we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Seth Seifman from JP Morgan. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, and good morning.
Morning.
Brian, you talked a little bit about the cash balance and liquidity. I don't know if this is necessarily the right way to think about it, but I feel like there's this conventional wisdom out there that Boeing should have, roughly $10 billion of cash on the balance sheet. Maybe that can dip a little bit lower intra-year as we see now. But, burning cash in the second quarter, kind of how low can that cash balance get before you have to do something? When you talked about additional sources of liquidity, what were you talking about? And how much room do you think you still have with the rating agencies to avoid getting put on a negative watch?
Thanks, Seth. First and foremost, remind everyone that we do have $17 billion of liquidity today. comprised of the cash on hand as well as our credit lines. What we're focused on is a first half cash usage that is resulting from all of the actions we're taking to stabilize both the factory
Biden
and
signed
the supply
TikTok
chain
bill.
to set ourselves up for success as we move to the second half
not
into
bad
2025.
today at all.
And to that end,
We just gave up
any supplemental
almost 20
funding that
points
I
from the top.
talked about would do two things. First of all, it would restore our cash balance to the historical level that you point out, that 10 billion-ish. But it also means that we want to continue our practice to stay well ahead of our near-term maturities. And by near-term, I mean roughly the next 12 months. So that's what we're thinking about as we sit here today. We will be prudent and thoughtful. We believe the market would be open to us. And as we've said consistently, the most important thing is our investment-grade credit rating that we think a lot about, and it is a priority.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next question is from Sheila Kahyaoglu from Jefferies. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Dave, Brian, Matt. Can we talk about the 737 rate again? How much of that is self-inflicted versus the FAA processes that are in place? And when we think about the 90-day timeline, that comes to a head with the IAM negotiations over the summertime, I would assume. So how do we think about the IAM progressing as well, and how much was incorporated into the $10 billion free cash flow target?
Okay, Sheila, that's like a three-parter.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'll do my best. So all of the 737 disruption that it goes on today, in my view, is self-inflicted in the sense that we've made the decision that the amount of traveled work, particularly as it relates to the fuselage, that was embedded and normalized in our factory, that we would make a dramatic reduction in it. So that move we made with all the inspectors and all the rework operators down to Wichita, the visibility we've provided to the Wichita workforce with respect to the rework that we were doing, the FAA didn't demand that. We demanded it because we're determined to get ahead of it. What the FAA is doing, and they have been very diligent and businesslike in the way they've approached this, is they want a control plan, and they want a control plan in 90 days that, in essence, monitors and measures whether our production system is in control moving forward. And if it ever gets out of control, the signals are clear, both to the FAA and to us, even more importantly, and that we won't extend, we won't rate up, we won't do anything until it is
Still
under
coming
control.
towards the lows.
So 90 days isn't like a
30 minutes till you're
wave a magic flag and everything's great.
Finally holding up a little bit.
It's quite different. It is.
But watch here, NASDAQ is the only one that's in the green still.
That we both agree are the right
but
ones.
It's 20 points
to monitor
from the high.
The performance
it's not
of our factory. And I am confident it'll be a good set of controls and something that we can live up to. And we're going to work our way through this one. As I said, the most important thing that occurs over the next 6 months, or frankly, starting in January when we launch this effort, is going to be the pace at which clean fuselages come out of Wichita. That is the most essential part of this equation. With respect to IAM, as you know, we worked through the summer. There's a lot of discussions going on between our team and their teams. It feels productive. While we're doing that, we have huge engagement with a relatively new workforce across our factories in light of what we've just experienced.
So watch like 5.7,
that
5.5.
engagement helps. It doesn't hurt.
Again, the 60s are a weird range.
I
Bonds
can't ever
are
tell you I'm
coming back up,
perfectly
and
confident
VIX.
that we rush to an agreement, but we're all gonna try to solve for continuous production, and I think our chances are good. So, but we're not going to know until we get really close to the deadline, and that's just real life in labor negotiation. Anyway, I think that covers most of what you asked. Was there any other part I missed?
The $10 billion free cash flow, does it incorporate the IAM negotiations?
Oh yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And the next question is from the line of Noah Papanek from Goldman Sachs. Please go ahead.
A little more, baby.
Hi,
there
good morning,
it is.
everybody.
So 6'2", 6'3", and then 5'7", 5'5".
I guess this is sort of asked, and you've alluded to.
It's not that bad, though. I don't know. It feels weird because Nasdaq's still green. The Russell, though, kind of taking it on the head. It was leading.
Which is,
and then Boeing,
just how
$3
long
lower
does it
since
take to
they gave the financial guidance.
You need to do on product quality, and how much of it needs to be done before you can increase production again versus how much of it can be done as you're increasing production again? Because I've heard you now reference 6 months a few times, and you've referenced the back half of the year looking a lot different than the first half of the year. And, 6 months isn't a short window of time. But in the context of what you're doing and referencing 30,000 ideas and, if you're going to take Spirit in, that hasn't even happened yet, and it's almost May.
Meta gave up a lot. Even Amazon, even Google. Actually, Google held up pretty good.
So,
but Meta is down 0.61 now.
I don't know what
they
you
were
can
in the
say
green.
to that, but how do we get
5061
confident that the time just doesn't keep ripping
given
by,
up
and you're not
the
iterating
second
back
half
and
of
forth,
yesterday, but it's
there
still all
isn't a
elevated.
much longer window of time needed to do everything you need to do to start to ramp again.
Right.
Yeah, so no, I'll address this one. First of all, I'm glad you asked about the 6 months. When I say 6 months, I'm talking about the first half of this year.
Here, I'm gonna come back to that, but honestly, there's like 50 different Biden headlines coming out.
Working intently for months.
I'm assuming it's going to be the same speech, but at the same time,
this bill includes
he just signed the bill.
Yeah, from additional humanitarian aid in Gaza.
Joey boy,
secure that
we know about the bill. Trillions of dollars again.
Medical supplies, clean
Keep
water.
spending it.
And Israel
Keep printing.
must make sure all this aid reaches the Palestinians in Gaza without delay. And everything we do is guided by the ultimate goal of bringing these hostages home, securing a ceasefire, and setting the conditions for an enduring peace. There's more that this bill does, as you all know, the press here, including providing for support to strengthen even further our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as humanitarian aid to places including Haiti, Sudan, and Somalia. But there's one thing this bill does not do: border security. Just this year I proposed and negotiated and agreed to the strongest border security bill this country has ever seen. It was bipartisan. It should have been included in this bill. And I'm determined to get it done for the American people. But I'll come back to that at another moment, another time. This is a reminder of what America can do when we come together, despite our differences. I want to thank everyone in Congress who made it possible, especially the bipartisan leadership. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Leader Jeffries, Leaders Schumer and McConnell. They don't always agree, but when it matters most, they stepped up and did the right thing. And I mean this sincerely. History will remember this time. History will remember this moment. For all the talk about how dysfunctional things are in Washington, when you look over the past 3 years, we see that time and again on the critical issues, we've actually come together. It hadn't always been easy. But when it's come time to decide to rebuild America, we did it with the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is just underway. When it came time to invest in our semiconductor industry and technologies of the future, we did it with the CHIPS and Science Act. And when it came time to stand with Ukraine and Israel and help the people of Gaza, we did that as well. At the end of the day, most of us, whether we're Democrats, Republicans, or Independents, believe that America must stand up for what is right. We don't walk away from our allies. We stand with them. We don't let tyrants win. We oppose them. We don't merely watch global events unfold. We shape them. That's what it means to be the indispensable nation. That's what it means to be the world's superpower and the world's leading democracy. Some of our MAGA Republican friends reject that vision. But this vote makes it clear. There is a bipartisan consensus for that kind of American leadership. That's exactly what we'll continue to deliver. I thank you all very much, and now I'm going off to make a speech at the hotel I'm late for, and I have plenty of time to answer questions on this and other matters. Thank you.
So yeah, literally, I think the clock starts on the TikTok bill, but remember that was packaged in with like 5 other things, and I don't know. I think the Boeing thing, Maybe we'll go back to it, but I don't know. I don't want to keep getting yelled at. And then SPY is dropping even more. And a lot of interesting questions in the chat. People are like, can we still bounce? Is this a bad day now? It's like the general theme is still relief. We have now given up the little gap up that we had. And now you're like chopping into yesterday's high range. Remember that 50, 57, 50, 55? So we'll see at the levels, but generally, I still think the attitude of relief is there. The only problem, Europe closes in like 20 minutes. We've saw big moves off of Euro close the last couple days. Only problem is that Europe is actually bad today, unless like the other days it was good. And then we have the bonds, which are dying, and there's a pretty big gap. I guess it's kind of closed up a little bit, but we'll see. And then NASDAQ is still green on all of that. But, I mean, you might say we're dying, but remember, just 10 minutes ago, the theme was relief, and I really do feel, again, people are in that earnings mode. So we will see. Don't rush it, you know? But there's your first little bounce. Again, Meta sold off. Some names held up better than others. Again, even depending on if they were pre-earnings or not. Relief rally over. Well, if anything, I think around either the data or we'll find out. I mean, where did Tesla go and all the other ones? Tesla's still holding up, TXN. So don't underestimate that. If anything, let's get a checkup. Let's see where the damage is happening. So right now we are about, 20 minutes shy of 2 hours in. You have 175 names green, 325 red. Teledyne is the worst on the SPY. Old Dominion, Fortive, then General Dynamics. So more names are trading red on the SPY. Dow Jones, you have 12 names green, 18 red. Intel, Nike, and Visa, and Apple, so tech-related. And then Nike are the best on the Dow. And then NASDAQ 100, 49 green, 52 red. So that's 50-50. And then obviously Tesla's the leader. CoStar's right behind. Then Old Dominion on the low. And then Netflix, the second lowest on the NASDAQ today. Caterpillar, low ticker's still pretty much active, though. That is actually gassing right now here into the low. So if it had good earnings, it's holding, but they're just the majority names down. I mean, a couple of chip names are holding you up. So they're not really getting the pressure, but everything that's not chips now seems like they're getting a little bit clobbered there. And then NVIDIA, again, they were green. And SPY still at the low. We are not out of the gulag. And then Boeing, we were listening to that conference call. They dropped a pretty decent amount from there. Apple is doing very good. Yeah. So it's like any of those like tech names that like sold off, like mainly chips and a couple of the others, like if they were doing bad last couple of days, they're good. And then like some of those dividend names and everything else that had the bid, they're giving it up. So, but you do have more names red than not, and then tech and your random earnings are holding you up. I think Meta is going to be huge. I do think the plays are going to be a little bit difficult because even last time it was hard to hit, but I don't think I'm going to end up playing it, though. Last time I played it beforehand and we hit, but I don't think I'm going to go for Meta this time around ahead of time. What do you mean no options? My option chain just died. How you do option chain? Okay, thank you, Habibi. Oh, Edward. Welcome back, baby. 18 months. Yeah, I hit on the earnings afterwards, too. So, but I remember the Meta, I went early. I went like 2 weeks or a week early on Meta, and I was up like a couple 100% leading into it, and then I held it, and then I hit more than 1,000% on the play, and then afterwards, post earnings, I ended up hitting that one too. Puts on test it. I mean, they're still holding up good, but my plays came down from the morning, but we made them free already. Boeing CEO on 787 rate of slowdown says supply of heat exchangers and seats has not kept pace. The song Options by NF? No, I like NF, though. He's dope. 45 months and counting, baby. Best YouTube channel on earth. Oh, wow. That's a big sample size, though. That's the whole plan. I'll take it. Horna. Shout out to Chad, baby. You got to be excited here on this Wednesday, man. It's glorious. It's already 8 o'clock, man. We're only 15 minutes from Euro Close. My name on Instagram is The Trading Fraternity. And then it's fun. If you follow me, you'll get like a bunch of fake Joshes, and then they'll DM you. They're like, what's up, bro? How's your trading going? You got good trading? You got good trading going? You want crypto? I got a private. Send me your crypto. You know what I'm saying? But always good fun. Good time. Fun for the whole family. SPY at the low. And then bonds, as we started to dump here. It'll be good. $1 on the high. UUP is up. I think the last couple days was either break even or down. Yeah, it dropped a little bit from that high. I mean, but then again, look at the yen, look at the euro, all of it. China plays I still like, but they've been holding up weirdly here. They're supposed to get like stimulus, no stimulus this week, but at the end of the day, I do think, like we said, that risk reward. China's eventually going to turn around, but how long it takes to do that is really the question. And then it can still go a lot lower before that happens. But, if there's any value in the world right now, I do think it is China. It's interesting how it has played out, especially considering how dominant they were just not too long ago. And then did that wick into another low? I don't know. You have a low there. Nvidia below 820. I swear Nvidia was up 3% this morning or something. And then SMCI's down again, but they're not down as much, but still only 750. When is their earnings? That was crazy. And then SPY, still going lower. MNDR, I feel like we saw that the other day. So 50-57, man, this is level number 1. And then like 50-55. But yesterday, you kind of disrespected 50-55. But this is an interesting spot because, it kind of just throws us back into here. So you guys remember, like I told you this morning, we were above the level. Somebody was asking me yesterday why I kept making a big deal of the 50-79, 50-78. You guys remember that? Well, like we said, ever since we dropped below it, we don't stay above this. So those last couple of times last week, and now once again, we were just gapped up above it, and we sold off below it. So there'll be a couple of levels to watch for, obviously, if we start selling off. But I would just watch out for that 50-78. If we end up oscillating between it, or we could get above it, that's what it's really going to come down to. Yeah, TikTok on U.S. ban bill says we'll challenge it in court. Isn't that wild? So he did ban it. They have 270 days to appeal or to, figure out the process. I'm sure we're going to hear back from Taiwan. But then it's he did it. It's kind of wild. Boeing sees 787 production below 5 jets a month for the rest of the year. That sounds awful, but it has a green candle. I want to learn options. I have there's one tutorial in the description. It explains not the pricing, but it's like I think it's how to find 1,000%ers. But that one is it's a good tutorial. Understand the in-the-money options. And I think once you understand how in-the-money works, I mean, it goes a long way. Other than that, you may know more about options than you think about. It's just a contract. So whatever life has taught you about contracts thus far, I mean, you may have some background knowledge. So don't undercomplicate it or overcomplicate it or treat it like something you don't that you don't really treat in normal life. Silk Constellation on the high. And again, bonds have held up here, but then the dollar, that's been ramping. I mean, it was chill. It was a lot of, I'm telling you, people were feeling very good. And then last like hour or so, you sold off, and now we're back into yesterday's price below the 50.78. But generally, I mean, your NASDAQ and the whole story of tech and earnings and trying to string together relief still remains, but it's super early. 10 more minutes till Euro close. Europe did bad. Let's see how they perform. 2 standard deviation. That's in the description as well. There's a tutorial that says how to price options. That'll explain all of it, and it will give you a very, very good history, good background. Green light, large position in HPQ. Yeah, they're on the high. Pop, good call out on that. HPQ. It was red earlier. Now it's starting to go green. There's a couple of options. The options kind of low-key already went crazy. Those are dailies. You could probably go with shares if you wanted to. I don't know where HPQ's been trading at. Didn't they have really good earnings? Yeah, they've been staying pinned there. So green light, somebody just took a large position in them. Amazon. I thought Amazon was going to hold up better. I made a play on them. And then I think Google held up pretty decent. Nvidia.com. Yeah, big volume on H. I just went up 1%. It was negative, then went 0.5%. Now it's at 1. Philip Morris going up. That's kind of dope, considering that's a value play that was up yesterday. Most of those have went red. Going red now. Again, that was up. Green selling off. Is that? Oh, that's OLD. I was like, GLD's on the low. Gold is on the high, actually. And then SPY going lower here. Apple's been breaking out all day. That has been your tech stock, and Microsoft, but they gave up. Still in the green, but you're hitting new lows. NASDAQ is about to go red. Now it's up only 0.03, still 50.57 level. This is like a hard level and 50.55, both of them. It's just 2 points, but I mean, I think you're either going to bounce from here or then we like really flush. But this spot is important. Need that Zuck push. You don't trust it. I mean, I've been saying this since the watch list in the morning. Just remember, it is still relief, and generally people feel that way, but it's hard to ignore what the bonds have done. And the fact is, like, this just as easily as we went down, we easily went up, and we have so much event risk and events in the future. Like, none of this is going to be permanent. Just remember, just like the last couple of weeks, when you start pricing in like 1.5% or more, that just means you're going to go either direction a lot. That means you could have big sell-offs, big rallies, and then still sell it off just to end up nowhere. So I do think that's a big element here. And then HPQ still running up 1.5 now. The next event is tomorrow, Q1 GDP. Then, and they'll technically Meta earnings after the bell, and then IBM, and then more chips, then more data in the morning, more consumer, then the GDP in the AM, then Friday or Thursday, you're going to get Google, Microsoft, then you're going to get the PCE data, then you're going to get a whole new round of economic data the next week with more earnings, then Powell, and then after that, CPI and non-farms. But even with all that, I could keep going into the future. But believe it or not, the way the volatility curve is, you do have more risk priced in for the next week. The next 2 weeks have a lot of event risk, even though there's like non-farms and other stuff coming, they're still far out, but there's still a lot in here. So just be prepared. You're going to get a lot of these moves back and forth, and I'd say the data will give us opportunities to swing the pendulum or close the gaps. NQ trying, I mean, it's right there at the cusp of going negative. And still going lower again. So watch out for 50-55. You're at the 50-57 right now. That's 50-56. So much fun. It's still mad early. We got 5 minutes till Euro close. Netflix selling off. And you're probably going to hit that 50-55. So you were at 50-89. You are now down about 43 points, 44 points. So 50-55 now. Anything is the next level 50-30? I don't even know, man. Yeah, I think it's 50-37. I guess maybe you'll have a little bit here, 50-47, 50-45. But remember, we just took off yesterday. And then the day before that, we started taking off at some of the other ranges. So it's a very wide range. I mean, there is a gap to fill there. And you did fill the gap from this morning. But 50-50, you bounced off to 50-55. Like I said, this spot is key. Market retest and breakout. We'll find that. Pfizer, no love for that. European Commission expected to propose direct sanctions on tankers flouting G7 price cap on Russian oil. And then HPQ, second leg. Oil's popping up there. Damn, oil hit a low, 82.60. And then now it's back to 83. All right, you got your bounce off of the 50-55. KHC and PH, I'm seeing a couple values go up. NASDAQ did not go red. SPY, Russell, Dow, all red too. And then VIX, green, but substantially lower than the last couple days. You talk AT&T earnings. No, they did good, but then they sold off. But that's exactly what happened to Verizon. Where is it? Yeah, HPQ killing it. 1.9. SPY again, your little bounce. 3 candles after that. Because in the end, it doesn't even Powell. I tried so hard to cut the rates. But in the end, it didn't even Powell. Penn, green light, also unconfirmed. Oh, is HPQ unconfirmed? Yeah, Penn popping off of that too. But if it's unconfirmed, be careful. But you are getting a pretty quick move on that. Can you do the Trump voice? Nah, man, screw you. Is this how ugly girls who got hot feel? Because first, it was like, shut the fuck up, Josh. You suck at that. Sounds awful. Your Trump sounds like he's sus. You guys just roasting me on it, man. Y'all ain't I didn't get no words of encouragement. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't even tell me I'm a late bloomer or nothing. Y'all just roasted me all day when it wasn't good. And now, oh, I get the voice down. And now y'all just like, oh, do the Trump voice. Do the Trump voice. Oh. Right, it was straight slam. Juancito know what I'm saying. straight slandering me. Just trying to bring a smile to your face. And now it's old. Nowadays, can you do the Trump voice, huh? Gold to 220. What about the Twitch? Twitch. I know. We keep talking about the Twitch. There's a border. The border's open. The Twitch isn't. I know, you're confused. But still, I don't trust them. We need a stronger community. And the Twitch, not cutting it. Not cutting it at all. And I tried so hard. I know you're hurt. You're hurt. It's a witch hunt. They're going after the Twitch. But I can't do nothing about it. I'm protesting peacefully. I'm setting my OBS down, and I'm not streaming. I'm proving a point to Jeff Hefe. Call him Little Baldy. Little Baldy with his streaming website. Wants to be Lex Luthor. SPY 50.55. That was the bounce. So you're up a little bit. I mean, still 10 points below break even. It's pretty wild there to start off. 8:30 though. Here it is, Chattadonia. Euro close. Euro close. So yesterday, the day before, massive rips after Euro close. Today we'll find out, but it's not the Europe was not doing good today. So we'll find out. Egyptian president warns of the catastrophic consequences that Operations Rafah would have on the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. Egypt. I want to see gold. I wanted oil. Oil's all over the place. But I think I got to be more disciplined. Dude, I'm telling you, that 23.40 price on gold, man, I don't know. But if gold shoots up to 2,400 again, I might be down to short it again. Depending on, or I'll buy it. But I want to be a buyer probably at 2,300. I don't know, this middle part. I like the gold trades. They're really intense, but it's, you know, it's fun, man. It's exciting. HPQ, there you go, 2.5. I haven't taken that one off screen again. I think Penn was mentioned on the same news, even though it's unconfirmed. The Egyptian president can open up the border to Rafah to help, but doesn't. Yes, the Egyptians do not want. They do not want any refugees. So this side doesn't get covered, but a lot, like the Egyptians, it don't even matter their religion. Like Muslim, there's not that many Christian Egyptians, but they do not, like the Egyptians are not down. They do not want to deal with it. They're actually really pissed off. So my mom even tells me, like the Egyptians, like people even they have their own conspiracy theories. So like they have conspiracy theories to like why the border and like trying, like they're like people won't leave and like they're intensely against it. Believe it or not. Yeah, they don't give a shit about humanitarian. They may say that, but they just really don't like it at all. They don't want anything to do with that situation. That's what the Egyptians have told me. So, yeah. Gold, silver, copper. And then, bro, you literally bounced right off the 50.55. So literally 10 points from there. You got to get back above 50.67 or 66. Remember, that was the high just the other day. Or no, 50-60. No. It was 50-66. Yeah. What price was that? No, it was 50-56. 50-66. Tried so hard. Target's on the high. And then SPY's still going up. Gold came down. Literally, gold's moving $10 at a time here. You get impulses to scream Linkin Park. I was singing a Linkin Park song the other day. What was it? Which one was it? Oh, I forgot. I was singing Numb Encore. Good guys. Yeah, what about Blinken Park? I swear he's in Israel right now. Blinken Park is good. God, do you want more Brooklyn? God, when we're sending more guns, one more time, I need another funding bill. Who you know fresher than Joe? Riddle me that. Rest of y'all know where I'm presidentially at. Ain't none of y'all hear me right like, damn. Joe Biden's in his prime. To be at an all-time high. Perfect time to do another term. And I'll be back for more. I'm here to play games with you. I'll bring oil down with you. And I'll shame you. And I'll blow another country to smithereens. I need you to remember one thing. I came and I beat Trump. I sold out concerts, record sales, and I need you there. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless. I'm the president. You keep talking about Trump, and I'm still the president for the last 4 years. And every executive bill that I'm going to sign, because all right, do your push-ups, man. I gotta go to the bath. That was crazy. I don't know how. That was all freestyle. It's pretty accurate, though. No, I'm going to go. You better do a push-up and stretch. If that don't make you relax and stand up, something's wrong with you. I don't know. Oh, no, I ain't losing. That's a good one, bro. That was beautiful. Oh, you should raise. Yeah. All right, man, move around. Get the body moving, man. Stand up. We've been here 2.5 hours. Zero close. A market bounce off the low. Is it relief? Is it not? Is it earnings? Is Joe Biden in Blinken Park? I don't know, man. We don't know. So many things, but get the body moving, man. We got 4.5 hours left to go, okay? So I need you to relax. I need the chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, relax a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You got to do your thing, man. You got to do your thing. But seriously, just drop the shoulders, relax. That's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do. Do a couple push-ups, legs in front of you, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. There you go. You look good. Just like that, but just relax and move around. I'm going to get my resistances. I'm going to do a wall stretch. We got a lot. Yes, I know. You guys love Biden. Yep, Boeing, 52-week low. And I'm not talking about the plane going lower, but they're going lower on the stock market. It's a shame. It was a great American company. And then Joey Biden. Damn shame. Okay, do your stretches. Do a push-up. Come on. Do a golf swing. Whatever you're into. I know.
Newman, great to have you back, the Future Group. Thank you. Meanwhile, let's just turn our attention to the future of entertainment. The industry there could, well, depend on reaching a truly worldwide audience. And so, Netflix is doubling down on those global ambitions. Bloomberg Originals host Emily Chang sat down with Netflix's Chief Content Officer, that's Bella Bajaria, for a closer look at the entertainment giant's global strategy. Just take a listen.
I have had, lots of jobs in Hollywood and linear networks and studios. And I think there was a really domestic focus, and then you sell later or after the fact, right? You can sell your title internationally. We're a global service, and we're in 190 countries, so we were always going to do storytelling, locally in that way. So that's always just been a big part of our business. And 2/3 of our members are outside of the U.S.
Right. Well, that was my next question. Like, is it paying off?
Yes. But I'd say it's also understanding that people in different countries, it's also the investment in local storytelling, right? To spend time in those places, not have a Western lens on what that is, and understand each, local kind of creative ecosystem. And so be close to the storytelling.
That was Netflix's Chief Content Officer, Bella Bajaria. Now, coming up, what the TikTok bill could mean for creators and businesses that use the social media platform with LTK co-founder and president, Amber Venz Fox. That ain't Amber, but I'm sure she'll appear momentarily. Caro.
Here's hoping. Meanwhile, let's just talk about another interesting story that's happening in terms of the destination of where certain companies are located. Oracle's doing again. They moved from California to Texas, and now, well, Ellison is moving Oracle to Nashville from Texas. Larry Ellison making that decision because, look, this is about a bet on the future of healthcare and provision of what he can do there after a big deal. This is Bloomberg Technology.
All right, man. Hope you got your stretches. I got a couple more. I'm telling you. Sadly, it takes me like 10 minutes to do my stretches the other day.
At Roto-Rooter, we've tried everything to address plumbing emergencies.
Roto-Rooter. All right, so I got a couple more. But it's good, man. It's good. Oh, arm circles now. And that's it. But SPY, nice bounce. I mean, we just had Euro close. So it is early. Roto-Rooter. Oh. Where the SPY go? No, I mean, there's room to go either way. VRT, Veritiv, that was a positive earnings. Elon's Vive and revamp post may age well. What's that? Roto-Rooter. All right. I got a couple more I got to do. I'm telling you, I need to make you guys a mixtape. You guys have to see these stretches. But unfortunately, it's going to take me a little bit. I'll be doing yoga pretty much, bro.
March. That's actually where
funny,
we
everybody's
moved
just talking
Alphabet
earnings,
up our pecking order and said we had a preference for Alphabet over Meta for the first time in about 12 months. And we still have slightly more upside in Alphabet from current levels than Meta if you look at our price target and our sort of risk-reward analysis. We do think there are going to be two things on display. Search will be resilient and reaccelerate in Q1. That will help dampen the existential debate around search's long-term duration, though I'm not naive enough to say that it will make it go away. We're likely going to continue to have that debate over the next couple of years. But more importantly, we believe they could put on display some of the cost-cutting efficiencies that investors have wanted to see from Alphabet. There's been a lot of one-timers. There's been a lot of noise in earnings numbers of the last 2 quarters. If we get cleaner narratives on operating efficiencies and it results in positive earnings revisions for Alphabet, where we are well above the street on earnings per share in 24 and 25, that we think could be a near-term catalyst for the shares tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll see if they tidy up that story. A lot of discussion lately about durable growth. Big week, Eric. Appreciate the help. Thanks. Eric Sheridan.
Thank you.
More on what comes next for TikTok as the president signs the forced sale bill that could ban the app without a divestiture. Tech Check will break down the details right after this quick break.
Yo, SPY kind of dumping there. So again, you bounced off a Euro close, like literally right at Euro close or right before off the level. Just gave up half of the bounce, and the bonds are kind of coming down a little bit. I got a couple more. E-Trade Pro is getting discontinued. That's what everybody tells me. So if it does, though, like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I might not be able to stream. Because without E-Trade Pro, I don't work. Like, I don't know, like, my software, like, my operating system. Like, it just doesn't work. So I don't know how I'm going to operate. It will be weird. I've used this my whole entire life. 50-58. Bro, you're right back down? Damn. So, again, low ticker just flushed, but I didn't think you'd give up the rally that bad. U.S. sells 30 billion 2-year floating notes. I don't think that's it. You're getting something on, like, 2-year notes. I think they're tied to inflation, but, dude, what? That's insane. All right, man, you just hit a new low off of that out of nowhere, 50-55. European Commission expected to propose direct sanction on ships delivering North Korean military equipment to Russia. I don't think that's why we're down. There's something like that, but a couple value plays going up. You got Procter & Gamble. You're at 50-56 now, 50-55, but, bro, you just went through that. I did not think you would give up the rally in 3 minutes and 3 candles like that, 2.5. Fitch Global Ratings interest rate moves are becoming more divergent. Are they giving an update? That's not bad at face value. Penn's dropping. That had news. Even gold is coming down. Again, Boeing's down 1.3. I'd see it. Watch if Apple flips because they've been the strongest, or if, like, Tesla, any of the other earnings, if they, like, really start to give up, that'll be it. Damn, man. I still got a couple more stretches, but that's hideous. Bro, that one picked up very fast, so maybe relief is starting to slowly go out the window because before you know it, the only difference was yesterday had a gap and run, but hopefully you see what I'm saying here. I mean, you gotta give up a lot, bro. So it's 50.38. That was the price I was telling you about. So I think if you go below 50.38, then we fucking panic. But other than that, now, I mean, we're just going to start talking about, okay, now do we get worried? But it's only 0.3. If anything, the Russell looks a little more precarious. It's just kind of surprising, but then not really considering your bonds. They were knocking on 4.7, and then the yen still getting murdered again. That's watch for TLT, then they might follow along. Pepsi, Kimberly-Clark, those just woke up out of nowhere. The Duendes, because it's Wednesday. Might be, and just there's a lot. It's full earnings mode. Like we were saying in the morning, more names were green. We could get a double checkup on that, but I mean, the names in their earnings season, they're doing their own thing if they've already reported. So it's been chill. Yeah, no, gold dropped a lot from the high. Gold just dropped $12. I don't know. Delayed bond rate. If anything, SPY's now catching up to the bonds, but bonds have been down 3 days in a row almost, pretty much since last week. I mean, your yields have gone lower, but as far as delay is concerned, bonds have been saying down and SPY's only gone up. So this is the first time. I mean, if we close red today, this will be the first time this week bonds red, stocks red. Otherwise, it's been stocks green and then bonds red. So we'll find out here, but that's really what's going to... But then no matter how we close today, just don't forget, you guys got to realize, one, towards the end of the day, people are going to start setting up for earnings. So half of this day is going to be reacting to the morning, but then like the last 2 hours, that's going to be it, because then everyone's going to get ready for the meta. And then after the bell, however those guys do, that's pretty much going to lead you into the next week. DJT, I know. They got me on the high ticker now. Yes, El Baghdadi. I feel like a war hero. I know, I'll get your money. You have to vote. Not for me as president, but vote so I could sell my shares. I would appreciate it. I have a couple of legal bills, 'cause the Democrats, it's a witch hunt. So you gotta let me sell, and I'll make sure I'll restore it. It's good. He already got the bonus? I thought he needs the approval. Just vote. Let me sell it. You won't regret it. I promise. I'll sell it and build a wall I could do a lot of it. $6 billion with a B. Hey, that's my line. Fuck you. Billion with a B. I mean it. No, I'm not joking. Seriously, it's not hyperbole. This guy Donald trying to steal my lines. Okay, Joey. We'll just act like you made up the whole prescription drug pricing. Sounds fair. I think you might be losing your mind. Sadly, I'm more worried about you. Because if it took you that long, because you've been in here for a while, and if it took you that long to deduce that, I'm concerned about, like, you. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have taken you that long. You've been through crazier days. You've seen, you know what I'm saying? That makes sense, right? Like, I feel you, and I understand your concerns towards me. But in the same regard, like, if it took you that long to come to the conclusion that, like, I'm a little cuckoo, you might be a little cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? Because you like, it's no red flags went off until now. It was the whole Biden-Trump skit. That, it's crazy. But, yeah, appreciate it. Got a good job offer. I'm like, EA Sports, I'm in the game, baby. EA Sports to the game. I don't know if I got that one. That one wasn't as good. Go get ready to rock it. We'll see, but I have to time you out for that rocket shit. I don't know why DJT's going up. I think Apple will really start to panic if that sells, but there's a couple of real panic levels. Again, 50-55 support, but then the price is 50-38. I remember, I was tripping out. But 50-38, I think, is the real, like, okay, you can't hold that today. That's just right back to that high we sold off the other day, and then it's not good. I used to work at EA Sports Tiburon. Were they the ones who made the what Tiburon? What game was that? That logo sound familiar. But that's cool. Pepsi's still going, and Coca-Cola. Healthy barcode. I mean, we're back down. That little sell-off was kind of aggressive. I did not appreciate. I still need to finish my stretches. That just got crazy. I just got distracted there. Okay. Reddit seems to be burning money, but the stock holding, it's an IPO, man. So, like, let that thing do its thing, you know? But I don't think I'm in the market to buy Reddit. I haven't really looked too much in their financials, but right, all I know, I mean, it's a recent IPO. I know it's trading well above whatever they're making because it IPO'd, but it seems people like it, but I don't think, I mean, I think there's way easier investments you can make, but assuming you already have a balanced portfolio and everything else and want to add it there, I'm sure you could add it as like a pet project stock, but other than that, it doesn't really capture my attention too much. Boeing down 1.4 now. FLO. And then SPY's still holding, man. That was wild. That sucks, though, because if we just do that same thing again, I mean, the market has been prone here today to barcode, pop, new low, baby pop, new low, barcode, new low, bounce. This little flush was crazy. And then now barcoding at the low. And then we see where we will go. Calls are cheap. All right, man. Give me a bounce. Let me finish. I got to do this. All right. How the TikTok bill. Biden says that the re-election committee, the campaign, they plan to continue using TikTok. That's crazy. I can't believe Joe signed it. if TikTok gets banned. But then that's funny because then if Donald Trump wins, TikTok will just be getting banned right as he comes into office. So then he'll have to deal with it. Other than that, I'm surprised. Because I don't know if, as long as you could use it during the election, I don't think the youth will revolt.
The narrative from Tesla is demand on
unless
the
it
EV
flushes,
side
I'll leave it
low,
unmuted.
hybrids
I'll
are
yell if I see it
interfering.
drop,
Why is the chemical compound
that was a wild move post-Euro. We thought we had a bounce, but back near the lows.
Yeah, well, hello and good morning. Thank you for having me. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. We're groundbreaking in Augusta, one of the largest material manufacturing sites, which is going to come on stream in the next 5 years to cater more or less 5 million EV cars. We still believe that the long-term fundamentals of the electrification in Americas are still there. We believe that more than 30% adoption will happen between now and 2030. In the world, it's going to be more than half of the production's fleet will move to EV or hybrid. So yeah, you are seeing some delays for good reasons, right? Some softness in sales, but it takes 3 years anyway to build the plants, and we believe in this electrification fueled by, consumers, by the gigafactories. 10 are already in place, 27 are in construction, and our customers are demanding onshoring domestic manufacturing materials like ours to support the adoption and cost competitiveness.
Supply chain has been a constant headache for many. From your perspective, what is needed to ensure that we hit that level of adoptions of EV and hybrids over the next course of the 5 years?
You need cheaper cars, EV cars and hybrid cars, right? And you need that, and the technology in batteries is going to enable that, right? Just a few years back, half of the cost of a Tesla car used to be a battery. Now it's 15%. We're going to get it to a single digit. So our materials, they offer more efficiency in the batteries, higher electrical density, actually, and therefore more autonomy in driving, right? Less driving angst. So I think the cost curve of the EV and hybrid cars are going to come down like any new technologies, and we are an enabler. Today, we commercialize the Generation 2 lithium-ion batteries. We are agnostic to technology. We go to LFP, NMC, and others, but we are already working on Generation 4 and 5 solid batteries, which are going to get even smaller batteries, cheaper, more affordable, safer.
Well, congratulations on breaking ground tomorrow. We look forward to having you back
low.
on the show.
SQQ on the high.
CEO, Dr. Ilham Kadri.
I am very far away.
Thank you. Wow, what a whirlwind. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg.
I was stretching there. I had to finish that up, man. That sounded like my mom, like in a weird way. That's like low key. If my mom spoke a little bit better and had like a financial vocabulary, my mom's, what's the word? Cadence sounds like that. SPX, SPY. Yeah, they just made that move there. I mean, we're just hovering at the low after that failed Euro bounce. Again, 10 points every couple of minutes, but you are lower, 50-52. So, Chattadonia, this was a high of the day at one point. You're still above that level, but like I'm saying, 50-38 panic mode. Other than that, though, it's still, for the most part, definitely looks a lot worse than you woke up to and how you felt in the morning. That was the crazy part. My goodness. Apple, that as long as that one's up, but I think if we do hit 50-38, Apple will start selling off. I don't know if it'll go red, but for the most part, those other earnings are holding. Meta is not giving you the post or the pre-earnings move. I wonder if that's just going to jack up the put premium, though. And then SPY still wicking into the low right now. I want to short Meta. I kind of do, too. That is up a ton, but then again, Meta has done very well. I do think last quarter they did mention, again, your boy wanted to spend a little bit more on Reality Labs, but I mean, it's just simple. As long as Meta is able to have good ad business, as long as the ads do good, and then as long as their AI stuff is promising and that they're showing some level of productivity out of it and saving them money. Because remember, they spent a lot on it, and they're building their own servers and data centers and all that. So if we could see benefits from that, and then just the ad business being strong, that's it. I mean, especially though, when it's all said and done, if the core growth of Meta remains, I hate to say it, but people have gotten used to this motherfucker losing $4 billion every 3 months on Reality Labs. So in a weird way, the thing that used to kill Meta, as long as the other ad business is holding up very well in their AI prospects, last quarter he was expected to lose more, and we went up 15%. JRVR is popping. I'm out of that one. I already took my profits on that, but they are looking good right now. I used to freak investors out. Now it seems part of the trend. Well, it's there. It's just kind of like it's his bad. It's your friend, your employee who has very good performance, but he just has a drug habit. That's all. Meta is a functional drug addict. That's the way I would put it. The dude is burning $4 billion a quarter consistently for several years. But then he's just making bank on the ads. That's it. You see what I'm saying? Like, if he didn't have a job, a house, and was getting paid, had a good credit score, you would judge him for how much cocaine he did. But other than that, you're like, well, listen, he has a bit of a coke problem. But other than that, that's how we're looking at Meta. You're like, he has a bit of a Reality Labs problem, but other than that, the growth rate is still fire. Still, that's $30 billion. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. He's just a functional drug addict. So that's my take. As a longtime shareholder, too. But which is good, though, because, again, people are not as worried about that. But then again, we'll see. But the last trend from the last earnings, it was doing good last year, but the latest quarter, despite everything else being good, homie was talking about spending more money. They forecasted more losses on that. So we'll see. But in general, the main core business does good. Meta, not going to have a problem. Senate Committee investigates Ozempic and Wegovy costs. Will that affect the insurance companies or Eli Lilly and them more? There's something like that last time, but it barely moved, and then bonds coming down. It's like the dad that works all day, gets home to get drunk and sleep on the couch. I don't think so, but if you want to talk about anything, I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you. Okay? I don't know. I didn't get that same vibe from the analogy, but if there's something you need to talk about, we're here. That sound like the analogy of the little Egyptian boy who cries himself to sleep every night. That's what it sounds like, No? Okay. Weird, man. That's weird. Did NVO react? Tabula on the low. I have NVO right here, yeah. It's not moving as much. I thought there'd be a little bit more to it. Marcus Hanlon, baby. Or not. My man. Magic. Young Magic right there, baby. You doing good, baby? You doing good? You living good, man? Happy Wednesday. CPB. Campbell's. Apple's still going, though, man. So you're not going lower on the market, but you're just hanging out at the cliff. Literally, and there's still like 10 points of range, before we really get worried. But like I'm telling you, I should draw a line here. 50.38 is our problem level. Everything for now, it still all looks pretty bad, but I mean, you could shake this off. Shake it off. Is that Taylor? Like, you could Taylor Swift this real quick. Otherwise, 50.38 is the problem. But we've been holding here for like 15 minutes after that weird Euro close move. Apple still on the high. So Meta is again dying. They're down 2%. I don't know if you want that for earnings. Bond auction is in, what, an hour? Drop and give me 50. Yeah, Pepsi and Coca-Cola are high. Apple again, and Nike. Nike was leading in the morning. Meta earnings did not leak. It was just pricing in a ton. Oh, Gordon G, baby. They say greed is good, Gordon. Horn. Amen. Amen. GME, UAL down 3. Remember, they're up 30. Apple is going insane. SPY getting more solid green candles to make up for those solid red candles. But my goodness, had to pass it forward. Let's go, baby. Gordon G with the ponytail, man. Showing love. The yen is terrible. Policy error, and then on top of it, good old Frankenstein, the dollar, and all these other currencies. But just don't forget, as the rest of the world, the last several years here, was raising rates, they have been cutting rates. Not bad. Vert still dropping. That was up. I think that was up like 17 in the morning. And they just flip. It's been me and long term off the rip. You're hearing Cisco hack, not confirmed. It's moving a little bit. If it does get confirmed, though, that could be big. Depending on how it is. Remember, just like the Okta one. Cisco's already kind of at the low, too. I don't even know how much those would go for. Wired.com source, Oracle posting it. Cyber spies hack Cisco firewalls to access government networks. Yeah, just watch out on that one. Again, these headlines, it's literally either going to be a dud or it's going to be massive. But watch out. The option is going to go too crazy if you want any of those. It's barely moving. SPY's low. The thing is, Cisco's a slow mover, and it's already at the low. QQQ red. I switched up the thumbnail today. I did. Because someone was like, man, why are all the watch list thumbnails so crazy? And then you're like, but then the other one's the same. I was like, all right, let's try it out. Let's see. I kind of like the original one, though, better. That's still like my favorite. But the OG is the OG. I know, I like it. I do like the lizard one. You couldn't find me? You thought it was the watch list at first? Yeah, it looked like it. It says stock market live. Cisco starting to get more movement. Boeing. Dude, Boeing, I feel like if you grab, you guys are telling me look at the calls. I feel like if you grab those off the morning, would have been crazy. The puts. Drop and give me 50. Do you make your own thumbnails? Yeah. My girlfriend used to do them for me, but then she taught me how to do it. So I learned. Oh, that's cool. I'm down. United Health's Optum to end virtual care business. UNH. Check Teladoc. Yeah, Teladoc's popping off of that. UNH ending the healthcare business. You might have a little bit on that. My goodness. Is it running? Where's UNH? No, the UNH, they didn't go too much. The Cisco news is coming out. It's like an article. It's kind of talking about how they're like responsible or how government networks got hacked and it's linking them. But I don't think it's like a direct thing, if that makes any sense. Like it's not something that just happened. Teladoc premiums, they're just wild. They're crazy. I mean, it just depends on the time frame. They're going up though. Again, I don't think that one like really like settled in terms of like reaction. Give me 50A. SMCI to 7. It's going to be hard. I'm trying to snake some of them. You can't. Yeah, SMCI 7.4. You still got a little bit of room. Again, NVIDIA was up. And then they just moved 1.5 on Teladoc, kind of slowing down. The options are just all over the place. It's kind of a liquid. Yeah, VKTX earnings. People were asking me about that. SPY going lower. Literally just saw it SPY on the low ticker. UNH or Teladoc starting to come down now. Where'd it go? 50-51. Ugly, dude. So watch. I think 40-47 is next. And then 40, like 50-43 or something. But even then, it's all about 50-38, my brother. My goodness. GME. The new highs. I mean, the low ticker is barely moving. PSN on the low. I mean, low ticker is very active. Just like those days we were getting some rallying. Like the high ticker, it's just low ticker is almost full-blown steam. It's weird, though, because the SPY's not, like, going insane. You're still pretty much hovering at this level for, 30 minutes now? 20-something? Then SMCI a little off the bottom. Teladoc flipped. What was the other one? UNH and then Cisco. IBM on the low. Cisco's starting to pop. Teladoc, that one dud. Came right back down. NTRA on the high. GIS going up. That's another value. And SPY going lower. AMD, they're flushing a little bit. So 50-51. You hit 50-50. So again, 40-47-ish. That is level number 2. Oracle posted. They tagged Teladoc on that. Expected move on Meta, I think, is like $40 or $38. It's a lot. It's definitely not cheap. Definitely not cheap, my brethren. Teladoc still holding UNH. Then nothing really moved. And then healthcare still down. Humana, maybe that comes off the bottom. PayPal and Square were up yesterday, and then Netflix not good today. They're down 4. They gave up all of that yesterday. 300. Same thing with Netflix. They both literally got wiped out. Both of them. Those are huge rallies yesterday, and then flip. MO's on the high though. And again, MO's earnings I think is tomorrow morning. So in a weird way, that's pre-earnings. SPY going down. VIX still coming back up here. So 50-50, man. It's still not, not so easy. Did Spotify give it all up? That one I wanted even for a double dip. Damn, Spotify gave up 6.5, yeah. But they were up 15. They were only supposed to move 10. Anything else went crazy. How is ARM not red? I mean, they took the 20% down the 2 days before. Throwing a theory out there, maybe. But most of the chips recovered a little today. Some more than others. And then SMCI and NVIDIA, they flipped when they were green. And SPY's still dancing at the low. NVIDIA and SMCI, AMD all down too. No, just those. So those are the 3 that are down. But all the other ones recovered. So pretty much if you sold off a little harder, I think you got more recovery today. And then if you already had just massive gains, you sold off. And then AMD has been in its own little world of hurt. Agba. I saw that in the morning. SPY, little green there. Man, it was good though. Get ready. It's almost 9:30. Almost 3 hours. I think by like 10, 11, we might start just getting ready to talk about what's going to happen after hours. Again, everything we've already listened to today. Everybody's already bringing that up. So, let's see. Did Tesla flip? A little. This is where we made the play in the morning, but that one kind of, I was getting excited. We got 100% quick on that one, but even that came down. So again, a lot of the plays that bounced yesterday, they faded literally right here off of the first hour. And then now even some of the other ones. What other one was a good earnings? I don't think TXN moved at all. I think they just stayed pinned at 6.4. And then Boeing, they were green. They sold off heavy, actually. But then they had their conference call. Hasbro, they stayed pinned. They're killing it. Was it Mattel, too? And then Pepsi all day today, I've just seen. That's up 3, actually. Damn. So this one would have been a huge one post-earnings. What the hell? Or was there earnings this morning? Because that one's wild. I'm Boeing, back to Cali. Boeing. Meta is going to be today after the bell. Should come out right away, I think. Japan and Brazil to sign decarbonization deal at May summit. Kishida and Brazilian Lula Silva will agree to Green Partnership Initiative. Biofuels are at the heart of the bilateral cooperation. I'm not playing Meta, no. I have no plays on it. I have other sympathies. I made a lot of sympathy plays today. So pretty much I went for other trades. There's other trades that I thought that, after Meta and depending like Google and all that, Teladoc's coming back up. So again, UNH stops their online thing. But other than that, I think we'll probably play Meta afterwards. That might be a better idea. Gold is good long term. You can never sell it. I would not put gold in my long term, but I do have gold in my long term in the sense that I own physical gold. So all of you know what's about to happen next. You know what I'm saying? Q, the only value I get from my gold. So, like, no exaggeration, I've held these for, like, over a decade, or about a decade, is how long I've had these coins. And it's gold. So, I bought in ounces of gold, and I've just held it. So, technically, it's part of my, like, cash, my money, my long term. But, I mean, it has performed good. It's done a little bit better than I think the stock market as of lately. But, it's not, it's not it, man. It's not it. So I think it's something I'd allocate a little, just not too crazy, but I wouldn't expect too much. I don't think there's taxes when you sell it. So, or at least I think in certain places, but depending on how you sell your gold, I don't think you have a tax obligation. Is this Lending Tip send me a video? Hold on, I need to screen this video, please. Hold on. Bro, what? What? Oh, did you already see this? He just sent me a video of him speaking like full Arabic. He ain't never speak like this. But it's like an AI. Kish Halek. Wow, that's weird. That's a trip. That's weird. I don't know what that is. Confirmed Einhorn Greenlight takes new position in HP and new position in Penn. So that's been confirmed now. Yalla. Be ready. GME moving big. How many times have you said that in your life? That's the question. But I'm down to throw it up there for you. It is actually up 4-5. We'll take it. We'll take it. I think MPW is before the bell. How was the GME movie was good. Why is DJT? I don't even know the headline on that one. Still ripping. Even GameStop. Today's a weird day, man. Because it was all about relief. You've given it up. You're still on the cusp of trying to regain it back. But all of your runners yesterday turned around. All of your laggers, not all of them, but some of them came up. Just leaving you guessing, man. Sox 0.65, KR, Kroger. Oh, yeah, where's Kohl's? Kohl's dropped. Remember, I wanted this one, but that still ran up so much. I should have just bought it the first day. And then Nordstrom's came down. They're closing the MPW covers. Good luck. I forgot the earnings is very soon. There's another one, too. There's another small company we like that reports soon. A&F, I mean, how was the earnings last time? But no, I think that thing is a weird behemoth. But I don't have any plans to short A&F. Apple's been rough for 2 months, man. Again, Apple, I believe, is 20% down from its highs. SSP still buyout rumor. I think that was as of yesterday. I haven't heard anything, but hopefully we should talk about the buyout. I was explaining to my girlfriend, of course, bro. I said something. She asked me something, and I brought up, I was like, I said something about Nordstrom's. I was like, I keep making money on Nordstrom's because that deal, like, I love the buyout deal. And she was like, Nordstrom's? Because she likes clothes. She's a big, like, she's an awful liability. But she loves Nordstrom's. So she just started, and then she was asking me what was happening, and I had to explain it to her. But I was explaining to my girlfriend how these buyouts work sometimes because there's, like, week after week and 2 weeks at a time where, like, you don't know details, and depending on how it moves, you could just flip it back and forth as, like, you know, and there's, like, an arbitrage, like a floor element to it. So SSP got mentioned, but, you know, it might be some time before you hear about it. Pfizer Pop. New Pfizer Pop. Get jabbed today. What? Meta bounce from the bottom. It needs good bounce. It needs very good bounce, Habibi. I'm JR, right, man. Well, look at the time. Growing the business. What is this? I can't tell if this is a commercial or not. But Chad, it's about to be 9:32. So we're going to need some more push-ups. We're halfway through the day. We really out here. SPY really trying to bounce on this level. Gold at 2337. No IBM plays. Or no, I did. I made an IBM play this morning. Coca-Cola and Pepsi still going nuts. All right. Thanks. Steve Weiss buys more.
You need to file it on it tonight or anything?
Close, but no. But look, I also want to think about what not talking about sub growth, subs will be for each quarter. And I actually like it because I think that obscured the story, that's all the stock would trade on. What was sub growth? So they can blow out the quarter. And if you recall back to when Apple stopped reporting some metrics on iPhones, it did nothing to it. As a matter of fact, it helped them in bad quarters. So I think it's still the winner. I still think it's great stock. Growth this year versus last, in terms of revenue, in terms of earnings, is going to be pretty strong. These analysts did the stock no favor by, again, like Meta, jumping over themselves to increase the price target without any fundamental reason to do so. I hope we don't see a replay in the Meta report. I don't think we will. But yeah, and I'll add to it again.
You love Vertiv for good reason. Stock hit an all-time intraday high today.
Yeah.
As they raised their guide. You've been talking about the stock for a while. You own it, obviously.
Yeah, the stock's doubled since I bought it in November. And as I've said the last few times, I haven't been adding to it because at this level it's expensive. But, now they've set the bar higher. Scarcity value, they are, to me, the safest way to play AI growth because they're the tool belt for the data centers. And data center growth is just monstrous. So yeah, I like it too. Great story. Management's great, by the way.
Joe, you have some decisions obviously to make as well on Texan, which is down and was down earlier about 11%. We can see what the stock's doing on an intraday basis. I thought it was down, or maybe it's not.
So Texas Instruments was added to the ETF at the end of January.
My bad.
End of January at $160. So basically coming into the earnings report, the momentum was flat. And if you look at the stock, even after today, you're looking at a year-on-year advance of 0. So the stock is basically flat. I think there's a nice read-through here, though. I think there's a nice read-through for the semiconductor industry. And pull up Analog Devices, ADI, and you'll see the strong performance there. It looks like the industrial equipment makers have finished working down their inventories. And Texas Instruments, it's a bellwether because it's really the most diversified of the large semiconductors with their customer base and the products that they're delivering on. And there was finally a degree of confidence. There was confidence that was injected into this earnings call. So I think it's more of a larger setup for semis overall that you might have some confidence that we're going to hear good things.
I think I meant Teledyne, right? That's the one that's down a lot.
So
you have that too?
Teledyne, unfortunately, it is in the JOTI ETF. It's having an absolutely awful day today. Not only did they miss, but they cut, and that's something that is unique. We haven't heard much of that during this earnings season.
All right, so Weiss is going to get his phone, and we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we've got green lights. New letter. David Einhorn just releasing his quarterly letter to shareholders. We got our hands on it. We'll bring you the details next.
Not bad. Not bad, but new low. 50-50, Habibi. Is it relief? 50-50, Habibi. 50-50. That's where you are at now. All right, man. New lows once again. NASDAQ has been red, and it surprisingly has moved down fast enough to match up with everything else. So remember, when the SPY was down 0.3, NASDAQ was still up by 0.1. Now the NASDAQ is down by 0.3, so that's starting to flush. The bond auctions in 30 minutes. NVIDIA was up, and then that came down there too. NVIDIA.com. Netflix filled the gap. Like I said, that 480, sadly, it rejected it, or that 580 now. So, again, if you can't get past 580 here and it goes lower, I mean, it's going to be looking at those lower prices. That pump fake was huge. Again, even GE, those two plays, we were killing it on those. Those just got rug pulled. And then Microsoft was green. They're barely red now. Coca-Cola and Pepsi are killing it. T-Mobile, I think their earnings is after the bell today or tomorrow. the bond auction move the market. It might be able to, but don't forget, yesterday's bond auction was good, and we didn't have a reaction, and bonds still sold off. So I think bonds are in their own little world. It will get the market's attention, but it should be fairly short-lived. It just all depends on the result, though. Sadly. Oh, well, it just depends who you ask, I guess. You know. But we'll see. We have 4. I've been informed of 4 long-term sells recently. So we'll see. Again, in the morning, people were getting bullish. The relief was there. Now the doubt has crept back in. I mean, we have relief on the week, but not as much now as we thought we did. I mean, give or take about 40 points less of relief. Capitulation. UVXY now. I mean, that's the thing, though. That one, I feel like it's calm now, relatively. Like, it doesn't even matter. So I don't think you're at panic mode yet. The VIX will start running once I think watch the 50-38 and everything else. I'm sorry to tell you, Josh, I'm never selling my long term. Oh man. Well, God bless you, man. God bless you. You know, let the ways guide you. That's what I said in the morning. I was like, man, Chad. I was like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. That was a lot of calls in the morning. That was a lot of calls that I heard in the morning. So, yeah. My recent deposit, I put it into Pfizer, I think at like $26.40. So it's down like 20 cents. So crazy. I have another deposit soon. LT for life. It's good, man. You need it. It was a lot of Chad calls in the morning. And then, like, I'm just saying, the emotions, I love it. Just the market, how it's been just 7 days down. Everybody forgets about 5 months straight up. And then right as everyone's getting real, they're like, I don't know about this. And then people are like, buy the dip, it's going to bounce. And then 2 days, 3 days of relief. And then right as you're feeling the relief, and then it flips, and then, ooh. Yeah, Euro closed an hour ago, right? Mm-hmm. Long-term goal, live off the divvies and leave the stocks to my children. It's fire, you know? You spend whatever, 10, 15 years, depending on how much you save. I mean, it's a good goal. You know, ideally make as much as you make off income, off dividends, off of passive investments, while still being able to own the assets and equity. Always a good time. You'll give them your Doge. Exactly. And the Dogecoin. Is it a dog or is it a token? Is it like a Chuck E. Cheese? I'm not following. RTX price target raised to 105 from 103. Maintain neutral UBS. Wheat. Again, hasn't wheat been the highest in like 2 months? Then Pfizer did come up a little bit. Everything else clapped, though, man. What a wild day. And then remember, by the end of I think we still have one more wild move left in the day, setting up into earnings, and then after the bell, too. We don't do it. 44.6 is the new proposed long-term gains tax. That's heresy. They hate you. They hate you. I don't know, though. I feel like, do we live in that society anymore? Like, I feel like we've had like protests and stuff over like social issues, but I don't think do we have a generation that would like ever revolt over like taxes or or like not taxes or like even like retirement age. Like you remember in France a couple months ago, they raised the they were talking raising the retirement age, and they did, and the people went ape shit. The people went crazy for months. So I'm like, wow. But I wonder. I don't know if we'll ever see that. We only do that for like social issues. Mm. 44.6. So what's the incentive to have one if they take half? Come here. Come here. I'm going to give you a hug. I'm going to give you a hug, and then I'm going to choke you. Okay? I don't ever have that mentality. I'm going to choke that mentality out of you. Okay? The whole, oh, well, if I had to pay taxes, why would I fucking work? Because the other half is still the other half. You know what I'm saying? Like half of $100 million is still $50 million. You know what I'm saying? Even half of $1 million is still $500,000. Regard, you'll figure out the ways to, and you'll find this. But no, the mentality of, well, if I have to do this, then well, what's the point of ever working? It's like there's more to work. There's the satisfaction of a job well done, utilizing your gift and ability. There's hopefully other goals and all that. The money will be a reflection of other things, but you never want to be on that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, why get up in the morning if you're going to die? Exactly. That mentality, though, it'll never help. I mean, I don't know. Increase long-term gains, but then I bet you they'll make a provision for old people. Otherwise, they fucking hate them. That's the only way that make it like better. Because otherwise, I'm like, damn, what does that do for all the old people who want to retire? And then they just take another 40% off top, dude. Oh, man. It is still bullshit, yeah. I mean, that's just life, though, like taxes and all that. And you can make a tax strategy and do other things, to learn how to make it more productive. But when it's all said and done, like, you still have to put an effort. You shouldn't let the idea of a taxation, unless it makes you unprofitable, like unless you are selling an item and the tax literally puts you at a negative margin, you shouldn't really factor that into like a decision of, should I put out effort or, should I produce or not? I could do that if they increase Roth contributions by 400, which would be kind of dope. I don't know, kind of a trade-off. Bro, LT keeps sending me videos in Arabic. Okay, now he's speaking to me in Spanish. This is crazy, bro. That's cool. I might start making videos in like Arabic and shit, you guys. For my brothers back home. I need to make one. I need to send this to my mom. She's going to trip out. She'll cry. She'll be like, you learned. I'll be like, Mom, I was practicing the last 2 years. I'll be like, I'm just kidding, Mom. It's an app. You remember like the flashlight app is like that, but with languages now. Yeah. Hence SPY going lower. 3M on the low. That was up yesterday, but again, that doesn't mean much. All right, Chad, you're below 50-50. Quite precarious. You hit 50-47. 10 points away from the danger zone and several hours remaining. Tesla headed for more lows. Was there any news behind the sell-off? No, all random. I mean, today was relief. We were actually up, I want to say like 0.3. The Russell was like up like 0.8 or something this morning. It was up a decent amount. And then people were feeling good. You had the earnings even last night. The futures were all good. But then we finally sold off after the first hour. That's what I was talking about, like even yesterday, because yesterday was different than the other days. The other days, we spend the first hour like dancing, and then you like make your move. It was weird, but yesterday was the first day in a while you like gapped up and you just didn't dance. You went straight up, and then that was that. And then once again this morning we had gap up, still generally felt the relief, but then after the 1 hour of doing nothing, holding up, we started to give back up and give up some of the gains like every other day. So I still think the bonds are a huge factor. They were not playing along with any of this, not even remotely. So you still have that. You did have the TikTok bill and a couple of other things and earnings, but most of the earnings were supportive still. So we'll see. Gold's coming back up here now. SPY at the low. Tesla selling May. It's crazy. It is almost May. But you guys remember last time they were selling May, like it didn't really do anything. Like selling May, if you sold in May, it was not a good idea. I think that's what they said. Blame Indonesia. That was part of it too. Cannot forget that. Because that was just a random rate increase. Out of nowhere, Habibi, they said hello. And then SPY still going lower. Groovy on the high. Wayfair on the low. We went up last May. And then bonds still holding up, but SPY into the low. It's hard to even say. When I say bonds holding up, I just mean off of the death spiral because they're still down almost 1%. But 50.48, again, we already hit 50.47. I don't know if I'm going to be playing Ultra. They usually don't move, but if they could surprise, it'll be good. Philip Morris had a decent move, but I'm not leaning towards it. $50.47 Tesla Q. That sucks, man. I thought that Tesla was going to go crazy. Tesla. Still up 9%, but they were up 13, 14%, I think, in the morning. Visa options clap because they moved down. So they're even doing less. Like, they barely move. Remember, it was pricing in 2.8, and they don't really move that much. Philip Morris is still going. So even then, a couple of names, if they did move, they even moved what was priced in and just held up that price. Meta. SPY going lower. Well, yeah, last time that June-July was crazy last year. So we got to watch out. And then even around July, I wonder how this summer will play out. But the crazy part, I mean, why we're even talking about this, crazy part, right around the corner, you have May. Yeah, Meta is expensive. Meta's pricing in 10%. That's it. It's a $500 stock almost. The stock is, $1 trillion market cap. It's one of the biggest in the world. It's up several 100%. It's pricing in 10% for earnings. So it's huge. So no matter what, It's like if it's going to surprise, that thing's going to move 20%, maybe 15%. Again, if they have a really good beat, a really good miss. FOMC is Monday. It's on May 1st. So, Wednesday. Damn. So, next Wednesday is Powell. Ah, that's crazy. I just looked up the calendar and I just got shocked. So, yeah, Wednesday. So, like, by this time, is it 1 o'clock? And like in like an hour and a half from now. And then next week. HCP, that was the buyout from yesterday, right? HashiCorp. Oh, I think I had one of those options, yeah. HCP. Remember who was going to buy them? I don't know if there's any info on the deal. Check prices, if you could see that. HCP, did it get halted? IBM said to offer 35. Damn, my option's out of the money. Cucked again. What is up with these deals barely higher than where the stock is trading at? I don't get it. And who is accepting these deals? Ain't no premium? Yeah, that's crazy. IBM 35. Yours is at 35. You still lost. It may hold up some value, but like, yeah. Because think about it. You paid a premium to buy it at the price it's going to be at. And then SPY at the bottom. Flow. That's moving a little bit. I mean, it's just an offer, yeah. But that's why. I remember the days they used to offer you a premium, especially when the stock was trading a lot higher. That's the thing about it. Had 31s. Those would have hit depending on the price. We'll see, though. Maybe they'll talk about it, get started a bidding war unless they accept it. But that was the news from yesterday. Proceeded to make a move today. Humana's down. UNH. What was the other one? Teladoc. Kind of held up. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. Bonds are coming down right now. And then Visa. That was the earnings that sold off. And then NASDAQ down 0.3, still doing better than everything else, but it was outperforming not too long ago. Hexcel or HCP, they got halted. And Netflix tanked, and the GE. That was a crazy one, man. We had a very, very big reversal on a lot of different names, and then even today. It's a weird mix of what stayed up and what went down. And then obviously you have your earnings reactions. And we have a couple of more of those on the way. SPY's holding up. IBM said to offer 35 for HashiCorp. That's what it was. HashiCorp. $503. 8 minutes, 5-year note auction. Yes, sir. HashiCorp. I swear I thought that was like an energy bar for the longest time, but I guess not. Who do you think is going to buy TikTok? I don't know, but let me ask you a different question. Do you think China will sell it? So, I don't know. We have our American excellence, you know? And we like to think, we're like, who's going to buy them? But, I mean, is China actually going to let it sell? So China has not wanted to let go of the algorithm they've made a big deal over it. They might not, they might not be down. That's why Blinken's going to China, try to convince them to sell and export less. We'll see, but it's a big thing for them. Imagine there is a world where China used to just ban social media and never had like their role in it. You know what I'm saying? Like imagine the word social media was like a really American thing that was dominated by the Facebooks and Googles of the world. But now you're telling me China, like they don't even have a Mark Zuckerberg, but they got a TikTok. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if they'd want to give it up that easy. What makes you think Snap got the money to buy TikTok? They have decent amount of cash. They got a good market value. I think they have credit lines, and I think they have room to sell equity. It would probably hurt the stock, but then again, if people knew what they were raising the money for, I think it would go through the roof. But I'm sure they could pull it off, but it'd be tight. I'm sure they could finance it. They could put $5 billion cash down, finance the other like 50, assuming we're giving it like a 55 billion valuation, and then tell shareholders, and the stock goes up 200%. And then sell a mixed filing for like another $2 billion. Maybe they probably do 20. I don't know. Yeah, they could affirm it. 50 billion is nuts. It's nuts, but it's not that big. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I mean, Roblo's half of that. And that's Roblox. We're talking TikTok. TikTok's good, and again, their commerce shop is starting to make some money. That's going to be interesting. Don't provoke Elon. No. That's the sad part. Do you realize that? Y'all don't feel me. Unless Elon, I don't know. Elon might be able to, but Elon he shot too early. Because think about it. If he didn't buy Twitter, he probably could have been the person to buy it. And then think about it. He already has factories in China. I'm pretty sure Elon's Chinese, man. They love him. So I think he would have been able to get away with it, but trade X for TikTok, maybe. Doesn't sound like too bad of a deal. Yilong Ma. I saw that guy. Yeah, that's the twin. Have you seen that? He's the guy on TikTok, and he looks like Elon Musk, but he doesn't know how to speak English, and he's Chinese. It's crazy, but he looks exactly like Elon Musk. It's funny. 3 minutes till auction. Yilong Ma. He's a good guy, bro. I want to meet him. He seems really nice. I think he was just born looking like Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? His TikTok's private now? Why? What? Yilong Ma's private now? Why are they making Yilong Ma private? Spy going lower. Reddit kind of running. Reddit. People were asking me about that earlier. A minute and a half till bond auction. Did I say SPY going lower? My bad. I'm used to all day today. That Yilong Ma news tripped me out, man. I'm sorry. I didn't know they silencing Yilong Ma. That's crazy. If China can manipulate currency, what is anything worth to China? This would be bad time to tell you. Every country manipulates their currency. So that's unfortunate. It's kind of a nature of foreign currency and floated exchanges. Obviously, more manipulation than not. Some do more than not, but unfortunately, it's a common feature. Care if you post option plays? No. I prefer it. It's way better you post a specific play than just be like, I made $1 million. Like, well, that's cool. Well, yeah, post as many plays as you would like, sir. All righty. 30 seconds, 5-year auction. Stocks are back up to like what? That first like Euro close flush. This is literally right before Euro close. So not bad, honestly. It's like an hour and a half after Euro close, and we're almost right there. So let's find out. The auction is coming up. I'm looking for the when issued. So 4 seconds. That should be coming in now. Be on the lookout. When issued 4.655. So, light work. Higher than 4.655, bad. Lower is good. But like I said, I think it'll get the market's attention, but it should be short-lived unless it's like a massive blowout and nobody bought a bond and then the bond market collapses. You know what I'm saying? Treasury when issued 4.65. This is one of the biggest auctions too, I think, on record for this duration. I don't think you've ever sold this many 5-year bonds ever in history. Shout out to Janet Yellen. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Come on, Yalla. Where is it? We're going to get schwacked. We'll see. Like I said, I think market will perk up a little bit and open its eyes, but just depends on the result. But even yesterday, we brushed off a very good 2-year auction, which was weird. And then also the PMI data. And SPY's still working its way up. NASDAQ still down 0.07. Everything else down either a quarter or more. Or just under. Yellow. Where's bond auction? So 4.655, 4.655. Who replaces Yellen? If Trump takes it, I think whoever he wants. I think he gets to appoint a new treasurer. Well, that's up to your boy. Here it is, 4.659. So 0.004 higher. I don't think it's that bad, but the market took a little reaction candle to it. I think that's very interesting. But I honestly don't think that's bad considering the size. Reddit rolling out updates to iOS, make it easier and faster to get in a conversation. Yeah, so it was a 4.625 coupon. It's offering a little bit more light reaction as expected. I think it might go up. So even though it was technically a bad auction, I think that was light work compared to how much they offered. It's very interesting. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 70 billion, 5-year notes, 4.659, 1.93 bids at high, 5-year notes bid to cover 2.39, non-comp bids 233, primary dealers take 15%. Directs 19, indirect 65. Primary dealers accepted 11%. Not bad. I don't think that was a bad auction. Again, slightly weaker, but I'll take it. That's definitely one of those could have been worse situations. Nothing burger. And, I mean, well, yesterday we had a good auction too, but just generally, there's no bad news. We'll take it. I mean, lately, PMIs, when we had good news that was favorable, you saw the back and forth. That was the big key. Give it a C on the grade scale. Yeah, maybe C+. C+, which is good for a student who should have failed. In line is the new beat, so I've heard. So I have heard, my brethren. Any preference on watching VIX compared to VXX? I usually use the VIX. Just the actual $ VIX. Better than 2023. What could have been worse in 2023 it was a whole different breed. That thing saved entire economies. It was just different because we were in a lot of pain. We were in a lot of pain. There was a lot of questions. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. SILV new high. This was the biggest auction, and demand was basically in line. Can you read anything into it? I mean, that's how it's been. So, like, at the end of the day, too, like, these banks come in and buy it. Like, someone's always going to buy it, no matter what. Or even the Fed is low-key buying some of this, too, you know? But it's like it's always going to get bought up. That's what's been happening. But if anything, it proves to me what Hugh told me almost about 2 years ago. If you guys remember the first time, I forgot what law it was. It was something. It's some financial concept or like a physics concept. It's one of those, financial or physics. But he was talking about how the first time, when the issuances go up, pretty much demand will rise with supply. Is essentially the end. That's all I get with that. As time has gone on and supply has drastically ran up, I'm sure some of it's artificial in the government and banks and the Fed, but generally speaking, the demand is rising right alongside the supply. And I mean, every couple of months, you're getting a new narrative spun to get people to buy the bonds anyways. If you built it, they will come. Goofy! My man. Gift in the chat with 5, baby. God bless you. Oh, my goodness. Goofy. What was that? Is it the Goofy movie? You know, the one where Goofy and his son and they like go on a vacation? That's like one of my favorite movies, man. So shout out all the Goofies. Not like a goofy, like if you goofy, but like the real, like, you know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking. Is that it's called Goofy movie? I love that movie. I love it. And then they like go and then they meet. Was it like the Badgers? And they go to that like little bar club, and then they get like attacked. You know, you remember that? Is it good? I don't want to spoil it. One of the best movies. One of the absolute best movies. The Possums. Yeah, bro. You know the vibes, bro. You know the vibes. Best Disney. Is that Disney movie? Let's see. That was before Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy was probably still in college, you know? She was probably making racist jokes. That's why now she has to make up for her sins and take Disney on the righteous path. Ain't that right, Kathleen? Yeah, DJ T's going crazy. DAKT too. I mean, SPY kind of holding, but bonds are starting to give that up again. And anything I'm saying about bonds, please keep in mind it is another day of bond carnage. Even from the morning when we were up, we were just talking. We were knocking on the door of 4.7. Walmart hitting a high right now too. We got Visa. NZ. And then Devon Energy. But the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Ain't that from it? I'm telling my age by knowing the Goofy movie. I didn't think that was that bad. I thought Goofy movie. I didn't even know the title till now. Is your cost basis solve zero? I think it is. On Schwab, no. Fidelity, it's zero. On Schwab, it shows up as the price, and then they didn't adjust my. What's it called? What was the other one? The 3M. I just didn't get my prices adjusted. KKR said to shelve $10 billion upfield sale as ADQ talks fall apart. Hershey's on the high too? My opinion on degenerately buying spy calls. Well, unfortunately, you've tainted the question by saying degenerately. I think you've kind of answered the question. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if I piously bought spy calls? You know? Do you know what pious even means? But even then, it's like you just answered it by adding something to it, you know? Rally incoming. So good idea? I don't know. More Duck new. Recklessness leads to destruction. He wrote it down, baby. It's my man. Tell him, baby. Tell him. Biden voters punish Trump for abortion ban, or you want to hear earnings? Well, let me go pee. We'll see. The day's wrapping up, bro. It's already 10.
Small
see where it's about to take us.
Something like the Russell 2000, that's not an index I would recommend any client own on its own because there's so many companies that don't make money. And a key part of my market thesis, Tyler, is that you have to own quality. Going forward, you have to own companies that have a path to earnings or have earnings, have free cash flow. That's all really important. And when you look beneath the surface at small caps, there's a number of high quality companies that don't have significant leverage, that have strong balance sheets and can expand and are leaned into a lot of the trends that I like increasing CapEx, bringing reshoring back to the US, the artificial intelligence revolution, but being powered by data centers and the build out needed for that. So I think that's what's going to move small caps. And if we can start to get an inflection point with respect to earnings for small caps, I think that's what gets the market moving because it's so under-owned by investors right now. I think once you get a little bit of momentum, the flows will beget the flows and you'll see some really strong upside there.
Let me make sure I understood. I heard you correctly because I'm afraid maybe I didn't. Did you say to not go with the Russell 2000 because too many of its constituents don't make money and rather to go with small cap companies, maybe individual choices, where the profit picture is better, the balance sheets are better, the debt is lower? Did I understand?
That's exactly right. Or go with an active manager that's actively picking stocks. Right. And so you can lean into growth, you can lean into value. But owning the index overall, you've got 2,000 companies with questionable quality across maybe 750 of them.
Right. You like small caps, you say, and cyclicals, including energy, NextEra, Vertiv, and Vanek Oil Services ETF. Explain.
That's exactly right, Tyler. I think cyclicals right now have the opportunity to keep outperforming, and it's a hedge in many ways against inflation right now. So you look at the industrial complex, which is where Vertiv fits. Vertiv just crushed earnings this morning. It's been a top pick of mine for a while because they're levered to data center growth. They provide cooling systems and power management to data centers, which we know we need to invest in a lot more of them going forward. And so they're a high quality company. It was a high quality beat. They're generating more free cash flow. Balance sheet leverage is coming down. So it ticks a lot of my boxes. When you look at something like a NextEra, they pay a dividend. I think dividend growers have been underappreciated by the market overall for the better part of a year or so. And when yields do eventually come down, investors are going to need dividend growth, but NextEra has its own avenues of growth. It's the largest renewable provider of solar and wind energy in the world. They also just provided good earnings yesterday, and there's visibility to it. Their backlog's increasing. So that, again, it fits the higher quality beat, plus you get the dividend component. And energy's been a great trade. Energy hedges some of the inflation and geopolitical risks that we're facing right now. And so what I tell clients is, it's tough given the gains in some of the energy names now to just pick one single stock, but oil services have been left behind relative to refiners, relative to some of the exploration and production names, Tyler. And so what I would say is buy the OIH because you'll get broad exposure to the servicers, and we need to extract more oil from the ground with less CapEx and using less balance sheet, and this is a name that ticks those boxes.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. Matt Orton with Raymond James. We appreciate it. See you again soon.
Great to see you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to housing right now. New data show just how sensitive buyers are to any movement in rates right now. And our Diana Olick has that story. Hi, Di.
Hey, Taya. Mortgage rates rose for the third straight week last week, hitting the highest level since November. The average on the 30-year fixed for conforming loans increased to 7.24% from 7.13%, and that's for loans with 20% down, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. As a result, applications to refinance a home loan, which are most sensitive to weekly moves in interest rates, fell 6% for the week. They were 3% higher than the same week 1 year ago, though. Applications for a mortgage to buy a home fell 1% for the week and were 15% 15% lower than the same week a year ago. As home prices rise along with interest rates, potential buyers' purchasing power are suffering a double whammy. Now, as often happens when affordability takes a hit, the adjustable rate mortgage share of applications rose last week to 7.6%. ARMs offer lower rates and can be fixed for up to 10 years, although they are considered riskier loans. Now, these numbers were all for last week, so I want to take a look at what's going on today. Rates had dropped a little bit to start this week, according to Mortgage News Daily, but they made a U-turn, a tiny tick higher today to 7.39%. The next potential big move would be on the monthly employment report, of course, at the end of next week. Tyler?
Diana, thank you very much. Diana Olick reporting. Well, the Senate, as you probably know, has passed a bill that potentially could ban TikTok in the U.S. We'll look at what's next, what this means for U.S. users, and what will happen to TikTok's algorithm. But first, shares of Boeing down 32% since that door blowout back in January. So did today's report and words from the outgoing CEO Dave Calhoun shed any light on a turnaround in the company's culture, quality control, and its investment potential? Before we head to break, check out shares of HashiCorp surging on another report of an IBM takeover. Wall Street Journal headlines yesterday. Bloomberg now reporting Big Blue will offer $35 a share for the software provider. HashiCorp up another 9%. The exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Doo-doo. All right, Chatadonia. I think we're good to go. Give it a little bit. I know. Fake news. Fake news everywhere I look. Can't get away from it. That's why I made Truth Social. Log in. Download the app. Say hello. Meet like-minded individuals who own Harley-Davidsons. Good American company. GPN. Mainstream corporate media. El Baghdadi. Are there hot mangoes in your area? That's pretty funny. That's a good one, man. I like mangoes. And you know they've called Trump a orange. I like mango. I don't know. How come mango is more like, I feel like Trump is more of a mango than an orange. You know what I'm saying? Like I think he have more of a mango attitude. You know, Mango Man. Yeah. Why do they call him Orange Man? It should be Mango Man. I did not play Hasbro, no. 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 Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, another day. Another day, bro. The market insanity. You know what I'm saying? Well, we got another day. And honestly, it's a blessing, man. You know that? It's a blessing to have PHILO. You guys know, like, it truly is. And that's what we're about to do now. So, because I'll tell you, man, you know, it really is. You have no idea how grateful I am for this moment. You know, I've been telling y'all every single day how important it is. I've been telling you how proud I am of you, how thankful I am for this. And, like, even then, man, like, just to have a PHILO. You know, a lot of people, they're like, where do you get PHILO? Where did this? I'm like, man, you know, some days there's not PHILO. You know, and it's just like, that's why I'm like, it's a blessing, man. So, you know, whatever thing you have in life, man, and if you got things, always recognize the blessing, the fact we have this moment. I mean, we could talk here even generally peaceful, share ideas, talk a little bit outside of what we're dealing with, man, you know, and this is why I've been saying thank you, man. And like, I've been shouting out the people who have really been involved in PHILO and like listening, like really listening and being involved, like PHILO and beyond, especially beyond. God bless you. But dude, we were talking about it yesterday. We were talking literally the art of war. You know what I'm saying? And I know there's Bibles and there's a lot of finger to the sky and praise the Lord. And you know what I'm saying? But it's like, dude, even if I'm sharing you extremely worldly concepts and you guys are like seeing what you can get out of it, and it's like, bro, there is some universal truth, bro. And I really hope y'all just are able to benefit off of it, because there's stuff we could all take out of it, man. And yeah, you got to know that you have to know the enemy, but you have to know yourself. And that's what I was saying, man, because that's why we have PHILO. And I really do think the Art of War PHILO yesterday does highlight that. So God bless you if you already realize that, and even more so, man. So I really hope we can make the most of this moment. And just once again, thank you for your time. And I'm grateful, you know. And it's funny, man, if you don't know the development of PHILO, it started off like randomly, and we just started doing it. I used to give disclaimers. Isn't it funny? I used to apologize and warn you before PHILO. Now I tell you thank you. Stop playing with me, baby. Finger to the sky, baby. Stop playing with me, man. Oh, man. So that being said, I hope you guys are doing good today. And I really do I hope you liked yesterday's PHILO. But today, I mean, it does relate to the Art of War if you have read the entire text. But unfortunately, I don't know if Wednesday is the day. It's a good day. It's a good day to go to the Colt Real Estate. But I am going to shit on you today. Excuse my language. And what I mean by that is, again, I have another reality check for you. So, you know, that's the beauty. You never know what you're going to get in PHILO. You know, sometimes you're going to feel warm and fluffy. Sometimes you're going to think very deeply. Sometimes you're going to learn the art of war. And sometimes I am going to place a mirror right in front of you. And unfortunately, today is another one of those days. So are you cool with that? Otherwise, you might want to dip out now, if that's the case. Okay? It's very simple. It's a very short PHILO today. And it's a real reminder, bro. And I've seen this. I've seen it in my own life. I've seen it with people that I'm close with. I've seen it on the internet. I see it with some of y'all. I see it in the prayer requests. And it's there. I see it in the market, man, every day. And just let me tell you right now, it's very, very short and sweet, bro. You are not going to develop a bad habit and hone in and nurture and feed a bad habit every day and then just randomly drop it in the future. You really have to understand this. I don't think y'all feel me, bro. The level of misunderstanding on this topic is unreal. You're not going to develop a habit and drop it instantly. That's what I'm telling you. The emphasis, and again, like I'm saying, if you've read enough Art of War, you'll get into this, man, because the thing it's what you are creating, who you are creating. Again, the general you are, and is it somebody? Would you follow yourself? But you got to ask yourself what habit you have now, or did you just develop a habit that is not going to help you, but you're using it like a stripper? Oh, you don't feel me? Like, I'm just doing it till I get enough money for college. No, you're not just going to drop it. I don't think y'all feel me. I'm going to day trade, and I'm going to be completely reckless until I get enough money to start a long term. Bro, you're telling me I'm going to develop a bad habit, and then at the opportune time, I am going to instantly drop it with zero repercussion or consequences. I'm giving you examples. This goes to everything. You could go all across life, my friend. You're not going to drop it. Yes. And I'm telling you, this is probably one of the biggest struggles, to be real with you. This is one of the things that's going to test you. And if any, it's going to this will challenge your faith and your beliefs. You don't believe me? Go develop a bad habit and then try to stop it. Try to stop it for the right reason too. And you're going to sit there every day. What's wrong with me? Why can't I stop? No matter what. Oh, I go over and over. And it's not respecting the ocean. Do you feel me? I keep making jokes about the Twitch, man. You know, they keep asking me when it's coming back. And I keep saying, I say, bro, the atomic rhythm was disturbed. And it's a joke. It really is. But like, there's some truth to it. The atomic rhythm of things. There's just things moving. It's like you have to understand how things operate. A habit, a pattern, a rhythm. That's why music's so powerful. But again, back to the ocean. More people die in the ocean than a lot of things. I've given you this PHILO. It's because they don't respect it. The ocean is crazy. It's powerful. If you don't give it respect, it has the power to kill you. So today's little PHILO, I'm telling you, is the reminder of the power of your habits. And your habits are the ocean. I'm telling you, that force of you and what you choose to engage in on a daily basis, constantly and consistently. Oh, dude, that is your force. And that's what I'm saying is that I think there's a big misunderstanding, and we all have this. I think the younger we are, because if we're older, we just get trapped by it. It's this misunderstanding, thinking that, you know, we're going to change the tide whenever we want. But no, that's why it's called a tide. There's a time. And there's a force behind it. Sometimes it's stronger, sometimes it's not. Again, that's the funny thing about your habits too. Sometimes they're stronger, sometimes they're not. But don't forget how important this is. And the next time you flirt with the idea of the bad habit, and whether you feed it or not, just don't forget. If it's hard to kill now, it's going to be even harder to kill in the future. And you don't just drop things out of nowhere. Yeah, this isn't a PHILO saying you're never going to change. I hope you realize that. But it is, I need you to recognize the nature of it. It's a difficult task. The more you make it a habit, the harder it will be. You're telling me that that's a steep hill now? Why are you going to raise the incline? So, Chad, I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked in. You got 8 more months to determine where your habits will be by the start of a new year, baby. So let me know. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watches the main channel. First link, Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate Calls. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Market is getting right back underneath the first candles of the day. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy. All right, man. That's PHILO. That's PHILO, bro. Oh, my goodness. It's a coat, baby.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on styles, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place, all in one take. I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food. Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a secrets? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking and what's inside. Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cow. All right, man. All right. Now it's earnings. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Chatadonia. Post PHILO in effect. The yen is dying. Everyone's been talking about it all day. They're going to have to intervene, but every time they say they talk and do nothing and it goes lower, it's getting dirty. But then again, last time they did it, it cost them $60 billion. So last real intervention, that's the funny part, because people are like, oh, they're intervening. They haven't intervened once. They haven't intervened in years. And it's insane, because now, I mean, the last time they did it was $60 billion. I mean, God knows how much money they would need to try to make a dent in it. And then that's the worry, is that if there's no real policy change and then you dump $60 billion on there or more, and then it comes back down again, you just lost $60 billion. I mean, and I think that did the first time they had to intervene twice the first time they did it, just because it was a shit show. But yeah, now we got earnings coming up. Is Corinne on? I would love Corinne so I could get these previews. Oh, no, they pushed it back. But we still got some time till 11. Oh, I could give you, is this Jonah Hill? He's kind of my new favorite. Well, then that way, if I could get the previews now, you won't get Corinne. PHILO is brought to you by Altria. That's awful. That's awful. Jonah Hill, yeah, he works at the press department, and he just looks like Jonah Hill. I know. I feel like I'm Trump. I'm giving them nicknames. He looks like a little Jonah. Not Jonah and the whale. Jonah and the hill. He looks like Jonah Hill. I'm telling you. The people they hire, they'll hire anybody. That's why there's cocaine in the White House. Whose was it? We all know whose it was. Where is it? I can't find my earnings window. It was Hunter's. No surprise. All right. Let me see. I don't know. I think it is.
Is that were there any connections with the Iraqi government on that specific?
So it's good. You guys might not like this, but it might be better than Corinne. But I'm gonna get these previews, and then we might be able to start right before 11. Yeah, Jonah Hill. Don't he look like Jonah Hill?
No
Stop it. You look like Jonah Hill. Stop it.
I don't have any assessment to offer from up here. Go ahead.
And he does not like their questions ever.
I promise to make them brief. On Monday, Secretary gave detail about the human rights report, and you said you do not have double standards. Since last year and a half, you do not see 1 million Pakistani moving out of the country, journalists being put in jail, women in jail, political workers in jail.
Is there a question here?
So Pakistan was not part
I
of.
told you, bro. You don't like
human
these questions.
rights violation in the yearly report.
You don't
guys
play
not see
around.
Any violation happening there since last 1 year?
I am sure that there is a section.
He does not
that
like.
that
I don't know
includes,
why he even doing the job. Like he don't even like it.
But beyond that, did you attend the briefing on Monday?
Yes.
And you probably recall both the Secretary Matt, Ambassador Gilchrist.
All right, dude. Spy's back up to green. So hi. Relief back on the table, baby. What a wild day.
In calendar 2023. It is picked certain specific entries. It is not supposed to be some sort of cross-cutting total list that includes every single violation. Of course, when it comes to any country in the world, including, of course, Pakistan, human rights continues to be on the agenda, and it's something that we'll continue to raise with them.
Okay, just one, sir?
Yeah, just one. Go ahead.
On the same topic, the Human Rights Report. The Mexican president spent 40 minutes today, early in the morning, criticizing the report. He said, among many other things, that the reporting itself, it's a breach of international law. He also said that the criticisms of his Mexican government in the report were not accurate. So what do you have to say about this? Is it unlawful under international law issuing these kind of reports? And do you give assurances of the things that you included regarding Mexico?
So, one, certainly the publication of the Human Rights Report is not a violation of international law. It's something that we have done every year that this secretary has been secretary, and for every year almost before that. I can't think of a
great.
year
You know,
in which the
Ford
State
makes
Department,
$42 billion a quarter.
administrations across secretaries have issued.
They really
human
buy
rights
in these
reports.
Fords, bro.
Again, I've said in this a number of times this week, the Human Rights Report is not a United States assessment on these various anecdotes and entries that are in there. It is a compilation of entries made from
This is Jonah
credible
Hill.
inputs. Media organizations,
it's like a screening of like a new political
civil society
movie.
Actors,
it's called "I Hate Your Questions."
Who input?
It's a story of a conflicted government employee
as it relates to
who like gets his dream job,
Mexico,
but then like he has to work within the Defense Department, and then he thinks he's going to be like flying like jets and saving Boeings, but instead he ends up having to do these press briefings. And then he just like his life starts to spiral. There's a bunch of other subplots too that lead to his anger and frustration with the American public. But it's a good one. But yeah, it's a different role. It's supposed to be like serious, but like some comedic element.
And on the other hand, they protested against your statements yesterday, because they believe you gave credibility to the information of the investigation. I want to clarify exactly what were you trying to say when you said that you gave credibility, because let me be clear, some people are even saying that you said that money entered the campaign.
So I don't think that there should be no confusion as it relates to my comments.
Bro, you're absolutely ripping. Relief is back on the table. I mean, welcome to the craziness, but you have back up to green now, back up to the first level that we flushed at. So, again, only thing is paying his bonds, but high ticker is actively going. And remember, I was telling you, there's another big move waiting as we get ready for earnings. This could be people starting to set up, so keep in mind the metas and all of that.
Human Rights Report in the Columbia section, there are references to an inquiry that was opened by the Colombian Attorney General's office. It's a matter of public record that the Attorney General's office has opened this inquiry. The State Department didn't announce it. The Human Rights Report didn't announce it. This is a matter of public record. And government organizations are one of the many credible inputs that go into compiling the Human Rights Reports. This report, one of the things it's known for is compiling credible actions that governments take. But the inclusion of any entry in the Human Rights Report does not denote any kind of fact-finding or assessment by the United States government as it relates to these specific entries. And on the case that you note yesterday, I was pretty clear yesterday, and I will be so again. I have no comments or assessment or details to offer as it relates to this specific matter that the Attorney General's office has raised. that is for them to speak to, including the details and any specifics around the inquiry that they're looking into. The United States government does not have an opinion or point of view or an assessment on what's laid out there.
Mr. Patel, just one last thing. There's a new attorney in Colombia. It was appointed by President Petro, and the course of that investigation is already changing. Does the U.S. trust that the investigation can be conducted fairly? Do you trust, like, the Colombian institutions on this, on the Attorney General office appointed by President Petro investigating his son?
I have no different assessment to offer when it comes to the justice system in Colombia. This is an issue for the government of Colombia and the Colombian Attorney General's office. I don't have any other perspective from the United States.
Thank you.
Abby, go ahead.
Goes?
Sure. What a pivot.
It's good, yeah, serious pivot. At least 2 Americans are currently being detained in Turks and Caicos after bringing in ammunition to the country earlier this year. Does the State Department have any concerns regarding the detention of Americans for bringing ammunition into the country? They're both looking at the potential of 12-year sentences.
So, Abby, as you know, our embassies and consulates, we have no higher priority than the safety and security of American citizens overseas. We're aware of the arrest of U.S. citizens in Turks and Caicos. When a U.S. citizen is arrested, we stand by ready to provide all appropriate consular assistance. But in a foreign country, U.S. citizens are subject to the country's laws, even if they may differ from what is law in the United States. I will note that our department put out a security alert in September of 2023 that states that in the Turks and Caicos Islands, firearms, ammunitions, and other weapons are not permitted. Turks and Caicos Island authorities strictly enforce all firearms-related laws, and the penalty for traveling to Turks and Caicos Islands with a firearm or ammunition or other weapon is a minimum of custodial sentence of 12 years. So, but beyond that, we are aware of these reports, and we are continuing to engage and provide all appropriate consular assistance.
Are you able to provide any estimate for how many Americans are being detained in Turks and Caicos?
As you know, Abby, as a veteran covering this department, the number
why are
of
people
American
getting detained in
citizens, not just
Turks and Caicos?
but in any country,
I thought
that
that's
is
a
number
beautiful
that fluctuates.
vacation
We do
place.
not ask
And then if
or
you
even
trade penny
require
stocks, that's where you
Americans to
live.
register or notify with us.
Your name's Timothy
when they
Sykes. What do you
travel,
mean?
they head to any destination, so that is just not a number I can offer from up here. Go ahead.
Thank you. There have been reports that President Erdogan's meeting
brought
with
in
the Hamas
weapons?
leader
Oh.
might have affected
Americans.
his
We're always just
anticipated
bringing shit
White House
in the countries, right?
visit. I will not ask you to confirm whether the Turkish president is coming, but I will ask you, what is your message to your allies? Will a meeting with the Hamas leader potentially set an obstacle to a White House visit?
So our message to our allies and partners today is the same that it was on October 7th, which is that it no longer can be business as usual with Hamas, and that any country who may have a relationship with Hamas, influence with Hamas, needs to send a very clear message that they should take the deal on the table that will release hostages and help bring about much needed relief to the Palestinian civilians in
Spy's
Gaza,
still ripping, man. Doing
and
good.
that they should ultimately ensure that every single hostage is released. But I don't have any other.
So does that mean that a meeting with the Hamas leader is business as usual, so it can influence a visit in the United States?
I have no assessments to offer on that meeting beyond that.
So can I just follow on that?
Sure.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
So would you like to see your allies, like Qatar, for instance, throw the Hamas leadership from Qatar? Because there's been a lot of talk about this.
I spoke a little bit about this
I understand,
last
but
week,
since
Saeed,
this
and
was brought
that,
up now.
I will again leave it to the government of Qatar to speak to any steps or that they may be taking as it relates to their own government. Go ahead.
On the Secretary's visit to China, he said he would address human rights, but on this report that came out on Monday, will he specifically address the persecution of religious groups like the Uyghurs in Falun Gong? And what have talks been like on this in the past?
So what I can say is that in every engagement that we have had with the People's Republic of China since the onset of this administration, human rights have always been on the agenda, and they will continue to be so. And I have no doubt that human rights will be discussed this week while the Secretary is there. Go ahead.
The Secretary's trip to China comes on the heels of the state visit by the Japanese Prime Minister, the unprecedented U.S.-Japan Philippines trilateral and forward movement on AUKUS. And next month, the inauguration of the Taiwanese president-elect is approaching. How will these factor into discussions with Chinese officials, potentially President?
Bro, there's a lot of earnings tomorrow morning.
Look, broadly, the peace and stability of the Indo-Pacific region continues to be a key tenet of what we will be engaging on, not just with these countries that you laid out, but also in our engagements with
Stripe will soon help merchants auto-register and file taxes.
There's a number of other topics that we
No, SPY's doing good. Remember that relief was there in the morning. Then we started doubting it. I was telling you, there'll be a big move setting up in the earnings by the end of the day. I think it started a little earlier, but you're definitely now right back up. And as long as the price holds, I mean, once again, we're going to talk that relief. UNH's Optum ending virtual care, a positive for Teladoc, Bank of America.
Directly communicate concerns on regional and global issues. As I said,
is Teladoc popping? Did they get upgraded by B of A?
Maintaining
Teladoc kind of popping here.
Ensuring that tensions are kept in check. We also will discuss managing our relationship and competition responsibly with the PRC. You can expect all of these things to be talked about, and more importantly, you'll have a chance to hear from the Secretary at the end of the week when he has a press conference at the conclusion of his trip. You had your hand up in the back. Did you not?
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you not?
But
Great.
just to follow up,
Relax, Alex. I will get to you.
Secretary going to have his ending press conference in China or back here in the U.S.?
It will be in Beijing at the end of the week. Go ahead, Alex.
Two topics. Ukraine first. The first tranche is out today. It did not include long-range ATACMS, but there are reports that the president has already directed administration officials to send them. I think the reports actually say that it has already been delivered and it's being used. Can you please confirm that and overall your reaction to the first package?
Sure, Alex. So yes, I can confirm that the United States provided Ukraine with long-range ATACMS at the president's direction. He quietly directed his national security team to send ATACMS to Ukraine for use inside Ukrainian sovereign territory in February. They started moving as part of the military aid package we announced on March 12th, and those missiles arrived in Ukraine.
He doesn't even like his ad. He don't like anything.
We did not announce this.
Teladoc's moving off of that.
In order to maintain operational security for Ukraine at their request.
10 more minutes. All right, I'm almost done with the previews. There's a lot tomorrow. So I don't know, man. Y'all better get ready, because every day it seems like you're just getting like 3 or 4 more bigger companies.
Moving forward,
but tomorrow's a really big day. And then we're
going
back
to
up here with the relief.
What kind of
I don't have
clack
clack on there. I don't think we had a preview on that last time.
So I'm just not going to speculate on any forthcoming drawdowns or any forthcoming security systems or assets we may be providing our Ukrainian partners. Only to say, you saw us take a huge step today with the announcement of this $1 billion package. It was incredibly helpful, and our message to our Ukrainian partners is that this assistance is on the way, and that our commitment to their defense is unwavering.
Again, final one from me on Armenia, Azerbaijan. There are reports about some progress has been made in terms of border
JP Morgan ripping.
Any reaction? Are you guys involved? Is Special Advisor Bono planning to go to the region, or is he involved at all?
I don't have any travel to announce, Alex, but the Secretary mentioned this in his tweet, that we welcome the announcement that Armenia and Azerbaijan have agreed upon the 1991 Alma-Ata Declaration as the basis for border delimitation between the two countries. This is an important step towards concluding a durable and dignified peace agreement. Daphne, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just going to ask how many long-range ATACMS?
Again, I'm not going to speak to the
Yen's still at the lows, too.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
I needed a little bit more time, buddy. A little bit more time. Thank you, Jonah. We'll take it. I don't know. Oh, did she come on? Okay, I was like, no way. Like, there's no way that timing worked out, but give me a couple more minutes. I'll just be here if you have any other questions, but we are about to get into earnings previews. That is the time. The IV move for Meta, I have no idea about IV. I'm sure it's high, but I think it's pricing in around 30 or 40. We're going to do that here very soon. But there's a lot. You can't see what's happening on Ukraine on the Snapchat map. I don't know. I haven't looked, actually. You used to be able to. Metsi, and then you guys noticed the rally, right? I talked about it a little bit here while that was going on, but we were talking about end of the day move setting up into earnings. You kind of had it, and then now back here at these like lows, it's holding up some of the gap up. I mean, we are right back down to we're right back to the story here of potential relief, or at least holding up. Everything is green now except the Russell. The ironic part is that in the morning when we were at this level, everything was red except the Russell, or the SPY was, except Russell and NASDAQ. Very interesting. Apple roping. Apple is insane, dude. Apple all day today, Habibi. You know, again, it has been absolutely destroyed the last couple of weeks, so this kind of brings them up to that low there, but still, that's been in its own world. I thought Meta would have held up, but they took a little bit of a haircut here, day ahead of earnings or day of earnings. And then IBM as well, too. But IBM actually came back up. We'll see if the Meta misses. Will the market drop? Yeah, I think if Meta stock drops, this market will go down. I think Tesla showed us a big reality yesterday. Like Tesla, TXN, two stocks were able to give you a really nice lift, but especially Tesla. Like Tesla going up 10, 12%. Don't forget, it's like a big name company. So I think the same thing with Meta. Meta is a way bigger weighting on the S&P 500, and I think that will get in the way. Meta has that huge gap. There's a lot of gaps, and it's Meta. I mean, this thing it's one of the leaders right next to your boy Meta or Nvidia. Meta is one of those that's up a couple of 100%. So there's still a lot of meat on the bone there. And then too, if they do good, I mean, they kind of had a nice recovery that surprised a lot of people. Next long-term deposit is the first of the month. So, honestly, by Wednesday, I'm kind of blown away. It's crazy to think that literally next Wednesday you have Jerome Powell, and then it's the start of May. Like, sell in May and go away. It's crazy. So, yeah, we're there. J. Powell Day. That's literally on Wednesday. Good luck. And then Teladoc, they had that move. Meg on the low. I thought that was Airbnb. Oh, the July cuts. I forgot about it, man. I mean, at this point, though, I don't know if this would be the time to do it. I want to play the Fed futures, but you have to think about it. I wouldn't really be, unless the data somehow gets there, but you're not going to have Powell talking cuts. Why? Because the dot plot is quote unquote outdated. So think about it. Right now, the Fed's dot plot is showing something way different than what the market's pricing in. So if anything, this meeting will be Powell coming closer to the market, and then the next one, I think that you might get a surprise, rate cut odds moving essentially. But he's already trailing behind, so I don't know if he can really give that leading factor. But the SPY will. That's going up again. Even UNH on the high. I guess the Optum thing was good. Humana came up a little bit, but still clap. Procter & Gamble, again. Tesla's even coming back up, still holding 12. Pepsi, too. That was another one. SMCI dropping. TSM. And then SPY, bro, you're right back up to the highs now, or near the highs of the day. They're like 50.80s. I guess 50.89. I guess we didn't move too much. $5.079. Like you said, last half of the day is just prepping for big tech. Seems like it. Seems like I'm trying to get it. Which contracts? Either December or July. But so it's pretty much by June meeting. This is April, May. Yeah, June meeting essentially. Pretty much by June meeting. Either go for the July or Decembers if they're at 99% rate pause or rate hike, and then go for the cut play. So the general idea is just we want 99% odds on one direction and then play the other direction. Because I just think it's a good bet all day. Honestly, I think I would have made another 15 grand if I held it. So that Zaza play I got murked on. I walked away with 4.5 or something. But that even then, it moves a while. If we get caught on the wrong side, it'll be painful. But I feel like that play will always work itself out. Boeing cut to Baa3. That sucks. They were just talking about how their goal was to not get their credit rating. That's funny. They had to have listened to that call and were like, yeah, we're going to downgrade their credit rating today. That's messed up. No big reaction getting. It might be though. Honestly, I think the way they were talking about that, I think that's really bad news. I don't know. It's already down a little bit. We'll find out. But just with what we heard today, I have an inkling that is not good news. Pfizer was moving. Boeing's still going. Yeah, Moody's says also downgraded Boeing's short-term rating to P3 from P2. Honestly, they're low-key getting clobbered. I think that's bad. I think it's really bad. They were just going on for 20 minutes today how important keeping their credit rating was to them. So they didn't anticipate all of this or any of this. And it's done. Oh, Bowen. All right. I think we're ready. All right, just give me 2 minutes, and then we'll get the previous.
Speaking of complications sometimes in the markets, let's get things over. That was a terrible
Do you want to see my Ozempic face?
No, don't do that.
Okay, whatever. Major stock averages little changed after the two-day advance. The next of the so-called Magnificent Seven mega cap stocks reporting earnings after the close. As you mentioned, that would be Meta Platforms. The shares down over 0.8% right now. And again, shares of Tesla up 11%. Their earnings after the close close yesterday. The results, nothing to write home about. Instead, as you said, Carol, the investors latching onto the news of cheaper vehicles that are going to be rolled out. And Texas Instruments shares also, they are up 6.5% after their earnings struck an optimistic tone. And in the S&P 500 right now, we're just kind of evenly split between the gainers and losers. The S&P 500 just 6 points higher right now. That's up 0.1%. We're at 5,076. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 21 points. And right now, the Nasdaq Composite Index 41 points higher. That is up 0.3%. Oh yeah, yields. The 2-year, 2 basis points higher, 493. I'm excited about auctions. The 10-year, the benchmark, 5 basis points higher right now. That's at 465. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tim and Carol.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. Market's really bouncing around. It's kind of interesting because it does feel like, Tim, like out of the gate this morning, it felt kind of strong. We saw futures certainly get a bump up on that Tesla news. I mean, Tesla certainly outperformance. Mind you, what is it? Still down about 30-something% so far this year. Just taking a quick look at my Bloomberg, about 35% to the downside. So expectations were low, but it really does feel like the whole focus has been on this potentially less expensive car. And do you think about what kind of market size that creates?
Yeah, it's the
Tesla.
top performer in the S&P 500 as we speak, up more than 11%. Hasbro, interestingly enough, Carol, among the top performers as well.
We're going to talk to Mattel, not this hour, but in the next hour. So looking forward to the Mattel CEO, Ynon Kreiz, back with us. Having said that, back to Tesla we go. Tim said, top gainer. We've seen it as a top gainer on both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 today, soaring the most intraday in more than 3 years. We know the headline, Elon vowing to launch less expensive vehicles as soon as late this year, easing some concerns about some of the things that have really been weighing on the stock. Disappointing earnings results, which we saw in the most recent quarter, and also some diminished growth prospects overall when it comes to the EV market.
So maybe a little bit of a look, here's this shiny new thing, and we mean it, we really mean it, but we'll see if he really means it. With more following all the twists and turns of Tesla and Elon Musk is Ed Ludlow, Bloomberg Technology co-host on Bloomberg TV. He's in our San Francisco bureau. So Ed, it's interesting because the print was not good. It was not a good quarter for Tesla. The numbers...
Being way too kind.
Okay. All right. It was ugly. It was ugly. But look at what investors are doing today. Is this all about the idea that, okay, well, there is a $25,000 Tesla coming sometime soon?
Well, I don't think there is a $25,000 Tesla coming specifically at that price point. But the way I describe it is that no matter who you are in the Tesla investor base, you've got something you wanted. You know, there was a lot of anxiety that a cheaper future version of their EVs was cancelled. And the reason there was anxiety is because that was at the heart of the bull thesis of all of those kind of legacy Wall Street names.
Yeah, that Boeing.
And away from
that
legacy
Boeing
Wall
news
Street,
is
the
hitting.
retail investor, we're talking about people that own Tesla cars and actually own quite a significant number of shares. They had already really bought into this robo-taxi future, an AI future, and Musk sold that too, right? He really doubled down on it. So something for everyone. But I think we actually, if you don't mind me saying, we got exactly what Dana Hole and I reported on Sunday night would happen. And we can talk a little bit about the explanation on that.
Well, go there. And first of all, I love the way you say future. I'm just going to...
Ed Ludlow. Bahu. Give Ed Ludlow a hug, okay? Just tell him Josh loves him, okay? And give Ed Ludlow a hug, okay? But now, Chattadonia. Enough Ed Ludlow. Enough of the market. Why is it up? Why is it down? The Boeing, the credit rate. It's time for earnings, baby. So I hope you guys are ready. I got earnings previews locked and loaded. So we are going to go over a select few of companies that report today after the bell and some that report tomorrow morning. And we're going to go over those big ones like Meta. And I'm going to price in the options for you. I'm going to show you what the market maker is pricing in. And from there, after we go over the previews, I will let you know if I decided to make any of the plays that pertained to the 2 standard deviation strategy. If you're not familiar with that strategy, there is a free tutorial in the description called How to Price in Options. Familiarize yourself with that, but you should be able to get some info out of this that you could apply to any strategy. None of this will be a recommendation. Do not gamble on these plays. Money that you need is cursed, and if I do make a play, it's going to be a low probability one. So Approach with caution, my brother. Approach with caution. But that being said, it's going to be a good time. There is a ton of companies, and we have a lot in store for tonight and tomorrow. But we all on the same page? Are you guys all ready to go? I have Facebook, IBM, Ford, Chipotle, Newmont, LRCX, Align, RCL, American Airlines, Newmont, MO, Caterpillar, LW. I don't know what LW is, and then Bristol Myers, and then Mobileye. What's LW? Is this? I have it. What's LUV? I have bad handwriting. I can't even read my handwriting. That's Southwest. Money that you need is cursed is under. It's the phrase of the year, my friend. So that's why. Just don't gamble on these. I mean, here's the deal, too. So far, we have not had a real big earnings hit. We did good on the GE. We failed on the GM and the UPS. The GE flipped after 1 day of going green. So that one already went red today. And then the post earnings have been good, but they only lasted for a little bit. We had Tesla, made that one free today. Netflix went up 300%, went right back down to negative today after the 1 day move. So far, no real crazy moves. I think the biggest earnings like option play has been UAL. So shout out to airlines. But that being said, are you guys ready? Let's get into the first one. It is going to be the man, the myth, the lizard, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. This is actually a gigantic preview. That's the is this it? Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot going on with this. Let me get up a daily. We'll get up a yearly, get you a 5-year chart. It's a beautiful high. So, Meta, they're expecting revenue of $36.14 billion versus guidance of $34.5 to $37 billion. Oh, I was like, no way. Analysts are that much higher. So 34.5 to 37 billion. Family of apps 35.77 billion. Operating income GAAP 13.33 billion. Operating margin 36.9. EPS $4.32. Cash from operations 19.75 billion. CapEx 8.75 billion. Free cash flow 10.78 billion. Daily active users on Facebook 2.12 billion. Monthly active users 3.09 billion. Engagement 68.5%. Total average revenue per user $11.75 and $11.50 in advertising. So then it goes on. It breaks it down by geography. I'm going to skip that. So here's all of it broken down, segmented. But near-term history, options imply a 8.4% move. Since last quarter, February 2nd, Meta is up by 4.7, S&P is up by 2.4, and XLK is down by 2.4. Last 4 quarters, gain of 20, loss of 4, gain of 4, gain of 14. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. My goodness. Metaverse daily users is 35% of human population. That's what's up. So it said it was pricing in 8.1. Let's do our handy dandy calculation. So 20 plus 22, that's what? 4270. That's 4190. We'll go like 4230 divided by 491. 99. 8.5%. So that's about right. So one standard deviation is going to be $42. If you wanted to do the ghetto standard deviation, all you need to do is double that number and then make the play. That's it. So I'm not even holding back on you, dog. So it's extremely expensive. $40 is priced in one move. So even like one standard deviation of the downside, you're paying $50 for that contract. Even like a 540, you're paying $500 for it. So pretty expensive. I don't know. Even man. I don't know. We'll take it. All right. So Meta, that's preview 1, pricing in 8.5. So decent amount. Next one we're going to is IBM. So these are the two biggest ones of the day. IBM expecting revenue $14.5 billion, non-GAAP gross margin 53.7, non-GAAP pre-tax 11.9, EPS $1.60. Since last quarter, January 25th, IBM is down 5.2, S&P is up by 2.0, and XLK is up by 5.5. Near-term options imply 5.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 9, gain of 5, gain of 2, break even. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 with 2 in line. IBM. So they've moved a decent amount. They're underperforming, even though, again, they still seems like they're gapped up from that earnings, but they're a little bit below that now. But 5% is not bad if they move 10% on the last one, but you would need like a really, really big beat this time around. Again, but they might be able to do it. What is that? So 85 plus 540, 1025, that's 10. We got 10, 15 divided by 182.97, 5.5%. So not bad. It's not bad. I like the ones that price in the least. We'll go, again, there's a lot of earnings today. So kind of here's the good part about going over the previews before even looking at the plays. Quite simply, there's so many plays. Like, again, if whatever you think you like, keep in mind you might have the opportunity for like 2 other ones or 30 other ones. So IBM pricing in $10.15 a share. The next one is Ford. So Ford revenue $42.93 billion, adjusted EBIT $2.48 billion, EPS 43 cents. Since last quarter, February 6th, they're up 4.6%. S&P is up by 0.6. XLY is down by 3.8. Near-term options imply 6.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, loss of 12, loss of 3, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Not bad. So literally 2 quarters ago had a big move. Last one it moved decently big, but that's what it's pricing in now, and then slightly outperforming the SPY on the quarter. That is for Ford. So 63, we could use either or. Yeah, 87. 83, we'll go 85 cents. So it seems like the market maker thinks Ford will move 85 cents either direction. 6.5%. Say beaut. It's a decent amount. I mean, it's a smaller stock. I do know. Here's the deal, though. I think Ford is lagging behind GM. So that might be the only thing that could justify it a little bit. Because remember, GM went crazy last earnings. Ford kind of did, but then they came in. They have a lot of weird guidance back and forth. I remember. SPY's back to VWAP. So SPY has came down since we started dumping a little bit. So we're getting back into those lows. It is, what, 11, 14, 15, 16? I can't read. All right, but that's Ford. Next one up, baby, Chipotle. So it's crazy because they have earnings and they still haven't even split. So remember, they announced the split at their last earnings. So Chipotle expecting Q1 revenue comps 5.2%, revenue $2.67 billion, food and beverage 29.1%, restaurant margin 26.2%, EPS 11.66, number of restaurants at the end of the period 3490. Next quarter expecting comps of 6.5%, revenue of $2.88 billion, food and beverage 29.1%, restaurant margin 28.1%, EPS 15.12, number of restaurants at end of period 3,549. Full year comps 6.1% growth, revenue 11.26 billion, food and beverage packaging 29.3%, restaurant margin 26.8, EPS of 53.79, number of restaurants at end of period 3,730. Price history since last quarter, February 6th. Chipotle is up 15.3. S&P is 0.3. XLY is down by 3.5. Near-term options imply 6.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, gain of 4, loss of 10, gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20. And options imply 6.6. Chipotle. So they're killing it. I mean, they're still up substantially from their last quarter. Again, they still have the, what's it called news? The split news. It's a very big chain. Pepsi still killing it on the high. 29.40. What is this, man? So this is probably going to just be mad expensive. So 85.90 plus 87.30. 173.20. Wow. Okay, we'll go with like 170, and I'm on the top end. 170 divided by 2940, 60, 5.7%. So you could double that up if you want, but these plays are going to be extremely expensive. All right, the next one, this is another big mover. ServiceNow. And then again, SPY's still coming down after that little drop after your gigantic pop. So ServiceNow, they're expecting quarter one revenue to come in at $2.59 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 82.5. Non-GAAP operating 29.1 versus guidance at 29. EPS $3.14. Cash from operations $1.17 billion. Non-GAAP free cash flow $970.5 million. Ending deferred revenue $5.91 billion. Billings derived balance sheet $2.63 billion. CPRO plus or minus 20% $8.41 billion. Next quarter expecting revenue of $2.61. Non-GAAP gross margin of 82.1, non-GAAP operating of 25.9, EPS of 285, cash from operations $726.1 million, non-GAAP free cash flow 540.8, and ending deferred revenue of 5.7 billion. Full year guidance, subscription revenue $10.5 to $10.57 billion. Subscription gross margin 84.5%. Operating margin 29%. Free cash flow margin 31%. Since last quarter, January 24th, ServiceNow is down 6.5%. S&P is up 2. XLK is down 5. Near-term options imply 7% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 4, loss of 3, and break even. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. So, honestly, pricing in a lot, hasn't moved a lot, but underperforming and overall expensive stock, and like they've had big moves in the past. But 7%'s back to the high end. But here's the deal. So far, any of these companies that have been pricing in a lot, 2 standard deviations hasn't necessarily hit, but you did move a lot, even though they were pricing in a lot. Oh, right in the middle. What is that? 45, 6. These numbers. I'll go 44. 5.8%. That's lower than what I'm getting. And my number was higher than even both of these. So interesting. I think the pricing on ServiceNow came down after the move. So 5% better than 7. I like that a lot more. But it's still an expensive play. All right, the next one, LRCX. I think we're getting into the end of the day here. So there's a couple that I'm missing. Which ones did we do so far? I did Meta, IBM, Chipotle, Serve. VKTX I didn't have. So now we're on Lamb. I don't have Celestica or Vail, and then I have a line. So these will be the last 2 for end of the day or after hours. But LRCX, they're expecting revenue of $3.72 billion versus guidance of $3.7 billion plus or minus $300 million. Gross margin 48 versus guidance of 48 plus or minus 1%. Operating margin of 29.5 versus guidance of 29.5 plus or minus 1%. EPS $7.30 versus guidance of 7.25 plus or minus 70. Next quarter, expecting revenue of $3.77 billion, gross margin of 47.2, operating margin of 29.1, and EPS of 7.30. Since last quarter, January 25th, they're up by 0.5%. S&P is up by 1.5. Near-term options imply 6.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 6, gain of 9, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with one in line, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. So that's for LRCX. Lam Research. Again, another expense. I remember both ServiceNow and Lam were both really expensive. So if it's in your budget, though, these can move, and they're pricing in pretty big amounts. That's a weird amount. All right. Yeah, we'll go with these. 40, 46.10, 45.9. Yeah, we'll go 46. So 46 divided by 888. 5.1. So not as bad, but again, still big. Meta already did the 8% move it's priced in. That does happen, especially on these big names. So LRCX 5% priced in. Market maker thinks $46 either direction. Okay, and then the last one for after hours today. Align. Damn, still a $300 stock. So Align expecting revenue. Analysts think 974.5 versus guidance of 960 to 980. Cases shipped 596,000. Non-GAAP gross margin 70.1. Non-GAAP operating 18.9. EPS $1.97. Since last quarter, January 2nd, they're up 9.4. S&P is up 1.2. XLV is up down by 2.3. Near-term options imply 10% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 25, gain of 13, and loss of 10. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Baba Blastov. Like a Blastoise. So Align, what are they pricing in? All right, Align. 312. Was it 34, 35 bucks? Right on the money. Oh, 34.75. That's 11%. So they're pricing in more than what the preview was saying. So yeah, that's a big one. And it's expensive. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Did we play Align last time? Because I remember I shelled out on one of these. Those aren't that bad. It's pricing in a ton, though. But you need like a 20% move. So we'll see. That one's interesting. Align. Well, that one is after that. We did go over meta. I didn't go over plays yet. So all I'm doing now, we're going through all the previews, and then after I go through the like even then though, like gathering this info, I don't like any of these. So honestly, the best one I like so far would probably be Align, maybe IBM. They weren't pricing in as much, and then Meta is expensive. That's it. I don't know. The only thing I don't know. I have a weird feeling in the sense of I'm worried about the Grim Reaper. Other than that, I think IBM and Align might be the best ones after hours, but even then, nothing's really pricing in too good. So let's get to the morning now. No, Ford is kind of, I don't think it's really worth it. They're all pricing in like a decent amount, especially with how they move. So we did all the ones after hours. Now let's get into the morning. I don't have OSIS, but I do have RCL. So cruise lines. What a chart. Royal Caribbean actually recovered compared to all the other cruise lines. I think they're the only one. Dylan Dawsey, baby. I come back. Oh, no, gift in the Chads. Oh, man, with the Jets, too, baby. Yeah, Bob is on the high. It's not that crazy, but it is up there. It's like, what, 20 cents? But RCL, so this is the first one for the AM tomorrow. They're expecting $3.69 billion. Net cruise cost 1.9, fuel expense 307.1, EPS of $1.33 versus company guidance of 110 to 120. So analysts are more bullish. Oh, excuse me. EPS $1.33. Passenger cruise days 13.12 million. APCD 12.32 million. Occupancy 106.7. Gross yield $298.12. Net yield 241.82. Net cruise cost average piece per customer 158.57, and then net cruise cost excluding fuel 133. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 3.97 billion. Net cruise cost 1.83 billion. Fuel expense 289.6 million. EPS $2.38. Passenger cruise days 13.5. Price history since last quarter, February 1st. RCL is up 7.6. SPY is up 3.2, and XLY is down by 1.2. Near-term options imply 6% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 1, gain of 9, and gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20, and EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20. So not bad, with one in line. Yeah, NVIDIA dying all of a sudden. I don't know if it's how big it is, but it's just printing the low ticker. Yeah, NVIDIA below 800 again. So remember, chips were kind of holding up today, but one at a time, a couple of them are starting to give back. So watch out there. But yeah, NVIDIA is dying. That's RCL. So again, 6% is kind of a lot. But let's... PM still going. Is it going like a Boeing? So 137, 390 plus 375. Like 740. Yeah, 740. Divided by 137. So 5.4%. Market maker thinks Royal Caribbean will move $7.40 either direction. Not bad. Wasn't there another cruise line already? And I say that because the next one is American Airlines, and you've already gotten the airlines. Remember, UAL so far, that was the best earnings. So AAL, let me see the closer chart. Well, I got to get rid of these. Okay, so AAL, they're expecting revenue of $12.6 billion, adjusted operating income $148.2 million, adjusted operating margin 1.2%, EPS loss of 27% versus guidance at the low end of loss of 35 to loss of 15, load factor 80.7. These are all just the revenue like per passenger and miles. Next quarter, expecting revenue of $14.63 billion, adjusted operating income 1.43, adjusted operating margin 9.7. So people are, this is all about guidance for them. if you can't tell on this. EPS $1.15, load factor 85.4. Full year guidance, EPS 225 to 325 a share. Since last quarter, January 24th, AAL is up by 4.3, S&P is up by 2.9, and XLI is up by 7.9. Near-term options imply 6.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 10, gain of 1, loss of 6, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20. So not bad. SPY going lower. You're getting back to that like Euro close, literally Euro close, flush zone, and literally Euro close. So AAL, airlines. And then you are going down a decent amount. 13.5. 87 cents, 88, yeah. So market maker right on the money with that. $6.3%. So market maker thinks American Airlines will move 88 cents in either direction after their report tomorrow morning. All right. The next one, gold. Where are my gold bugs at? Again, SPY dropping a little bit, but Newmont. So gold. And again, it's a gold miner, so it trades a little different than gold. Hopefully you figured that out by now. But Newmont, total gold production, 1.58 million ounces. Revenue, $3.66 billion. Adjusted EBITDA, $1.39 billion. EPS, 36 cents a share. CapEx, $812.7 million. Since last quarter, they're up by 12.1. S&P is up by 0.6, and XLB is up by 4.2. Near-term options imply 4.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 8, gain of 2, loss of 6, and gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20. Wow. I've never seen one that bad. So revenue has only beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters. That's intense. But Newmont. $38. Now we're like at 38.5. 85 plus 78. $1.63. That's us. We'll go $1.75. About 38, 41. 4.5%. Not that bad. I think that's one of the lowest. And then they're up 2% now. So maybe that's where that 6%. No, it says 4.5. It's a little lower. I'm not too opposed to it. But then again, they made a bigger move afterwards after earnings. And then NEE on the high. But that is for Newmont. Shout out the Gold Bugs. The next one. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. This one is a long-term favorite. In the top 5. I don't know if it's in the top 3. I don't want to bother Kendrick Lamar about it. But Altria, baby. They are tomorrow morning. So Altria, revenue net of excise tax, $4.71 billion. Operating income, $2.79 billion. EPS, $1.15 a share. Smokable revenue, $4.14 billion. Oral tobacco, $601.5. Full year guidance, EPS of $5 to $5.15 a share. Since last quarter, MO is up by 2.8. S&P is up by 3.4, and XLP is up by 1.0. Near-term options imply 2.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 8, loss of 1, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. Moo. Or MO. Yeah, I don't know. MO. Coca-Cola. All right. So not bad. MO, dude. $59, $1.11. Seems about right. They're pricing in 2.5. So it shouldn't move a lot. Again, it's more of a value play, but hey, you never know. But that's slower. Or smaller, excuse me. All right, the next one, Caterpillar. This is another good one for the AM. Wow, they've been killing it too. Industrials. So Caterpillar expecting revenue $16 billion, operating income $3.3 billion, financing $227, EPS $5.14 a share. Full year sales and revenue to be broadly similar year over year, implies $67.1 billion. Price history since last close February 4th. Caterpillar is up 13.5. S&P is up 1, and industrials are up by 5. Near-term options imply 5.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 7, gain of 9, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. So not bad. It's just up a lot. That's it. It's been one way straight up. Pricing in a decent amount, less than some of its recent moves, but my goodness. I have a Caterpillar sweatshirt. What is that? 17, it's like 1830-ish. $18.45. Well, not bad. We'll go $18.50. So Caterpillar priced it in a cool 5.1. It's just expensive in general, but like, look, it's been straight up. This shit was at $279 in February or beginning of January. Caterpillar's kind of been unreal. You got that there. Not bad. Again, these are all for the morning. Next one is Southwest Airlines. So remember, you already had UAL, and then we just went over AAL. Now you have LUV, Love. So revenue expected to be $6.42 billion, adjusted net income loss of $200 million, EPS loss of 34 cents a share, load factor 79.3, full year guidance ASM's up year over year by 6, economic fuel cost $2.55 to $2.65 a gallon, fuel hedging premium 0.07 cents a share per gallon. Since last quarter, January 25th, Southwest is down by 2.2, SPY is up by 2.4, and XLI is up by 6.8. Near-term options imply 6.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 1, loss of 9, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 with 2 in line. $29.18. $40. Yeah, $1.52. It's about right. Divide that by 29, 17, 5.2%. Not bad. The only thing, remember, I think Southwest was the only airline that did bad last quarter. I remember all the airlines got a little bit of a bid, and then you could see their little gap down. But it's interesting. They didn't move that much a couple of times ago, but that's a lot of pricing in for them. So I think there's just a lot riding on this earnings. You could kind of tell by looking at the chart. But that's Southwest. The next one is Bristol Myers. Bristol. So they're expecting revenue of $11.45 billion, expenses, marketing 1.84, R&D 2.29, EPS loss of $4.42 a share. Full year guidance, EPS 710 to 740 excluding items. Revenue growth up low single digits. Non-GAAP gross margin 74. Non-GAAP operating expense to increase LSD. Other income $250 million. Effective tax rate of 17.5%. Since February 1st, they're up by 1.0. S&P is up 2.1. XLV is down 1.9. Near-term options imply 3.5% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, loss of 6, loss of 4, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Not bad. So they're pricing less than where they move, but Bristol-Myers usually never moves. But they've been kind of doing the recovery story as well. Was that $1.69? $1.70? Yeah. $1.70 divided by 49.02. 3.5%. Not bad, actually. But like I'm saying, it's not a big mover. So low pricing in, but the BMY effect of not really being too big of a mover. So the next one is Mobileye. This one's going to be a good one. Again, kind of linked to Intel. I mean, literally. Kind of chip related, just different segment. They're expecting revenue of $230.9 million, adjusted gross margin of 63.2%, adjusted operating margin a loss of 31.3%, a loss of 6 cents a share on EPS. Full year guidance revenue 1.83 to 1.96 billion, adjusted operating income 270 to 360 million. Since last quarter, January 3rd, they're down 23.9. S&P is up by 7.4. XLK is up by 5.8. Near-term options imply 14.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 25, gain of 7, loss of 6. Revenue has beaten 6 of the last 6 quarters. EPS has beaten 6 of the last 6 quarters. Short interest is 24%, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 1 of the last 2 quarters. We're going down. It's just off of this move of both relief and no relief and all these other factors and bonds weighing on us. McKinsey faces criminal probe into past work for opioid manufacturers. McKinsey? Who's McKinsey? Are they traded as a private? McKinsey faces criminal probe into opioid manufacturing. It's private, I think. No, is it competitor? I think healthcare company. Double check. Yeah, they settled in 2021. McKinsey settles 600 over rolling opioid crisis. The consultant to Blue. It is, I guess technically it is a consultant company. Yeah, it is consulting by definition. It says McKinsey, the consulting company, but they settled in 2021. Well, that's coming in now. DJT still running? My goodness. So we just went over Mobileye. That one's kind of wild. It says it's pricing in 15%. They do not have any short-term options, so it might be a little harder to price. 450. I mean, that's what it says. I think it is 15%. 14.5% priced in for Mobileye. U.S. bank regulators extend public comment period on application by Capital One to acquire Discover. McKinsey consulted for makers Purdue, Endo, and Mallinckrodt. And DJT on the high, same thing with PM. But yeah, Mobileye, they're pricing in a ton. But now, Chad, this is the final one for the earnings, and then we could get into looking for some plays, but I only have a couple in mind. So after going through these previews, this earnings season's a little tougher. I don't think you don't have as many cheap plays, at least not with what I'm seeing from here. So AstraZeneca, provided by the company, expecting revenue of $11.84 billion, core operating profit $3.97 billion, core EPS $1.92 a share. Since last quarter, they're up 7.4. Stocks Europe is up by 4.3. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, gain of 3, gain of 3, break even. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20, and EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20, with 1 in line. AstraZeneca. So did it say what it was pricing in? I don't think it did, so they may not even have the weeklies. Oh, they do. What is that? 306, 307. It says 311. We'll go with 307. %4.3%. I guess not too bad. Again, they moved a decent amount from their last one. 4.3% priced in on AstraZeneca. Market maker thinks the stock can move $3.07 up or down. Well, not bad. Not bad. All right, I'll take it. All right, Chad. Well, there's only a couple plays I have in mind. And while I go shopping, you will be tested by listening to the press
and said,
briefing.
You know, the road may be full of twists and turns.
Know what I end up playing.
I can't predict exactly when it will happen, but I always had confidence it would happen, and that's because of the deep reservoir of support there is for Ukraine. And that's true of Democrats, it's true of Republicans, it's true of independents, and that's what's shown through in the votes, both in the House and the 79 vote, I vote outcome we saw in the Senate last night. The passage of this bill sends a powerful message to the rest of the world about the enduring strength of American leadership. And believe me, the rest of the world has been and continues to watch closely. As you all know, getting this legislation through Congress has been a top priority for President Biden since he first submitted his supplemental request more than 6 months ago. And it gets to a core tenet of his foreign policy philosophy. When our friends and allies are stronger, we, the United States, and the American people are stronger. And when our friends are attacked or threatened, we, the United States, stand up for them, we do our part, we keep our word. And with that signature this morning, the President kept America's word that we would stand with Ukraine through thick and thin, and that's exactly what we will do. When Russia began massing troops on Ukraine's border, the President rallied the world to respond to Russia's aggression. He built a broad coalition that flowed critical aid to Ukraine as the Ukrainian people defended themselves and then won the battle for Kyiv, the battle for Kharkiv, the battle for Kherson, and regained half the territory that Russia occupied since 2022. And the bill the President signed today and the significant and immediate military aid package he approved 1 minute later will send Ukraine the supplies that it needs to make a significant difference as they continue to fight for their sovereignty and territorial integrity. The bill will also help replenish Israel's air defenses, which is even more important following Iran's brazen and unprecedented attack 10 days ago. And it will help ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against the very real threats it faces from Iran as well as Iran's proxy groups. The supplemental will substantially increase humanitarian aid for Palestinian civilians in Gaza who are suffering so grievously, as we work to build on the progress of the last 2 weeks in terms of an increase in the amount of life-saving humanitarian assistance that has been and must continue to flow into Gaza, and the quantities and the type of humanitarian assistance that we have seen increase over the last 2 weeks. We need to see continued increases and sustained increases as we go forward. The bill will also enhance and expand humanitarian aid for those who have been impacted by instability, by conflict, by disaster all over the world, including in Haiti and Sudan and Somalia. The bill makes important investments in our defense industrial base that will strengthen our own military, and of course it provides timely support to our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific as well. Getting this bill passed entailed months of advocacy, hands-on work by President Biden himself, by his White House team, by his national security team, and countless briefings, meetings, hearings by departments and agencies across our government for the Congress in both the House and the Senate. It was a long road to secure this funding, and I have to say, standing here today, it was too long. And the consequences of the delay have been felt in Ukraine. Over the past 6 months, Ukraine has had to ration ammunition, and that has resulted in the loss of some territory in the east, including the city of Avdiivka. And while today's announcement is very good news for Ukraine, they are still under severe pressure on the battlefield. And it is certainly possible that Russia could make additional tactical gains in the coming weeks. Russia has tried to grind out very slow, costly progress on multiple fronts over the past few weeks. They are threatening the town of Chasiv Yar. They are threatening settlements to the west of Avdiivka. And of course, they're raining hell down on Kharkiv and other cities across Ukraine. The fact is that it's going to take some time for us to dig out of the hole that was created by 6 months of delay before Congress passed the supplemental. And that's why the minute the president signed the supplemental, he turned and signed a very substantial drawdown package that includes urgently needed artillery and HIMARS ammunition, more armored vehicles, javelins, stingers, and air defense interceptors, among other things. These capabilities are going to start moving immediately to make up for lost time. At this critical moment, this is a way to show in deed as well as in word that the United States stands with Ukraine. And despite the challenges that I've just described, I think it is very important for us to underscore that as we look ahead to the rest of 2024, our view is that Ukraine retains key advantages in this fight. Ukraine can and will prevail, and that will be thanks to the bravery of its people, but also the support of its friends. First, the Ukrainian military remains a resilient, brave, and effective fighting force. And even as Ukrainians waited for U.S. security assistance, they were able to impose significant costs on Russia. Since the start of 2024, we estimate that Ukraine has destroyed more than 700 Russian armored vehicles and roughly 250 Russian tanks. Russia, meanwhile, has had to continue to throw its soldiers into
Tropical
the fight
Smoothie
without proper
Cafe
training and equipment. Second,
$2 billion,
our
including
allies,
debt?
as the president said this morning, have been mobilizing in support of Ukraine alongside us.
It's owned
Just
by private
yesterday,
equity
the UK
firm
announced a
Lightskin Capital.
significant
What
new
the hell is
package
this?
of military aid for Ukraine,
Tropical Smoothie
alongside
Cafe has
major
over
investments that they are
1,400
making in their
locations.
defense industrial base, putting their
Bro,
defense
what?
budget on a path to reach 2.5%
That's a
of their
weird-ass
GDP
buy,
by the
yeah.
end of the
Tropical
decade.
Smoothie
And
Cafe.
the United States welcomes these moves from a stalwart ally. Germany
sounds like
recently
a
announced
generic,
the
like,
donation of another
GTA.
Patriot system to Ukraine. The Czech
Name.
government, whose prime minister was just here recently, has raised enough money to purchase 500,000 artillery shells for Ukraine, with hundreds of thousands more beyond that to follow. And Estonia recently announced its own ambitious effort to secure even more artillery and other forms of ammunition for Ukraine. And then third, the United States is building up our capacity to support Ukraine. For example, we're investing in our own domestic production of 155 millimeter artillery rounds. Since the start of this conflict, we've more than doubled our monthly production of 155. By the end of this year, we will have doubled it again. And as a result, we're going to be able to provide from our own production steady and significant supplies of artillery to Ukraine. We are also providing Ukraine with
Oh, yeah. I am muted. I was just going, oh, my bad. I was just telling you all the plays. Maybe you didn't like the video. Huh. That's weird. No. My bad. Yeah, I made a play. So What I'm doing, I'm contemplating one on MO, but I was saying the market maker is kind of scamming on that option chain. It's like they're kind of cheap, but then it's like weirdly the spreads are wild. So I'll just wait. But other than that, I think IBM is the only one I'm taking. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went IBM both ways, 2 standard deviations. The put was a little closer than 2 standard deviations, and the call was a little bit more. But I had to spend more than $100 to buy a call and a put on IBM. But I really do like that one. And then I have one more crazy idea I need to run a couple more numbers on. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I'll let you guys know in a little bit. But so far, that might be the only other one, or the one I like, and then IBM. So that's it. Let me see. There's one more. No. Yeah, like ServiceNow, LRCX, too expensive, and Align, sheer value. Airlines are dog shit unless you want to go. I think Southwest was the best airline out of all of them. Mobilize pricing in a lot, but that also could move with chips. I think Ford is also in the middle too. They surprise, but other than that, NEM's just expensive and Caterpillar's insane. And then Chipotle's expensive too. But IBM, that one you have to pay a little bit for it, but it's 5%. They moved 10% last time. So it's pricing in less than an outsized move. They kind of have a high bar. And then, like I said, Meta, I'm still on the fence with Meta, but generally thinking no. So we'll see. But Jake, let Jake keep going.
Together.
I think that might be it, though.
And combined with the bravery and skill of Ukraine's fighters, that's going to make the difference in this conflict. So we think it's good that we're able to provide them, but I don't expect to stand before you and say one capability has been the silver bullet in this conflict.
Are you worried that it could provoke Russia because they had said that sending these long-range missiles could be crossing a red line?
What we have seen from the Russians is their willingness to accept long-range missiles from other countries, specifically North Korea. They have used those in the battlefield. They have used them to attack Ukrainian civilians as well. So from our perspective, now that we've resolved our readiness concerns, being able to step up and provide our own capabilities to Ukraine, as partners of ours have, the UK, the French, others, we think it's appropriate to do at this moment. We think it is a good capability in this phase of the conflict for Ukraine, and we will stand behind that foursquare. Yeah.
Jake, on Israel, they've made a number of commitments in terms of what they need to do on the ground in order to receive the aid that they're getting from the United States. With the reports that we've seen of mass graves at 2 medical facilities in Gaza that they destroyed, is it your current view that they are living up to those commitments?
Well, those reports were deeply disturbing. We have been in touch at multiple levels with the Israeli government. We want answers. We want to understand exactly what happened. You've seen some public commentary from the IDF on that, but we want to know the specifics of what the circumstances of this were, and we want to see this thoroughly and transparently investigated so that the whole world can have a comprehensive answer, and we, the United States, can as well. I can't speak beyond that because, of course, we're in the early days of fully understanding what happened. We also received a series of commitments from the Israeli government with respect to the facilitation of humanitarian assistance. President.
That's all for today, Jake. Time's up.
That's the Gong Show. President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu a little more than 2 weeks ago. And in the time that has unfolded since his conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, we have seen a marked increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance that has gone into Gaza, and importantly, a very significant increase in the amount of assistance that has gone to northern Gaza, where the UN and others had told us the challenges of malnutrition and potential famine were most acute. So we think we have made a significant set of steps forward on this, but, and this is a very important but, it needs to be sustained and it needs to be increased even further. We've seen moves at Ashdod. We've seen initial moves through crossings in the north. Again, those are good steps, but we need to see that expanded, institutionalized, and ensure that on a steady basis, the level and intensity and scope of humanitarian assistance meets the need, and we're going to stay focused until we ensure that that is the case. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. What kind of mechanism does the U.S. have in place to ensure that these long-range
ATACMS will only be used within Ukrainian territory and will not be fired into Russian territory?
Well, we now have an extended period of time where we have tested these commitments from the Ukrainian government, which they have made with respect to other systems as well, including HIMARS, where they have said, we will only use these on Ukrainian sovereign territory. We won't use them beyond the borders of Ukraine. They have followed through on that commitment time and time again with respect to the systems that we have provided them. So we have confidence they will follow through on this commitment as well.
And then on this new hostage video that was just released by Hamas of Hirsch over Poland, what's your understanding of why Hamas is releasing this video now? Is it because the U.S. was insisting on some proof of life, or is this a provocation of some sort?
We have insisted on proof of life. We have insisted on the release of all of these hostages from the beginning. And so there's been no change in our position with respect to proof of life. So I can't speak to what has caused them to choose to release the video at this time. All I can say is, this is an innocent young man being held hostage by a terrorist organization, and he should be released immediately without condition and without delay. I have not had the personal opportunity to speak with his parents since this video was released. I'm intending to do that. I don't want to speak further on this because of the sensitivity of the issue, other than to say I was just sitting with the President of the United States going through all of the Americans being held hostage and what we can do about them, what their status is. It's something he's personally very focused on, even as he celebrates Abigail's release. So this is something we will continue to make a paramount priority for President Biden and for the United States.
I know you don't want to detail it much further, but just for clarity, can you assess, is there any assessment of how recent this video was made, if this was made just days after? He does have sort of a date stamp and how long he says he's been held. What is the U.S.'s understanding on that? And separately, can you pull back the curtain on the visit with Abigail Adam and her family? You were there. How is she, her spirits, her family? What was the moment like? What were the interactions like? If you could invite us into that room.
The moment that we got the video that showed Hirsch, we gave it to the FBI Hostage Fusion Recovery Cell. Those are the experts who have the technical capacity to actually look at that video and discern, or at least assess with as much specificity as possible, the answers to your questions. They are in the process of doing that. I'm not going to get ahead of that assessment to make any judgments about time, recency, et cetera. I will let them make those judgments, and then when we have something we can share publicly in light of all the sensitivities, we'll share it with you. President Biden will speak to this himself because this was his meeting, his opportunity to see Abigail, to see her family, to see her siblings. Abigail and her two siblings had their parents killed on October 7th. So they're still living with the tragedy and the trauma of that. Abigail, of course, is living with the trauma of being held captive for many weeks. But this was a moment of joy as well because she was able to be returned safely to her family. And I think for the president, the most important thing was it was a reminder of the work still to do and how important it is for him personally and for the government to do all that we can to secure a ceasefire and hostage deal so that everybody can come home. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. This bill also authorized the president to seize Russian dollar assets. Is that something he's prepared to do unilaterally, or will he have to consult with allies before making any kind of decision?
Well, the G7 has said collectively that Russia's assets are going to remain immobilized until they are put to use for recovery in Ukraine. The precise way in which that happens, the mechanism, is still a matter of consultation with their European partners. Look, the ideal is that we all move together, that Europe and the United States, especially since the bulk of the assets are held in Europe, come up with a common way forward for how we ensure that these sovereign assets actually go to work rebuilding and reconstructing Ukraine. And I will not go further than that today because we are in the middle of intense consultations with our European partners. I can tell you this is going to be an important subject of conversation at the G7 summit in June, but I will leave it at that for today.
Can you provide us with an update on the latest on the Rafah invasion? What's the latest that the Israelis have told the administration, and on timing? Do you expect them to hold off as these talks continue?
I will say that you hear a lot of different public comments from different Israeli officials, different media reports, some on the record, some off the record, some on background, circling dates, stating what's going to happen definitively, changing what's going to happen definitively. So I will be entirely out of the business of commenting, predicting, or representing what exactly Israel will do when it comes to Rafah. What I can tell you is the U.S. position has been clear on this. I've stated it from this podium. The president has spoken to it. And we've had very detailed discussions with the Israelis as recently as last week by secure video to talk through not just our concerns, but our view that there is a different way to go about dealing with the Hamas threat in Rafah and succeeding in ensuring the long-term defense and security of Israel. We are still in those conversations, and we will still continue to press our perspective. And I will leave it at that for today because that conversation is midstream and has not been concluded. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. This bill gives ByteDance 270 days to sell TikTok due to those national security concerns, which could lead to a national ban. In the meantime, is it safe for President Biden's campaign and any other political entity to be on TikTok?
So I'm going to let campaigns decide for themselves what they're going to do. The terms of the bill are straightforward. TikTok continues to operate as it is right now until such time as either there is divestment or the time that you referred to elapses. And so what we're focused on right now in implementing the bill is working through that divestment in a way that is consistent with the intent of the law and consistent with the national security concerns that brought the law into force in the first place. Yeah.
The war will stretch far beyond the $61 billion in aid. So can the Ukrainians have any confidence that the fight over money in Congress won't repeat itself next year? And has Putin planned for these skirmishes in the U.S. Congress as he continues the invasion of Ukraine?
Well, look, I've said this before, and maybe it's even an understatement to say it again, that democracy is messy. There's a lot of toing and froing, a lot of twists and turns. But I think really what this weekend showed is that at the end of the day, despite substantial effort by a lot of parties, including the Russians, to figure out a way to not have this bill pass, it has passed. And I think the message that that sends is that at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, the United States is going to be there with the resources necessary for Ukraine. I believe that today. I believe that 1 year ago, and I believe that will be true 1 year from now.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. You referred to the hole that was dug because of the 6-month delay in Congress. How deep is that hole? How much did Ukraine lose on the battlefield as a result of inaction? And secondly, how long does the U.S. expect this $61 billion to last before it is completely withdrawn?
So you can measure the impact in different ways. With respect to actual territory, we're talking about tactical losses in the East, not some fundamental structural shift in the underlying dynamic of the conflict. But you can also measure it just in terms of the wear and tear it places on a frontline unit who has to ration ammunition because they're not getting the steady flows. And that's a bit more incalculable. And the president referred in his remarks earlier today to the reports of Ukrainian troops literally cheering in the trenches, watching on their phones as the House passed the bill over the weekend. That goes to show you how closely they are following the U.S. Congress, because it means the difference between having the tools they need to put up that fight effectively and not having those tools. So our view is that has caused, obviously, some significant wear and tear on the forces, as well as some tactical losses on the battlefield, and has also created the existing pressure that we see even today with Russian units pushing forward in places they were not previously pushing forward. But we also believe, as I laid out, maybe in too much detail for some of you, that there are fundamental structural drivers that favor Ukraine here. And part of that is about what the U.S. industrial base can produce. Part of it is about what the Europeans have stepped up to do in really significant ways over the course of the last 6 months. And we are urging them to keep that going, even as the U.S. has delivered $60 billion. Part of that is about the Ukrainian capacity itself. And then, of course, we are adding new capabilities like the ATACMS. So you put all that together, and I think the calculus of the Russians or the critics of Ukraine who say time is on Russia's side, they've got it wrong. We believe that the structural dynamics of this conflict favor the country defending its own territory. We believe that occupation and invasion saps the will and vitality of a nation over time. And as long as Ukraine gets the tools that it needs to defend itself, it can do so effectively and it can win. And we have now taken a major step forward in giving it the tools that it needs to defend itself, and we insist that we will continue to do so.
And then that second question in terms of how long it'll last. I mean, how until it's completely drawn down? Is there any, should it last the rest of this year? I mean, how long are we talking?
I do anticipate that with the amount of resources we have right now, we can continue to supply Ukraine with what it needs through 2024. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. There's been some satellite imagery of tents popping up near Khan Yunis and Rafah as well. Do you have an assessment of what these were built for? Is this related to Israel's potential invasion in Rafah imminently?
So I've seen the reports. I don't know actually exactly what they refer to. It is certainly the case that UN organizations, NGOs, other governments are working to actually build out shelter, sanitation, distribution points for humanitarian assistance in Khan Yunis now that major military operations there have abated. So sort of setting aside the question of Rafah for the moment, which is a hard question to set aside, there's going to be a significant amount of humanitarian activity in Khan Yunis regardless, as there can and should be in Gaza City as well as we get more aid to the north. So I can't speak specifically to these reports, how they relate to Israel's future military operations, because I've only seen them kind of written in the newspaper. I haven't yet seen what exactly they're referring to. But we'll stay in close touch, not just with the Israelis, but with the United Nations. In fact, on a daily basis at senior levels, we're talking to the UN as they try to coordinate the humanitarian element of this. And frankly, for those people, innocent civilians who are not in Rafah, they too need and deserve shelter, support, food, medicine, and everything else. And we are insisting that that happen in addition to ensuring the safety and protection of the people of Rafah.
Really quickly on the in-person talks that were scheduled to happen, I know you guys have been meeting virtually with Israeli counterparts.
Yeah.
Is there anything planned upcoming for an in-person conversation?
So we had an in-person one planned, and then as you all may have noticed, there was a series of events related to Israel over the course of the past 2 weeks that made it difficult, frankly, for anybody to leave their desks. I couldn't leave my desk. My counterparts in Israel couldn't leave their desk because we were hunkered down trying to put together the coalition that helped defend Israel against that unprecedented Iranian attack and then deal with the aftermath of it. I expect we will get together in person relatively soon, but we don't have a date circled on the calendar right now.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Jake. Back to the structural dynamics in Ukraine that you talked about earlier. Ukraine is facing a very severe troop shortage at the moment. Is there anything in this package that will address the fact that Ukraine needs more troops on the front lines and that they've been struggling to get the numbers that they need over the past several months?
It's a very good question. Obviously, this package does not include troops. It includes the capabilities that troops will need, but Ukraine itself will have to supply the troops. Now, as we were working day in, day out to get this bill passed, President Biden was also working with President Zelensky to talk through how President Zelensky was thinking about the issue of mobilization and getting enough forces forward to the fight. And actually, as you know, just in the last couple of weeks, Ukraine has passed a new mobilization law, and also the new commander-in-chief, General Syrskyi, has put in place, along with the defense minister Umerov, a series of protocols to increase the number of forces that are being mobilized each month so that Ukraine has the manpower it needs to go along with the capabilities it is now getting. And we will start to see the impact of that month by month as they implement the new mobilization law and as they implement the new directives from the Minister of Defense and the new commander of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Yeah.
Jake. The North Korean envoy has recently sent to Iran, and considering the fact that both ballistic missiles and the Shahed drones been sent to Ukraine to fight against the Ukrainian forces, can I get your comment on that, please?
Well, the president today made a comment that, I'll just repeat, which is for the 6 months that we were not actually passing the necessary resources for Ukraine, Putin was looking to his friends, and he was getting those drones from Iran, he was getting those missiles from North Korea, and he was getting support for the Russian defense industrial base from China. And that is not lost on us. It's something that we are dealing with on all three fronts, and we will continue to do that. And you've heard Secretary Blinken obviously who's now in Beijing, speak to our concerns with respect to the PRC and its support for Russia's defense industrial base. And we have been vocal from this podium about both North Korea and Iran, and will continue to be. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Some Israeli government officials are saying that the president has backed down on possibly sanctioning the IDF Netza Yehuda unit battalion. Is there any truth to that? Is that still under consideration? And if not, why not?
On this one, I've got to refer you to the State Department because they run a rigorous, detailed analysis of what's called the Leahy Law, which looks at gross violations of human rights by particular units. It has been taking a look at these questions for multiple countries, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak on their behalf, so the State Department will ultimately have to speak to this. I would only point out that the nomenclature of sanction is not accurate. What we are talking about here is if the Leahy Law is implemented, it has implications for how we deal with a particular unit, but it's not in the classic sense a sanction. It's something well known and applied in multiple jurisdictions around the world. But this really is something that we take care to separate from politics, to separate from decisions taken at the White House. It is a State Department analysis with a State Department outcome, and they can speak to what is going to happen at the time that they're ready to speak to it.
Having said that, a number of State Department officials, including some recently departed former officials, have told my colleagues that their understanding of the situation is that the president's views on Israel have been a roadblock to applying the Leahy Law, as you have just described. Can you tell us right here whether the president would intervene in that State Department process that you alluded to prevent Leahy Law restrictions being placed on Israel?
I think I did just tell you the White House will not intervene in that. That is a process run out of the State Department, and you should go there. And my strong guess is that the State Department officials you're referring to have never sat in a meeting with President Biden on Israel and are merely speculating based on whatever their own perspective is. But I've said it to you plain and simple. The State Department will make these judgments. They'll make them according to the analysis and the timeline they deem appropriate, and the questions about how that all plays out are best directed to their podium. Yeah.
Just on Ukraine. Now that the United States is sending long-range missile systems to Ukraine, do you expect that Germany would follow? Would you welcome such a step from them?
I would refer you to Berlin on that. Yeah.
Talking about a very detailed discussion with the Israeli government about a possible invasion in Rafah. Does this administration still consider Prime Minister Netanyahu as a viable partner?
As a what?
Viable partner.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
As a partner that you can trust.
He's the Prime Minister of Israel. We deal with whoever is sitting in the chair as the Prime Minister of Israel, because ultimately the decisions that are taken under his leadership of his cabinet. And so we will continue to engage with the Prime Minister. The President will continue to engage with his team in an effort for them to fully understand our perspective and where we think the right steps forward are, and to listen to them as well. And ultimately, the president will make his own decisions about U.S. policy consistent with U.S. interests and values. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jack. On the Iran, North Korea, and Russia, it was reported that the North Korea's economic delegations will be dispatched to Iran to discuss nuclear and missile cooperation with Iran. As you know, that Iran used the North Korea-made missiles in an airstrike against Israel. What impact do you predict that military cooperation between Iran, North Korea, and Russia will have on the Middle East situation and the Korean Peninsula?
Well, episodically over the course of many years and many administrations, we've seen various linkages in and defense cooperation between North Korea and Iran. That's come and gone, ebbed and flowed. What is new, what is different over the course of the last 2 years has really been the cooperation between Iran and Russia with this massive provision of drones, and North Korea and Russia with a massive provision of many different capabilities, including artillery, but also including ballistic missiles that go quite a long range, pack a punch, and are being used to terrorize cities across Ukraine. And we believe that this is a matter of grave concern to the security of Europe, way beyond the borders of Ukraine. And to your question, we're also concerned about what may happen in the other direction. What is Russia going to provide to North Korea or Iran that will destabilize the Indo-Pacific or destabilize the Middle East? That's something that we're watching very closely. Yeah.
Tomorrow is the funeral service for the 7
Yay.
Central Kitchen A workers
I don't know.
killed. Why is the
Making a
president not
Josh
going?
eating kufta
Well,
joke.
the president will have a letter
That's
from
crossing
him
the
read at
line.
the service, and you will see the
I'm
second
here.
gentleman there. The president, of
I'm
course,
looking at option
has had a
chains.
long-standing plan to go up
About
to
to make a
Micron,
bomb.
the facility up in Syracuse. He will continue with that.
I know, these guys.
But he has spoken
The fake
directly with
news.
Chef Jose Andres.
I told
Chef Jose Andres.
I think the
about,
Democrats got to Josh.
this tragic event.
Why is he playing
And of
this?
course, in the immediate aftermath of it, he
I
picked up
don't
the phone.
know.
He called Bibi Netanyahu, and what we
El
have seen since
Baghdadi.
then, as I was speaking about before, with respect to the provision and facilitation of humanitarian assistance, has been a significant difference. But the administration will be well represented at that event. Yeah.
Thank you. Two questions. One on Iran. Part of the bill that was signed by the president today had a collection of sanctions on Iran, on the Islamic Republic, namely human rights, drones, their dealings with China, the oil export. What is the administration trying to achieve with this set of sanctions that has not already achieved in the past 3 years? And my second question is about this National Security Memorandum 20, which is an independent task which they called the suspension of the U.S. arms transfer to Israel because they are accusing Israel Defense Forces of a systematic pattern of war crimes. What does the administration say about this?
So on National Security Memorandum 20, which the president signed some weeks ago, we have a report that will be sent up to
looks
the
like the
Congress
stock
in early
market's
May.
going
that
up
report
again.
will analyze the elements of
There
National
it
Security
is.
Memorandum 20.
Green candle.
And obviously then we will present the findings of that to all
5074.
of you as well. And I'm not going to get ahead of that report. I think we should
Yeah,
let
you're
them
going
go
up. All right,
through
little pop there,
rigorously,
man. 50,
the
72,
analysis,
73
which will
right
be
here's
done
the
on
level.
an interagency basis
Hertz
by
pop.
the U.S. government. And your first question was about Iran sanctions. Look, I
All
think
right,
the
I'm gonna
moment
cut this
we're
off
in
in a
right now
second.
that's quite different from where we
I
were
think
just
I'm
a few
done.
weeks ago is
I
you've
tried
actually had
a
the
couple
G7
of
come out
things right
together
here, but I
and
ended up
say
doing
that
nothing.
we need to impose additional economic measures, additional sanctions, additional pressure on Iran for this brazen and unprecedented attack against Israel with more than 300 missiles and drones fired at Israeli territory. The EU has moved. The UK has moved, the United States has moved, and we will continue to move, and extra authorities from Congress can help add to the types of forms of pressure that we can place and the type of isolation we can generate with respect to Iran, which is acting in ways that are fundamentally irresponsible and destabilizing to peace and stability in the Middle East. I'll take one more question. Yeah.
Wanted to follow up on, I know you had to not go to Riyadh to Saudi Arabia. I hope you're feeling better, by the way.
Thank you.
But has that been rescheduled first? And secondly, can you give us an update on sort of what movement there has been on these normalization talks between Saudi Arabia and Israel?
I do expect to get to Saudi Arabia in the next few weeks. We haven't literally scheduled it because things have been a bit in flux, but we will get it back on the calendar in the near term. I'll let you know when I plan to get out there. Thank you for your concern. I do feel quite a bit better. But as any of you who've cracked a rib know, it takes a long time. So call me at 80% right now. Meanwhile, I'm physically deteriorating in all other ways, but that's a matter for another time. And then in terms of where we are in normalization talks, I really want to have the opportunity to sit with the senior Saudi leadership, get their perspective in person, be happy to report back to you after that. It's something that we want to continue to work on, although every week or so I read a new story about how there's a renewed initiative, a different initiative, this is steady, consistent diplomacy aiming at an endpoint that we've been quite clear about, but there haven't been any kind of dramatic developments over the course of the past few weeks. It's something we continue to work at. We'll talk with the Saudis. We'll see where we are. And obviously, we have to talk with the Israelis as well because they would be a part of the larger outcome here if we could generate it. And with that, I'll turn it over to Corinne. Thanks, everybody.
Corinne, thanks, Corinne. That's who we waited for.
All right.
Actually,
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jake.
I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it right here. I don't know.
I do
It's
have
different. You guys got blessed a little bit. It's over. She has a great outfit on, but that's done. That's enough. That's enough of that. I was here this whole time, and I guess it's time I share with you my idea, but I'm not doing it. So I only made a play on IBM. That looks to be my only earnings play of the day. I went both ways on IBM. I spent just under $100 or just above $100. It's a 2 standard deviation play. So if you know IBM is pricing in $10, I hope you can figure out the rest, buddy. Come on, a little bit, just a little bit of effort will get you to the finish line. But that being said, I had another play. Okay, I had another play. I didn't make it though. I don't know. I don't want to do it. I'm worried about one thing, but I'm kind of thinking, but I don't know. That's why they call it speculation. It's just the idea. But what if Meta meets the Grim Reaper? I was thinking about it. And we were talking about it earlier, and I am a little worried that your boy Lizardberg he's gonna spend a lot. But then again, like we were talking earlier, there's a lot of delays going on. So if it don't hit this quarter, maybe next one, but I don't know. I did think about it, but so that in mind, so work with me here. That was my idea. I went to the option chain. It's pricing in 10%. Meta is always the Grim Reaper too. It does usually early on. It has some of the industry metrics that could surprise a little bit, but this is the idea I started with. The options are pricing in a shit ton. It's literally $40 one direction. So even then, even one standard deviation, I mean, you have break evens around 440, 430, which isn't too crazy, but then again, I mean, Meta, those are still $500 a pop at that to break even right here, to break even lower. But then there's some other plays. I guess it's right back to where they were at the last earnings. I tried debit. The only play I pretty much liked was a debit spread that was shown, but then your break even by next week is like $400, but every $45 could turn into $1,500. That's the only play that I like. But even then, I was looking at the risk to reward. It's a good risk to reward, but then it's like if Meta is not at $3.99 by next week, you are murdered. So, but I was keeping in mind. I had this idea. I am a little worried about Meta overspending. Other than that, I think they're going to be a very pivotal one. But the Grim Reaper might be lurking this earnings season. That's what we have to watch, because nothing's happening this earnings season. That's the way I'm looking at it. I don't think any of these earnings are going to, so far, we haven't had anything too crazy. So it's either going to be the Grim Reaper or everything is probably going to stay borderline status quo as everybody's working their way into handling higher rates. Snap, I mean, I think it'll be status quo too unless they surprise, but Meta will move, or Snap will move off of Meta, but Meta does have the potential. The only thing with Meta, the break-evens are wild, so that's the only problem I have. But the only thing that supports it is that last earnings, this thing was at the break-even. So if you really think that this earnings will be bad enough to give back, what just happened at the last quarter, they could do pretty good. Seems highly improbable with the current sentiment. I mean, it always does until it doesn't. That's the whole point why we're calling it the Grim Reaper. It should be unexpected. But now here's my problem. Although it seems unexpected, and although you would tell me that, unfortunately, this isn't reflected in the option chain. And what I mean by that is that even though the sentiment is strong on Meta, it's not like I'm buying these plays at a deep discount. It's still pricing in 10%. So again, your $400, around $400 is pretty much 2 standard deviations. That's still around $100 or so. It came down a little bit. That's the decent part, but you could kind of get the idea. Well, we did have a good trade on Meta after earnings last time. We had both, so last time it had a run-up. This time, though, I don't think you had any real call or put run-up. So if you played Meta, I think, beforehand, I think you probably got clapped a little bit. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Can we play Meta through DJT? That's a reach. One of them makes $24 billion or something, like a quarter off of their social media. The other one, I don't know what happens. So if anything, yeah, you got your Snaps and Pinterest, but I think they're going to be Google. Don't forget about Big Goog. You know, big ad business, all of that, even some AI stuff. So don't forget about them. Why TLT moves with such velocity in 2020? Was it rate cuts? But like, why did it move? It was just, yeah, it was. It was rate cuts, and it was how much they cut rates by. They cut the rates to 0. So by cutting the rates to 0, that determined borderline the price that it went up to. So that was the real key with that. And then it was an emergency meeting too. So they cut rates, and then 2 weeks later, they had an emergency meeting and cut rates again. So they cut rates really fast, and they cut them to 0. So not only did they cut them quickly, but the actual rate, 0. And that's something you got to keep in mind this time around, because if we do get our first rate cut, it's probably going to be smaller, and it's not going to be, we're not getting cut straight to 0. So TLT might make a move, but it's not going to move how it did in 2020. Um, 440 on the put. That's one standard deviation, give or take. I think a little bit less, a little bit more. We'll see. Could Meta have implications on Tesla? No, Tesla already reported. So, I mean, they're going to kind of... The beauty of already reporting, you get to be in your own little world, but it depends on how your report was. But, yeah, the thumbnail's wild. Really, I think it's a very artistic thumbnail. This is Zuckerberg time. How far along are we in the metaverse? The metaverse, they're just losing money on it. It's not even literally. They have like AI chips, AI language models now, and then just the ad business is killing it. Somebody made the joke today. They're like, I wonder if AI is going to, or if Meta is going to change their name to AI now. Because like they just lose money on the metaverse. It's like it's crazy actually. That's what I'm kind of worried about again. That was my worry. A year ago, I was terrified of this concept. Now the stock's at 500. Nobody's worried about it, but I am a little concerned still, especially if there's any other slowdown or guidance. That's the thing you guys got to realize. It's not even like this quarter, and this quarter could have been, fine and dandy. But keep in mind, how they guide. That's a big part of it. Hertz still going up. I don't know if there's a headline on there, but yeah. So only IBM play for earnings, but I am contemplating the Metas. But I don't know, man. It's expensive. Ain't nothing cheap. It's technically, yeah, the 2 standard deviation plays are 160. Even in the morning, they were like 120, and that was the low, and they ripped from there. Zuck's sister makes YouTube videos about NFTs? No way. Please send me this. I would love to subscribe. Love you, Josh, getting meta puts. Wish me luck. Hey, man, I just heard this one guy had this idea. I feel you, man. Good luck. Good luck. Southwest, I mean, I think it's going to be a pivotal earnings, but I don't know how they're going to do. But I think there's a reason why it's pricing in so much. Like, I don't think it's doing that for no reason. So I would pay attention to that. Let that speak to you, my brother. And we only have 25 minutes left. 25 minutes left, Chatadonia. Maybe Raul. I don't know. But either way, though, there's always the post earnings, so that's what I'm kind of banking on. But Meta, I mean, there's opportunity in Meta. Like I'm saying, I think it's going to be very pivotal. I like the IBM too. That's why I got it. But I really do think Meta, this is, if it moves $100, you're going to look back and be like, oh my gosh, it moved $100. So the dollars could be there. The dollars could be there. Otherwise, get ready to wait another 3 months. The email you could wait till I give you a reply. I have a answer though, but I don't think you just bought the house, so I don't think I could do a good deal with you. Honestly, I think you might be better off listing it, because I think you have like just under like $100,000 of equity, depending on how it sells. But overall, I would I think list it when it's all said and done. I think you might be better off especially if you have other projects and other things, and then there's other stuff attached. I would just get that situated. But I don't. You want to get, for what you're trying to do, you need to get top dollar for that property. So I would list it, and I would try to get. Don't list it too aggressively. Hopefully, you get a good agent and could try to get a good bid on there. But I would definitely try to get top dollar on the market for that house. I have no ICL. I still got yen futures I'm murdered on. But they haven't intervened. If they actually intervene, it will. But for now, I think we're middle of policy failure at this point. White House wants divestment of TikTok, not a ban. Yeah, come on, just give me it. Just sell it. I'm going to make you sell it. I sell it. And I like TikTok now. It's not bad. Anything that stops the lizard. And Google. And Sergey. That's it. I used to not like China. China and TikTok. But now, Mark Zuckerberg, the lizard man, I'm not letting him get any more power. What these tech companies do, it's disgusting. It's disturbing. Yeah, fuck you. Surprised you almost had bread to open. Good thing it's power out 20 minutes later. GME. Honestly, I've heard a lot of GME comments today. I don't know about you. I've heard about GME. There's more potential. The thing is, that's the thing about the metas. They do have downside potential on the puts, but, and this is where I'm saying my whole theory runs into problems, is that this would be a great idea if the options were pricing in like 5 to 7%. Does that make sense? So even if you're like, yeah, it does have downside, and it's like, oh, it is a good idea. Like, okay, if they do fall, but that's the only problem. But if it surprises, it may move more than 2 standard deviations. So there's just a higher hurdle in terms of the pricing. So that's the only problem. Well, the risk to reward is great if Meta really moves a lot. So think about it. If Meta has any guidance or numbers borderline in line and it moves, that's kind of your biggest fear, is that it just does nothing. It's one thing for them to do good. You're not betting that they won't do good. You're betting that they won't do good or average. So you need to, the only way you're really making money on, though, you need failure. You need an absolute, just whiff. So, but then that's the problem, is that to play that, you gotta spend a little bit. FNGU. Expensive to change. Well, but then again, but that's the whole point, because if it does whiff, you're going to look at those tomorrow and be like, damn, I wish I got it. So, but then again, those post earnings, we'll find out. Was it Apple or Meta? Meta. And then that's the thing, though. There's going to be 4 different companies that kind of all possess this, but like I'm saying, none of them are really offering that. And then the key is this is going to be the first mega cap, too. So whatever they go from there, you'll be good to go. I'm making you second guess my Meta calls? Well, that's not the intention. I mean, you should be aware of like what 10% is. I mean, here's the deal. Last time they could still hit. If Meta does better than expected, there's a lot of upside still. I don't know about a lot, but there's still upside. And then same thing to the downside, because that's what happened last time. Last time it was pricing in around like 8 or 9%, and then it ended up going a little bit more aggressive there. So you actually had a report and it moved. I think it moved 15 or 20. So you could get it. Credit spreads and earning season. You can. I mean, the only problem is that there's just the risk. If it does report more than expected and falls out, I mean, you're gonna be paying out the 10-to-1 instead of receiving. Just literally the inverse of the earnings plays. But then again, the market maker and the pricing is gonna be in your favor. That's it. As long as you manage the risk on the back end, it's not a bad idea. On Metaverse, he has it. But I think they're spending it on like the Oculus stuff, but also too. But like, here's my fear. This is where I think if there is going to be a black swan in Meta, it's going to be this. I'm not worried about Mark Zuckerberg in the Metaverse. See, you guys, we don't forget about this. Not cash flow. I'm not even worried about cash flow. Maybe guidance. You got to think about it. I want you to take his worst feature, besides being a lizard, and then I want you to combine it with the best feature of some things. So he spends too much money, and then AI. AI lizard. So I'm worried that he spends... What if he just starts burning money on AI again? That's it. If CapEx, it's just general CapEx. It doesn't have to even be Metaverse. He already got a loose finger on the Metaverse money, but now what if he starts just going ape shit on the NVIDIA chips and then everything else? And then he's like, yeah, and then we doing good, so then we invest into the data center. I'm like, no. That's it. That's it. Costs. The costs are easy to get all over the place. He may have learned his lesson. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. You got 15 minutes, though. You got 15 minutes. The data previews, I think like a couple days or the week of. Oh, the dividend, you're right. It wasn't just the dividend, it was dividend and a crazy buyback. You're right, I low-key forgot about that. I don't know what happened with Hertz, no. I have that up here, though. And then, travel did good today, but some of those names gave back up. White House students should feel safe on college campuses. Wow, amen. Amen. That's it, Chad. 14 minutes left. And then SPY still working its way up. Meta popping. Well, speak now or forever hold your peace. The crazy part is this idea with the puts. They got cheaper. So I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to wait till after. If it does go crazy, we can trade it after hours. But again, those candles should start getting big. It's going to be a big one. So there's a reason why it's pricing in a lot. It's about to be break even on the day. And then SPY getting candles. Mm, 22 Meta is the best performing out of Google Snap. Oh, from 2022. What about this year though? And then even last year, I remember them in NVIDIA, but there's a couple of names like remember Coinbase at one point was the best on the year. Yeah, that's another thing too. I'm glad you just mentioned that the conference call. So remember, Meta has the ability to make one big move right after the release. But then it also could make another gigantic move after the call. And there's been times where it'll be up or down, and then they get on that conference call, start saying one or two things, and then that's a wrap. And that is a wrap. But we are getting closer to the end of the day, Chattadonia. Damn, this is still going on? Oh, that's it, man. That's it. I wish you guys the best of luck, man. Earnings season, and there's so many more in the morning. It's going to be good. Meta. Remember, at one point, this Mark Zuckerberg spent so much money. I remember Meta started selling desks. Man, it's crazy. And now it's crazy how time flies, man. And we just, you know how you go from fear to no fear. That's what we were talking about a lot today. I'll just never forget. They were selling office equipment. They're like, yo, we have 1 million chairs. If you get $1 for every chair, that's $1 million right there, bro. Let's just, and then the desk, if we just sell these desks, I know, they're like, we spent $1,000 on those chairs. I know, but still, just if we, that's it. Y'all don't remember that? All right, well, 10-minute rigged right here. Kind of getting some activity. Leaning a little bit more to the high ticker. Market on close, 1.1 billion to the sell side. 0.5. Meta does have the AI card, yeah. Their LLMs and all the things they're incorporating, AI and AI services, but definitely. That's where, again, that's why I'm worried they might spend money on it, but I don't know if it's making them money per se. That's the real question, but so far, I mean, in a weird way, like Meta has found a way to make itself more of an AI stock than Tesla, which is weird. But I think most people can agree with that in the last year or two. Like, you would probably see Meta as more of an AI stock than Tesla. If you ask a hardcore Tesla, they're going to be like, no! But somehow they got llamas and goats and, yeah. So we'll see. And Microsoft. Microsoft's the biggest out of all of them, low-key. Bro, Microsoft has a stake in OpenAI. Microsoft, low-key, is the AI. And then somehow Google fell behind in all of this. Yeah, last time the conference call, you don't remember Mark Zuckerberg last time? He was just stroking the egos of everybody. He was doing it, man. He was on the car. He was saying AI, AI. He just was dividend, AI. He was there. Oh, llama is an acronym? No way. Oh, so it's an acronym for like a language model. It doesn't mean a real goat or livestock. Oh man, I might have to sell my shares now. I didn't. That's a grave miscalculation on my part. Oh man. I'm glad you just told me now. If I didn't know earlier, that would have been costly. Weed stocks on the high. Yeah, someone said they were popping earlier. It's 860. I wanted it lower. And then again, travel too. Even at Hilton up, they were good. DXCM, J&J on the high too. I mean, SPY's still holding up. You do have the weed stocks. Is Apple still tearing into the high? I think it is. Apple did very good, man. Apple triple top. 7 minutes left in the day. Not too bad. Zuckerberg, he sold shares, but that was his first sale in years. And then, like, go stack it up next to, like, it's not even a tenth of an Elon sale. Or even Bezos recently. Sucks an anomaly. Dude turned it from a lizard to a MMA hardo. That's kind of cool, man. He's more human-like as of late. It's honestly a very unique thing to see. It's like, I don't know. It's like watching like a kid you grew up with like go to high school. You know what I'm saying? And then like even like go to college. Because I'm like, damn, he's growing up. Like, look at him. I remember him. He's a little nerd. Now look at him. Like, he's talking to girls. Like, look at this. Is crazy. He's actually like, you know, like he's dressing up. He's wearing stuff. Like, look at him, man. $57. Not a bad day, though, bro. This was funny. It looks so many different ways at so many different points. Disney breaking out here into the close. But here's final five. You're already near the high. SPY holding on barely green. Russell's only thing red, and then Dow just went green on this too. Meta 5 minutes after the bell, yeah. Reddit sympathy to Meta, maybe, but again, like Reddit hasn't converted a lot, like, you know, in terms of the ad market. People were asking about a lot of sympathies. Like, everyone's just missing the obvious one. I think the only real sympathy that matters for the market right now with Meta is Google. That's it. Like, Google is the only thing that matters right now. Google got a little bit of AI. Google got a little bit of cloud, but Google also has a $30-40 billion ad industry. You know what I'm saying? Snap's smaller now, and Snap will either ride the coattails or get killed, you know? But at the same time, like, straight up comparison and, like, really trying to make a read-through on the earnings, definitely think Google is that's your direct comp that I would be looking at. But, Chad, it's time, baby. It's time. We got to bring it home. Earnings after the bell. We're going to be here I hope you all had a great day, but I want your day to be good, and we can't ruin it. So I'm here to tell you that it is about to get extremely loud in here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to go mute your speakers if you are sensitive to loud, unexpected noises. In my years of YouTube, before I was ignorant, and then I learned what loud, unexpected noises do to human beings. Normal, stable human beings go through terrifying symptoms when exposed to loud noises without warnings. Everything from ruining their life, sexual life, social life, personal life, inner social skills. It has caused dissociative identity disorder, amongst many other factors, and diarrhea and dry cotton mouth. It's not good, not to mention the eardrums bleeding and all of that. This happens to normal people just like you. They told me every single day. So I want you safe. None of you guys deserve that. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers, okay? Sound good? Sound good. Earmuffs. This is not a warning. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 66 degrees and cloudy, looking like a decent day if they didn't cuck you on the options and didn't shake you out after gapping up and doing nothing but wasting your time in the earnings. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down their flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia, time to bring it home. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Wrap it up. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You have less than 30 seconds to wrap it up. Earnings plays, if you're playing options, you literally have less than 30 seconds. Shares, a little more flexibility. More earnings in the morning. More mega cap after the bell tomorrow. But your first mega caps now with Meta, IBM, and a bunch of others. Less than 10 seconds. Bring it home, Chattadonia. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter. I need that D. Well, where they at, baby? Hold on, no. Wait, it didn't play. I was like, why is that? That went for a little too long. Hold on, no, I need the drop. Is it okay? No, can we get it? Yeah, there we go, baby. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you lost something. It don't matter if this song came on late, baby. I need that GG. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You're in there. And listen, without a GG, you just a baby back B. That's all. Without 2 G's, you got 3 B's. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. It's sportsmanship. It's bigger than you. You see everybody here after the bell. Drop that GG. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You throw in a dono. You showed love. You answered a question. You were positive. You didn't get banned, baby. Way to hold it down. Good game. I'm gonna lay your start done, so I'm gonna say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts, I'm gonna pay so I stop. Let's go, baby, and Twitch. One day, when they end the Twitch hunt, I'll be back. I love you still. It's a good game. Good game as always. GG. No, GG. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday. You need me, let's talk. Welcome to the war with no guns. Chat it up. It's a classic, baby. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Chattadonia. 15 seconds according to the calendar. So locked and loaded. I have it up. I'm ready to go once I get it. I should get the numbers, actually, so we know what to compare it to. So, again, when the numbers first come out, I mean, what numbers are we looking for? Oh, did it drop? I see a bunch of releases coming out. Meta first quarter revenue, $36 billion. Oh, wait a minute. It just flashed right by me. So, hold on. We got to get it. $36 billion. It just flashed right there. EPS, $4.71. So they beat on EPS. Revenue, $36.4. They beat by $300 million. Net revenue was $12.3. I think they beat on that. Or actually, no, they were supposed to get 19. EPS, $4.71 versus $4.30. So there you go. You're getting more numbers. So far, they're down 10 now. Oh, no. Is it doing it? Did we get zucked? I don't have IBM out either. I'm waiting for that one. I don't know. It could have been it doesn't seem like it was. There's something in the guidance. So let me see. The easy numbers, only a couple easy numbers. You got to go to the website and pick it out. Cost and expenses were $22.6 billion. Yikes, so far. I think that was a little bit. Again, right now it's right where it was pricing in. So first quarter EPS, $4.71, estimate $4.30. Revenue, $36.4, estimate $36.1, slight beat. See second quarter revenue, $36.5 to $39, estimate was $38. And then ad revenue, $36.6, estimate was $35. So they beat. I think first quarter guidance is the shitty part. That's it. Forward first quarter, 49 cents, estimate was 42. A line is up. So right now, again, I don't see anything on AI yet. And then 3.24 billion was the daily active on family of daily apps. I think that's above. So Google just dumped. Well, there's our sympathy. Ford is up 2 on that. So, I mean, Meta right now, it's kind of just, here's the thing that sucks. It's a little bit bad off the guidance. It beat barely on the other metrics. EPS was good, which could help bolster some of the other efficiency. But for the most part, I would say you barely beat. And then the guidance a little soft for now, but here's the deal. You're sitting right where it was priced in. Like I was telling you, unfortunately, it's not bad enough and it's not good enough, if that makes any sense. So there's still more numbers. Operational highlights, 3.24. Ad impressions were delivered across the family of apps. Increased. Why is it so small? Increased by 20% year over year. Average price per ad increased by 6%. Revenue constant currency was 36.4 and 36.35, up 27 year over year. Cost and expenses were 22.6, an increase of 6% year on year. Meta's going a little lower. IBM confirms deal to acquire Hashi for $35 a share. So capital expenditures, including principal payments, were $6.72 billion. This is for Meta. Headcount was 69,000 as of March, a decrease of 10% year over year. That actually went down. Remember, it was going up. Again, Ford beat as well. Meta slightly now below what was priced in. IBM revenue $14.5 billion. I don't have the expectations. IBM on the low. Hot dog. So IBM, they were expecting 14.53. They came in 14.5, so a little bit lower. Let's see, EPS $1.72. They were expecting 160, so they beat on that. Net revenue was 1.61. I don't have an estimate for net revenue. Gross margin 53.5. They missed. They were supposed to go 53.7. And then continuing revenue. Is this for next quarter? No, that's this quarter. So IBM missed. They're only down 4. They were pricing in 6. So again, you need a little bit more, but they have a miss. I don't, and they confirm a buying of another company. I think this one, we may get lucky on that one. If they guide lower, you need bad guidance on that one. IBM still sees full-year revenue consistent with mid-single digit. IBM doesn't price in a lot, but it's barely moving still. Again, even Meta's right at the cusp. You're going to have to wait conference calls and guidance. Meta still sees total full year expenses 96 to 99. I think that's in line. So Meta hasn't raised costs, so you kind of avoided a bullet there. So IBM 14.46 versus 14.25 operating EPS. Still sees revenue consistent with mid-single digits. Still sees full-year cash flow, $12 billion first quarter consulting revenue, 5.19. And then Ford, year-adjusted EBITDA end of $10 billion to $12 billion free cash flow target was raised to 6.5. So Ford raised free cash flow target. Meta, there's AI somewhere in there. Easy numbers aren't out there. Meta expects capital expenditures to increase next year as they invest aggressively in AI research. So that's why Meta's popping off of that. But yeah, they did. They said literally CapEx will increase as they aggressively invest in AI research. They see full year 24 CapEx at 35 to 40 for Meta. Let me see if I have CapEx numbers. Thought I did. CapEx was 8.1. I don't have full year. Why you not giving me full year, Habibi? But they are talking about, they did that last time. Remember, last time Meta was talking about spending more. They just had a dividend and a fat buyback to distract you. So this time you have slight beat, lower guidance for next quarter, lower on the bottom range, and then now they're talking the same thing, but you don't have the same, hype coming from it. But again, Meta is not moving. It's moving exactly what was priced in. And then IBM had a drop in pop. IBM was, I think, slight miss. I don't have guidance on that one. But honestly, not that crazy for now. I think low-key Ford was the best one. Ford was pricing in 6, though, so even that one didn't go beyond. Chapato B, watch if Meta bounces. Meta's like now right in that middle. That's the funny part. It's in between the gap fill and their pop on the last earnings. Chipotle's up, actually, 2.2. Chipotle is pricing in a decent amount, though, no? Meta down 10. Yeah, it's exactly what was priced in, but like I'm saying, it's just like, it's in a weird spot right now. You're like right below the earnings gap and right above it. So like depending on this conference call, it's either going to die or it's going to bounce. ServiceNow is expensive, but we'll see how they come out. And then SPY's actually even dropping after hours. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Yeah, ServiceNow down 6. That's exactly what was priced in. What was it? LRCX. And then Align, they had a gap. They're holding up 8. CMG unable to repurchase shares for the quarter. Then Habibi, who's been buying it 20% up? Yalla. That's crazy. Plan to resume opportunistically repurchasing when trading window opens April 26th. Well, Meta is going to have a wild ride tomorrow, but I think Ford is good. Chipotle's popping 3. LRCX, was it them or no? Was it Now that's dropping? Yeah, they just dropped 9 or now 4. Meta's at 447.95. It's bouncing a little bit off the bottom. IBM hit a new low. Yeah, I was gonna say IBM didn't seem that good, and they remember IBM got really hyped off of that last earnings, so you are gonna have to factor that into the equation. Ford Model E revenue is down as wholesale prices decline significantly. Industry-wide pricing pressures continue to affect the industry. Has EBIT loss of 1.1 on EVs. It's crazy. You have bought insurance on IBM calls. I love you right now. Really? Good, man. I don't know what I did, but it's good. Meta dividend payouts or $1.27 billion during the quarter. Meta will continue making steady progress building Metaverse. There it is. Continue to monitor activity, regulatory landscape, including increasing legal and regulatory headwinds in EU and US that could impact business. Meta expect capital expenditures to increase in the next year. Meta conference call, I want to say it starts in like 15 minutes. Or it's at the top of the hour. Meta missed. They like barely beat in certain segments here, and then their guidance for next quarter a little weak. And then they don't really have any fluff, and then talking about spending more, but it's in line with what they said last time. So it's in the, I would say bad, but not surprisingly bad. And then definitely not good, but not to the point of, you know, maybe it could even bounce like Netflix did a little, but then still hold a lower range. Molina Health is out. Bridgewater. Ford Motor remains planned to achieve $2 billion cost reduction. Google's even on the low after that. Again, the SPY dropped after hours. Chipotle taking off. Encompass Health. Remember, we have like 20 names in the morning. Yeah, Chipotle might go more than what it was priced in. It's kind of wild. Meta's advertising business keeps rolling as AI aspirations rise. So you got a little favorable headline out of Wall Street Journal. Snap Big Red, oh, I'm sure. MTC, that was a small cap earlier. Netflix, I think all of your tech names might have gone down. I want to see Meta. I think Meta probably has another 5% up or down depending on that conference call. CMG. It is going to split. It's just going to happen in June. It's weird that they gave it so much time because then they are going to split, but like it's going to happen in June. They had another earnings before then, but I'm sure this just makes it that much more desirable. The people love it, you know, they love it. GG, I think that's it, Chattadonia. I think we might have made it. I think that could be it, man. Is there anything else? Ford was the best. Ford and Chipotle. And then LRCX now in the line, they were all pricing in 7 or 8, and they've kind of moved that way. I think Airbnb earnings should be good. I think all travel trends are good. Again, they all got to upgrade today. Or there's a couple big travel upgrades. Hilton did good. And then Visa. Visa talked about travel in their earnings. The travel trends are all high again. So, honestly, I think, and then the clips, I think things are looking very good for Airbnb. So, find out on the next episode. Amazon on the low. Alrighty. All right, I'll give you one more jam, and then I think that might be it. It's a code, baby. Amazon on the low.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on styles, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need need a little bit. That's the way that God proved. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat, fool.
Stop acting like you know me, homie. You ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking. What's on side?
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that. I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it. That's what happened when the land is hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cow. So yeah, the conference call, it's gonna be in a little bit, and then you got co-real estate today. That's a good conference call. Yeah, that one's in 40 minutes, 5 p.m. Pacific time for the Facebook one. But Chad, I think that's it, man. Honestly, I'm glad I didn't go with the Grim Reaper. It wasn't too much unless Zuckerberg says anything. We're gonna see some other things, man. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting. But Chad Adonia, I think that's the day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, futures are down now. You're actually negative on the day. So although we closed green, post-earnings reaction now, everything has flipped. So you are going negative. You can see it here. I don't know where. I'll throw up the NQ for you real quick. NQ/ES. Get my pronouns right. Yeah, see, so you're negative on the day, man. That's kind of crazy. So all day today, you closed green. You were feeling a little good. You know what I'm saying? I think we even closed red. SPY barely green. But yeah, man. So I love you. God bless you all, man. Hopefully we see you at Co-Real Estate. God bless every single one of you. But that is the day. Thank you for the opportunity, especially if you were really participating, you were really involved, adding to the chat, good questions, answering questions, got some plays, baby, and vibing for all 7 hours, or maybe you just got here. Either way, man, for real, thank you for the opportunity, man, and those of you who have supported, been here, been about it, got long terms, repping it, and you know they play in the season, building, but so God bless y'all, baby. So that's all I have for you. I will have a watch list for you. You know, somebody was like, do I have to subscribe and then I get access to the watch list? I was about to say, yeah. But that's it, man. And if you want to play, and listen, y'all asked, I didn't see any comments asking me about a play recap on the watch list. So if that's where you want them play, ask me there and I'll answer it. I'll answer it. But other than that, that's a good place to be at. But for now, I mean, second link, I don't know how to get there. Maybe you might have to subscribe. I don't know. Second link, you'll find it. But either way, I'll see you there tonight, where we have a lot to talk about now, especially after this crazy reaction. Oh, it's not even Thursday. I was going to say, man, if this was live, who knows what the live watch list will bring. But Chad Adonia, that's all I have for you. Check out the other links. Fill out the prayer request wall, because me and my moms is praying for you, and so are the other Chads, man. You ever want to do anything for me, you pray for your boy, baby. That's it. A genuine prayer goes a long way. That's all I ever need, baby. So hook your boy up. Yeah, Meta is now a little bit more than expected. So let's see now. This is going to get interesting. Again, that call starts here in about 40 minutes, and you're dumping after hours because of the earnings. So it brought down Meta, it brought down Google. Again, IBM earnings were not hot either. You only had Ford with good earnings, and then like one more company was good. That's it. So like I'm saying, I mean, you're feeling it, and like we were talking about even with Tesla last night, man, one of these stocks can impact the SPY greatly just if the other names don't move. So even if Apple stays pinned, if Microsoft, you start getting these big moves. You got Google, IBM now, and everybody else starting to move around. So we'll see, but you're getting in that weird fill the gap mode. But Chad, don't worry. I'm sure by the time I have a watch list out, this thing is going to be all over the place. So I love you all, Chad. I will see you tonight. But that is all. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. And why the habits is like the ocean. And you got to make sure you respect them and get them in control, baby. And don't underestimate them for the better or the worse, baby. And why we in the game, and that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. Good luck, Chattadonia. That's it. So I'm out. You have a wonderful day. Peace. I'll give you one. I don't know. It keeps dumping. I'll give you one more. Give him a little bit. Give him a little bit. Even gold coming in after hours, bro.
Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa.
Don't worry, your time's coming. You're gonna get one. You're gonna get one.
Can you tell me anybody?
You got one coming up. Don't worry, I got you.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us
your
not
part's
to
coming
hate.
up, baby.
But they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should have read a book about a man? He would travel.
Exactly. Now, there's many men who'd you read about, Joshua? Exactly. You've been doing a lot of Biden and Trump. You forgot about Mr. Kennedy. It's easy to get caught up into politics, Joshua. You got them. Are you a Republican or a Democrat? Can you answer it? Does Peter Pan make a vote? Do you have a political affiliation on 2K, Joshua? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Hold on. I'm not done. They think they could just end the stream and get rid of me. Just like that. I'm not going away that easily. No. Chad, you have a good evening. And listen, if you're not on Cult Real Estate, I don't want to hear it tomorrow. Fake news. Ask Josh about real estate, but then you don't show up to Cult Real Estate. I'm going to say it's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news. You can't trust it. I know. El Baghdadi. More like Cult Real Estate. I'm telling you, they're great guys. You'll see them in Iraq soon. You'll see them in China. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure Tyler Royke, he'll be selling houses in North Korea soon. Yes, they have relationships everywhere. That's what we do. Cult Real Estate. I know. Yeah, shut up, Josh. I sell Cult Real Estate. That guy, you know what? At least we can agree on that. Fine, I'll agree. Co-realtors are good guys. Fuck it, they're good. They're good guys, huh? They're really nice. That's what they do. I know, they're nice. Fuck, but if I don't fuck with Trump, I'm fucking Mango Man. I like that, Mango Man. You know, Joey, not gonna lie, I like Mango too. Mango Man sounds good. Sounds great. All right, good. Mango, fuck you. All right, I'm leaving, man. I'm fucking even. Oh, shit, it'll pop after that. All right, have a good summer. Goodbye, man. Happy winter. Whatever.